Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? I hope you all are doing well. Early on a Sunday morning. It's easy like Sunday morning. That's what we say here. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic weekend so far. If you were off on the weekends. So welcome, everybody. I'll just kick this off really quick. Welcome, everybody, to the Stage of Reason. I am JL, the new weekly stage that we do here, where we talk to believers and about what they believe in, why they believe in it. And of course, we handle a number of topics here, everything from religion, theology itself, philosophy, science, all kinds of stuff. And if you are new here, I appreciate you being here. I see a bunch of people in the live chat already. I appreciate everyone hanging out. And of course, if you would like to come up on stage and talk about what you believe and why, or if you'd like to have questions for a non-believer like myself, then feel free to use the link that is pinned at the top of the chat. You should, if you come onto the stage, you should see it always up there up at the top. You don't have to scroll. It'll be pinned up there, and you can join. We'll do a quick security check just to make sure everything's copacetic, so we don't want to get P-bombed or anything like that. And then we'll chat about whatever you want to talk about. I know that things are a bit crazy right now, and hopefully the stage provides a little bit of a respite from the chaos that's we're currently experiencing out in the world right now. I know things are just like freaking chaotic, especially what's going on in the Middle East. I wouldn't know where to begin. I have my own thoughts and opinions on what is going on based upon the facts, what the current administration is screwing up, and how we are in a really, really, really bad state. We're putting our allies in a bad way. And so things are just, things are uncertain. We're in a period of extreme uncertainty, and it's everything to distract from the fact that, the crimes, the extreme crimes of the committed by the individuals within this administration. So, to some point, some days I think we live in the dumbest timeline, and some, I think it's intentional. But nonetheless, hopefully this little stage right here will be a kind of like break from all of that chaos. So I appreciate everybody being here. Let's take a look and see who is in the live chat. So we can say hi, because I like saying hi to everybody. Doremo10, good to see you. Says, I can prove God exists. I just have to redefine God as something that does exist. And then since there's no God to tell me I'm wrong, wait, damn it. Yeah, it's pretty much like that. Andrew O is hanging out. Good to see you, bud. Number 2. Turtle Moves, thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that, Turtle. Bob Nadell's Gyroscope is here, spinning along. Good to see you there, bud. Because I wonder if a certain Mr. O will show up. Well, he hasn't shown up yet. So he probably, and I doubt that he will. I think Otangelo has officially written me off. Because every time we talk, the last time I think he and I chatted, I diverted the conversation away from science, because I've noticed that individuals who can't, I've noticed that apologists who do not have the ability to establish their grounding through theology, and the people who try to hide it in science, the apologists who try to bury the conversation in science into specific areas that we may not have answers for, whether it be like, prior states of the Big Bang, or abiogenesis, or a number of other things, like what is dark matter, like these things that we haven't fully discovered yet or fully uncovered yet. And the people who do that is because they can't support their belief system. They can't support their beliefs or ground their beliefs utilizing their theology or any arguments around there, because they know that they don't work. And so they want to bury it in science, in that God of the gaps area, because it makes them, for whatever personal reasons. Last time I talked to him, I didn't let him do that. I kept dragging him out of that to go into the basis of it. And it ultimately came down to arguments from incredulity, and it was very, very easy to debunk. So because I won't let him do that, I won't let him run away, and I want to address it, without, I don't want to address irrelevant nonsense. I want to address it on the merits of the positive claim that he makes. And so he doesn't have a defense for that. So I think he's written me off. I don't think he'll interact with me anymore. So just can't make any headway. Yeah. And I'm not, because I won't let him. I'll let him stick to this. You're not going to run off to something else and do some, appeal to emotion or arguing for popularity. And I'm certainly not going to argue the Shroud of Turin with his dumbass. So, what are you going to do? But you never know. You never know. It's within the realm of logical possibility that he could show. So I guess we will find out. And thank you so much for the Muppet Show. You got that stuck in my head briefly. Thankfully, my intro got that out of my head. But I was like, dun 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 dun. I had it stuck there for a minute. Atomic Punk 31, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Let me see who else we got. Luna Knights is here, right on time. Good to see you, Luna. Thanks so much for being here. Jimmy Hall's in the house. Good to see you, Jimmy. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Steven Stevens is here. Says hello from Tennessee. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Armageddon's Fire. Good day, Jail. Everyone in the chat. Good to see you, Armageddon. Appreciate you hanging out. Lowly One says, woo, just made it. Yes, you did. And Cranky Elder God. The only way I like my elder gods. Good to see you. Photog to you. Hope you're doing well. And let me see. I think I got everybody at the moment. Yes. So we're just still kind of building up. But nonetheless, yes, this is the Stage of Reason. Like I said, the StreamYard link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you would like to join to have a discussion about what you believe and why, or if you have questions for me or anything like that, then I'll be happy to bring you up and we will have a chat. And of course, I do have special guests that come on as well. And I put out a couple of invites, and I see one of them is already here. Mr. Andrew O is hanging out in the back. Let me make sure. I got bam. Mr. O.
Howdy.
How you doing?
I'm feeling a lot like Wesley this morning, for reasons I'm sure your clock has reminded you.
You feeling like who? Wait, what?
Wesley, I have just sucked 1 hour of your life away.
Oh,
Tell me,
okay.
How do you feel?
And this is for posterity, so please be honest. How do you feel?
Yeah, that movie's the gift that keeps on giving.
I freaking love that film. I got lucky one night, and I was in the gym, and that was on the TV, and I was I love it when there's a good solid movie from my childhood on. It helps the workout go faster. So helps the miles go by on the treadmill, which makes me very, very happy. So while I'm waiting for somebody, and Caliganche, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. So yesterday, and I posted up on my community chat, and they are posted up on my channel. I took a little trip down to Tulsa for a special event, which turned out to be pretty badass. And it was for that I went to go see Erica, Forrest, and Seth Andrews. Erica Gutsa Gibbon, Forrest Valkai, and Seth Andrews. I got to see them down at the OU Schusterman Center in Tulsa, and it was an absolute blast. Got to finally meet Forrest. I've never actually met the three of them, but I got to meet Forrest. Unfortunately, and I got to take a picture with him, and we chatted, and I told him thank you for the little when he and Erica were slamming Made by Jim Bob and just completely wrecking his shit during Stream of the Line, and I was like, that was just chef's kiss. And yeah, he finds Jim Bob to be as just disgusting as I do, just deplorable as I do. And so I wanted to thank him for that. I did not get a chance to meet Erica because right during the break they hung out because they did the presentations. Each one of them had a presentation. And so Seth went first, then Erica, and then Forrest. They did their presentations. Then we took a break, and then they came back and they did a Q&A, and then there was kind of like a little giveaway thing where everybody had raffle tickets and people won stuff. It was pretty badass. Somebody won a 3D printed skull that Erica had made, which is pretty awesome. But they gave away a bunch of really, really cool stuff. The one thing that killed me is that they gave away a neck Necronomicon. It's a neck pillow that looks like a Necronomicon. So I was like, that would have been awesome. But nonetheless, we had a blast. It was really funny. And very, very educational. So a great presentation, very irreverent. And I didn't get a chance to meet Erica or Seth. Seth was busy doing logistics. He was running around in the back, like handling stuff. So he was just way too slammed. And I didn't get a chance to meet Erica because during the break, there were like little lines to the side because Erica and Forrest hung out. And then we were able to talk to him, meet him, shake their hand, talk to him, get a picture. And I did that with Forrest first. And then because I was sitting closer to him, and then I went over to Erica, and unfortunately, the timer on the break was running down, and this lady was standing there talking to Erica for a good 5 minutes and ate up the rest of the clock. And I understand, they're fans like this, but I was kind of bummed that I'm sitting there like two people away from Erica, and all I want to do is say thanks for all their work, and I'm like, yeah, maybe get a picture, but nonetheless. They were funny as hell. It was an absolute blast. Hopefully they're going to do more of those things, more of those little events. So hopefully I will get to see one of them or get to meet them officially next time. I think it'll be awesome. Good to see you. GSG gets to give me so good. I can't believe her vids are free. She is absolutely amazing. The free education she gives is fantastic. You are right. And Caligon, absolutely. J Money is hanging out. Says, yo, JL, HRU. I know that means something. It's early, so listening to you in the background while on the VR headset. Oh, awesome! Very cool. I'm coming to you like the voice of God. And Mr. Lindsay, is this your skull? So, but thank you so much for being here, J Money and Wicked Pissa. Wicked Pissa. I can't not say it. Try to say it with the Boston accent, But good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But it was a lot of fun, and I recorded it. So I was there with my equipment. I'm happy to say this. One, the setup I did worked phenomenally. Brought in my, additional power source, got my cables, got everything set up. The only problem is memory, is the amount of space I had. Because I had to record via I didn't have a place for like my camera, for like my actual like camera with a tripod, because those were all already taken up, because I think Seth was recording it from multiple angles. He's going to turn it into like a video like that. But I recorded it from where I was sitting, and I got a pretty good angle. I had to mostly handle with my little stabilizer. So I handled that. The only issue I ran into was that noise from the audience, and I haven't actually looked at it. And the other issue is the amount of memory I had. I was able to record all three presentations. So I got Seth, Erica, and Forrest. I recorded all the way up to the break, but then I was out of memory. I couldn't record anymore. So I did not get the Q&A or the giveaway. So, which is good. Now the Q&A was okay. There is a room full of like non-believers. So, and no, if there were any believers, they didn't have any questions, but there was a room full of non-believers, and there weren't that many questions, and nothing really kind of like, that was like amazing or anybody put on the spot like you would see at like a debate. So mostly it was just people just asking personal stuff about them. But you'll probably see that when you check out one of their channels when they repost it. But I myself got all three presentations. I've already got it transferred over. All I need to do is look through it and check the audio to make sure that there's no major audio problems. So if I need to do some audio correction, I'll do that. And then I will likely post that up. I'll post those up with a little intro. So that'll be good. And it won't be monetized. So I'm not going to monetize that stuff. So hopefully there'll be no ad breaks and people can watch that. I think it'll be cool. But I don't want to, obviously it's not my content. I'm just, stuff that I recorded. So, but I'll put that up so people can see the different presentations that the three of them gave. And Forrest was really good. So Forrest was a lot of fun. Erica's was hilarious as well. The things that she pointed out. It was great because for any of you in the live chat here, any of the live chat who were here last week, and the conversation that I was having with Ben Thorpe, we talked about, he was trying to make the case that human beings are like special, something greater or outside, like something special separated from the rest of animals on the planet. And that subject was what Erica was talking about during her presentation, was going down the list of all the ways, animals and people are so much different than animals, we're so much better. We aren't. We really aren't. So, and but she hit so many of the different things that I hit, during that conversation. But she did it like she's a communicator. She did it way better than I did. So I thought that was a lot of fun. So I'll be looking forward to putting that up. But yeah, it was great. It was a good time. That's true. Directional mics solve 80% of audience problem. Maybe for next time. Yeah, I'm still getting it set up as far as like so that I can record at events and not be intrusive. That's the key. Hey, Welchie's here. Only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Welchie. Thanks so much for hanging out. This is Jables. Hope all went well in the storms. We actually didn't get hit. So it was really weird. For the past several years, whenever we get a storm system coming through here, it seems to diverge around where we're at. It either jumps to it either passes by to like the northwest or the southeast in our particular area, like where we happen to be lying. I don't know if it's a topographical thing because things are kind of flat out here, but I don't know what it is. We do have some big hill areas, but I don't know how much that would make a difference in Oklahoma. But for some reason, they always kind of like go around us, and rarely do we ever get like a direct. I don't think we haven't gotten a direct hit by anything since we moved here. So I don't know what it is, but the closest it ever came was a tornado that touched down. Like when we talked about it, I think it was like last year. I think it was last year or a year before last. But anyway, that came within I think 5 miles. So it hit downtown, but it didn't come near us. All we got was downdrafts, and so was downbursts, and so that was pretty much it. Didn't do any damage, so wasn't terribly concerned about it. But apparently the government, Governor Schitt has declared a state of emergency in some areas because of the effect of the storm. So I hope those people are doing all right. But yeah, Tornado Alley, welcome to it. I've been living in it since even in Texas. I've been living in it for years. So tornadoes, not just like earthquakes, not too terribly concerned about earthquakes or tornadoes. So let's see who we got. Greg Sanich, good to see you. Says Forrest is excellent at explaining LGBTQ issues because of his personal experience with his own personal struggles, gives him special insight. Forrest is amazing, coming at it. I think he does an exceptionally good job. His presentation, I don't want to spoil it, but his presentation was awesome at the event yesterday. A lot of education compressed into a small amount of time, which is pretty sick. So I don't know if the storms are scared of Jail Warren, but they sure did stop showing up for some reason. Correlation, causation. Let's see. Atomic says I'm not ready for tornado season this year. I don't know how ready you can be. If a good F3 is coming to town, but you're as ready as you can be. I guess you just get as ready as you can be. Even this place, if we got severely struck, we're pretty solid. But if a big enough bad one comes through, or what can you do? But you just try to be as prepped as you can. Mostly it's the wind. That's just like a kind of a kicker. It's because the surrounding areas get hit really, really bad. Madam President Moshpit, good to see you. Says, oh my God, Jables like Pick of Destiny. Yes. So absolutely yes, absolutely. This is him now. Jables. I get to be Jack Black's guy. Help me remember his name. I got to watch Kyle Gass or Cage. Jables and Cage. Jables and Cage. Kyle Gass. Kyle Gass got himself into some trouble. I hope his career hasn't been completely derailed after the comments he made. But then again, can we really fault him for that? Because look at where we legitimately stand. I think this right now, politically wise, is the closest we've come to World War III. Like the legitimate, I think, there is probably 2 other instances, and that's the instance with the Russian sub that refused to fire and the Cuban Missile Crisis. So possibly those two instances probably were on the brink of World War III, but because they involve nuclear weapons and nuclear proliferation. But I think right now, even though Iran doesn't have a nuke, you don't need nukes to go to World War III. You just need a whole bunch of countries duking it out. And with Iran threatening to strike any of the neighboring countries if they allow the US to fire on them from their territories, that's bad. And I like I said, we live in uncertain times, deeply uncertain times. So looking back at what Kyle Gass said during his birthday celebration for his birthday wish comment, looking back on that, I wasn't angry at him when he said it originally. I don't give a shit what the I guess the mainstream media wants to make of that. The dude voiced his opinion, and he's entitled to it. He didn't break the law, so that was just his opinion. And everyone was like, "Oh," and I know Jack Black was really, really pissed off about it, but nonetheless, I hope Kyle Gass is doing all right. I do. I love the dude. He's extremely talented, and him and Jack are fantastic together. Great chemistry. So, Pick of Destiny is one of my faves. I still catch myself quoting it time and again. Not to mention listening to the soundtrack. I mean Ben Stiller as like the Guitar Center guy. Yeah, I mean, that dude he's amazing in everything he does. It's like something totally like supernatural. You mean supernatural? No, supranatural. It's like a whole nother level above super. Master Exploder. That just epic. Yeah. Me and Cage wrote this a few minutes ago. It's called Master Exploder. Yeah, it's crazy out there. It is crazy. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with that shit here. Pick of Destiny. Pick of Destiny is peak 10/10. 10/10 would definitely recommend. Would definitely recommend. And it didn't. It stuck the landing. Most irreverent, goofy sketch films, which are basically just a series of like sketches that are woven together within a loose narrative or within a weak narrative. Pick of Destiny stuck the landing. Rarely. Now, I likened it to movies like Strange Wilderness, and there was another one I recently watched, which was just patently absurd. But movies that like Strange Wilderness or there was a Do Not Destroy, I think is what it was one that I recently watched. Please Don't Destroy The Treasure of Foggy Mountain. So like irreverent, silly movies like that typically don't stick the landings like you hope they will. And like, they get up to the end and things just kind of fall apart. And they either try to pull like a Monty Python style where they completely break everything and like at the end of Holy Grail, or they just kind of like, and it just peters out and, it's like goofy. They kind of recognize how goofy it is. But Pick of Destiny stuck the landing, the boys turning Satan's horn into a bong, shit like that. So I really, really, I love Dave Grohl as the devil. It's just, perfect casting. I'm the devil. I love metal. Check this riff. It's fucking tasty. Can't beat that. Ben Stiller is a national treasure. And yes, Nick Cage is in National Treasure. Probably his best film. One of his best. Top 5. Leaving Las Vegas is a fantastic movie, but Nick Cage, there was something about his charisma, National Treasure. He didn't have to go off. He didn't have to cage rage. Mandy is still one of my all-time favorites of his. It's definitely in his top 5. Color Out of Space was an ensemble effort, so I think he was solid in that, but he carried Mandy, obviously. And I thought it was just brilliant. Every aspect of the movie was just brilliant. Madam President, I have Dio. Yes, I have literally had Dio pics on my walls. That's awesome. Hard to disagree. I'm partial to Mandy. I think Mandy's in his top 5. I do. Mandy is in his top 5. Mandy, Leaving Las Vegas, Raising Arizona, Matchstick Men was pretty damn good. I wouldn't put it in the top 5. That's just me personally, because I think the bulk of that went to Sam Rockwell, because Sam Rockwell is just fucking unstoppable. So I'm going to I give the bulk of that to him. That was a great back and forth. Their chemistry was amazing. Color Out of Space is fantastic. I put that in top 10. Pig was actually pretty impressive. With the reclusive, or sorry, the hermit cook, the hermit chef whose prized truffle pig is stolen. I don't put that. I put probably that in the top 10 just because it was kind of like a cliched story because it's post John Wick. So, Weatherman was good. I thought Adaptation was kind of interesting when he was doing his thing. I'm always happy. I'm always happy to go back and watch him in The Rock, because him and Sean Connery, which is hilarious. Just an enjoyable film, just a brain dead action movie. Not to mention a bunch of cool shit in it. Ed Harris, Michael Bain. What are you gonna do? John Leguizamo.
Yeah. Big fan of Lord of War, especially.
Lord of War was good. Oh, he was fantastic. Played that to the T.
Yeah, first view of mine for Jared Leto.
Yeah. And I love seeing Ethan Hawke across from anybody, because Ethan just has amazing chemistry. That man can work across from anyone and make it believable. And his back and forths, well, I don't remember if he was ATF or FBI, but his law enforcement agent across from Cage's Yuri was just amazing. I will give this Atomic Punk. This is fascinating. You're right. The first Ghost Rider movie, not good at all by any stretch. Not great. The second one was I think the second one was also not a fantastic movie, but it was bonkers because it was directed by the guys who did Crash, or sorry, who did Crank and Crank 2 High Voltage, and the movie Gamer. So, but it was so bonkers. It was, because that's the way that those guys direct, that it was the only kind of course correction that movie could make. If you want to watch, you can skip the first Ghost Rider, just watch Spirit of Vengeance. So like Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance, and it's kind of like watching Superman Returns, the Brian Routh, Kevin Spacey, Kate Bosworth Superman. You only watch that movie for the Superman moments, to see Superman doing Superman, not like Man of Steel, where you watch that movie to see him both as Clark Kent, see the whole story, Clark Kent and Superman. But Superman Returns, you just watch for Superman moments. Oh, see him powerlift a continent, shit like that. With Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance, you only watch that for the Ghost Rider scenes, because the Ghost Rider scenes are amazing. All of the extraneous shit, when it's just Nick Cage and it's the other actors, none of that is point. There's no point to that. And then, of course, they got to throw Idris Elba in there, and Christopher Lambert, Chris Lambert, the Highlander, in there, which I thought was hilarious. But Spirit of Vengeance is a better movie, and it did have terrible reception. It did not go over well, but Spirit of Vengeance was just, but I like to go back and watch that for the Ghost Rider scenes, because the Ghost Rider just physically looked better than the Marvel one. That Ghost Rider looked exactly like I would expect. That was kind of like exactly like I would expect Ghost Rider to look, So, and Color Out of Space is amazing. We're talking, hey, AA Battery, good morning. We're talking Nick Cage movies until someone wants to come up on the stage. I really don't think Elba is a very good actor. Wow, that's okay. I'll give you Welch. That's a hot take. What do you? I think Idris Elba is a solid actor. What do you think, Andrew? Is Idris Elba a solid actor?
I haven't seen a whole lot with him. I'm not quite the movie buff, rather. He has that look of seriousness about him, but I've never sensed the depth of character. It's like you expect depth of character, but I haven't seen it portrayed from him.
I can see that. Yeah, I can agree that Idris Elba gets kind of locked into the haughty. He can pretty much run on his looks alone, because he is a very attractive man. As a matter of fact, I mean, I'm not saying this. I don't say this lightly, and I'm not trying to like this, but my ex-boyfriend, over 20 years ago looked very similar, had very similar features to Idris Elba. It was nowhere near like that. He was taller and he was a bigger dude, but he did have some features that were very reminiscent. So very, but so I thought that was just, something I will point out because I think he's very attractive. But I think Idris gets locked into roles that don't give him the ability to really showcase his talents. I think some of his best work was in the show Luther. I thought he was fantastic in that. And I think he did. I mean, that's just me. I think he was. I love that show. I really, really did. Yeah, Jermaine Motin just brought up Luther. I thought he was brilliant in that show. So I think we don't get it we don't think American movies take advantage of his talents as much as they could. Putting him as Heimdall was inspired, but Heimdall is kind of a one-note character. He gets a few moments, but he's just there to facilitate the plot, which is kind of a shame. And pretty much everything I've seen him in, even in I think some of the closest we've gotten is the opportunity to see his charisma with John Cena in the second Suicide Squad film, because Cena and him had great back and forths. But that's because John Cena is a comic genius. Where did that come from? Just crazy. And if anybody hasn't watched Peacemaker, I can't stress it enough. John Cena is a fucking comic genius. It was the Peacemaker and Ricky Stenicki, which is on Amazon right now. If you want to see John Cena show just how funny he can be, Ricky Stenicki was drop dead hilarious. You don't even need any of those other guys. You just need Cena. It's just shocking. That and the fact that you can actually see him, which is wild. They actually caught him on film. He was pretty good.
I got that reference.
Yeah,
I understood that reference.
I understood that reference. Yes, so we do have a Captain America fan in here. Batista is the only wrestler turned actor I can stand. Now, Dave Batista has gone above and beyond as far as wrestlers turned actors go. I think he is a better actor than Cena. I think he's a better actor than The Rock, than Dwayne Johnson. I think, and he's got more charisma, he's got more empathy, and he has a greater range, which is just awesome from a dude who was solid muscle with tats coming out of the ring. And I love that he is willing to, he really wants to take his role seriously, which is why we've seen him in the movies we've seen him in. He was amazing in Dune. The guy can really capture it. Here's the big kicker. Here's where I knew there was a difference. Batista as Drax and going into the vulnerable moments that he had within that trilogy, and Dwayne Johnson or The Rock in the moments when he was when he has had vulnerable moments. A big one was here's a kicker. Okay, so this was a big moment for Dwayne Johnson. He did a movie called San Andreas. Okay. Disaster movie, classic disaster movie, whatever like that had. And, I can't remember who all was in it, but I know that Alexander Daddario was in it, and Alexander Daddario, True Detective. But Daddario played his daughter. And there's a moment when he is trying to save her because she is trapped in a flooded elevator, I think, or something like that. But she's about to drown, and he's outside and he's trying to get to her and he can't do it. He's like, "Oh, The Rock," and he's like punching the glass and like that. And she effectively, I think she drowns, and he has to, and he made it, or she almost does, but nonetheless, it was this moment to show some extreme vulnerability where here I am, this big guy, all my skills, all my strength, and I can't save my daughter, and she's right there. It was very akin to Daniel Craig and Ava Green in Casino Royale when Vesper, when she's stuck in the flooded elevator and she's looking at him and he can't get to her in time, and she knows what's going to happen, and they have that connection when they realize she's not going to get out of this. That was that moment. Daniel Craig can handle that moment. Daniel Craig and Ava Green can handle that moment. That one that hits you, which like, oh man, because you feel it. It was palpable. Between Dwayne and Alexandria, I didn't feel it. I felt like Johnson was forcing that moment as hard as he gave it all. Like you could see him pouring himself into to touch that vulnerable spot to get us to connect with this incredibly intense, vulnerable moment. And he just couldn't get it over the 1 yard line. You know, I felt so bad for him because he pushed it so hard to do that. And I know he dedicates everything he has to his films. I know he throws it in a hardcore. You know, you look at his newest one where he plays the fighter. The title of it escapes me. He really throws all in, but he just couldn't cross the finish line. Batista does that shit effortlessly. Just, you hear it in the tone of his voice. You hear how he connects. There's an empathy there that just cannot be faked. And so I think Batista is just better. Just stronger as an actor. He is underrated, Welch. He is. I could have been the movie geek on Beat the Geek show. Yeah, I probably could have been. But I mean, I love film. I work in the industry. I have for since 2003. Doing all kinds of voice actor, writer, director, producer. I've done all crew. I've done assistant directing. I've worked lights, gaffing, rigging, all the kind of shit. So camera. So I love it. I really do. I love being a part of it. I love being on a set for 15 hours straight and just I love indie films more than I love studio films. Studio films are just too fucking chaotic. There's way too many logistics. I like indie films. I like working on indie sets. I especially love working on guerrilla sets. Where we come up with a way to do a scene like as quickly and as oftentimes I don't want to say the word, but nonetheless, but I love those scenes. I love those moments. Doing what you need to do to capture scene. I love working on independent film. It's an absolute blast. I think one of my favorite moments still is because I have a little bit of a reputation for being hardcore about continuity. And a role that I was in, it was a small role. It wasn't really a small role. I was third build. And in it, while we were shooting, it was a scene in a garage. We were standing in a garage, and the three of us were about to go commit a crime. And I'm the dude who brought the guns. And so we're sitting here talking about how we're going to do it. And I'm smoking a cigarette. And so in the scene, I'm smoking a cigarette, and it was my cigarettes. I was smoking it. This was back in 2004. So I think it was like 04. Maybe it was 03 or 04. But nonetheless, I'm there, and the movie, I think that the movie was called A Certain Darkness. And I'm sitting there with my three compatriots and with the three, guys, and they've asked me to bring over some weapons, and we're going to talk about what we're going to do. We're going to go get revenge on this guy for killing our friend's girlfriend. So we're putting the plan in action. So I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette, and there are two shots. There was multiple shots. There was the wide shot where they catch all three of us talking. Then there was a close up or a 2T. It was a 2Ts and close-ups on the other two guys. There's 2T on me because I was wearing a jacket that they wanted to keep in frame, and they didn't want to just put this. They wanted the jacket so I can maintain the character. And so there was the close-ups on the other two guys. They got those scenes that they wanted. They got the 2Ts on them as well, which is basically chest to here. It's like chest to head, close-up, chest to head. This is ECU where they get in really close, so it's all face. And then you got your close-up, which is just right here, your 2T right here, your half, and then, of course, or your cowboy shot where you see them from the waist up. And it's like to do because you're right on the horse. You just see the waist up. It's a cowboy shot. And then you got the wide, which is the whole thing. And I was smoking a cigarette. And in the course of the action through the dialogue, I get about a quarter of the way through each cigarette. So as I'm smoking, I get about a quarter of the way. And it was different because you kind of you're going with the energy. So you're smoke like this. So when I took drags, I was kind of loose is to when I would do it, especially depending upon the energy and the cadence. And so, but I was a stickler for continuity because one thing I can't stand is when cigarette lengths change. Because and what happens is that they'll smoke the cigarette, and then once they yell cut, the person will come over, take the cigarette, put it out, and then they'll have to light a new cigarette, and they'll work from there. I didn't like that. I wanted my cigarettes to be the same. Because given the length of time in the shot. So I went through an entire pack in that one section, burning my cigarettes up to the point they needed to be so I could maintain the continuity through the shot whenever they saw me. So over the course of 9 hours, like a 9-hour shot when I'm standing in that garage, I went through. So whenever they go cut, they go to reset. I would step outside and I'd have a cigarette. I'd have a fresh cigarette and I'd light it right there because if I let it keep burning, it would be shorter, and so the length would keep going. So I would leave, draw like this, light a new cigarette, so smoke it to where I need to be, ready to go, and then we'd go and so maintain continuity, little small details, and I got really sick. Yeah. Really, really sick about that. It made me really ill because it was just like good constant. So
now we have overlooked what is, in my mind, the greatest wrestler.
Wrestler turned actor.
Yes.
Hulk Hogan. Oh yes. Oh, Andre. We love Andre.
My way is not very sportsmanlike.
My way is not very sportsmanlike. I could kill you now. I believe you. No tricks, no weapons.
And dream of really large women.
No tricks, no weapons, skill against skill alone. You mean you put down your rock and I put down my sword and we try to kill each other like civilized people? I can kill you now. I believe you.
I gotta invert my image here. That's not quite right.
People in masks cannot be trusted. Fezzik knew. Atomic Punk says, I think it's Smashing Machine. Thank you, Fenton Mully. Yes. Or Femto Mully now. But Smashing Machine was his newest one. He tried really hard. Get nostalgic about this. I'm still upset CM Punk didn't come out to this Fire Burns. Oh, CM Punk is, the dude. Yeah, I think he's actually more talented as well. I just don't think he gets the opportunity. I really don't. Edge Copeland has some good moments in Vikings. Agreed. And Edge has got some talent. I liked Edge. I first saw Edge when he was breaking out into his acting when he played the deputy on Haven. The deputy who constantly had to wear a bulletproof vest because bullets always seemed to find their way to him. But I thought Edge was pretty solid in that one. So him on Haven, his role on Haven on Sci-Fi Channel showed that he had the ability to handle dialogue and the work with the other, because that's one of the toughest things is maintaining dialogue and maintaining the natural interaction with the other person in the scene is one of the big hurdles that a lot of actors can't get over, is just maintaining the back and forth, is understanding the other and your character's relationship to them. And so it comes off stilted or unnatural because you can't break through that. It's really, really tough. But I thought he was really solid in that one. In that series, thought he was pretty good. And Atomic Punch, I think The Rock is just out of touch mostly. Agreed. Probably just out of touch. Yeah, probably. The Rock ruined Black Adam. I will say at least he had a solid supporting cast because, I thought that Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Light was inspired casting. I really do. Batista's replicant role in Blade Runner, so tops. Oh yeah, he was magnificent. He was magnificent. Rib Tickler, good to see you. Says, haven't seen Johnny in a while. Is he okay? So Johnny's been dealing with a bunch of stuff, in his personal life. Just getting things sorted. Things are really, really hectic for him. It's him trying to line up gigs. And one of the hardest things in being an independent kind of gig worker, where you're just basically jumping from set to set to set and not being in the union, is ensuring that you get paid on time. Union gigs ensure you're covered, that you are covered and that you get paid, and then because you got the union behind you. And unfortunately, Johnny's not union because he lives in Texas, and so if he was union, he wouldn't get that much work. He would have to travel more, which he just doesn't have the resources to do on his own. So he's stuck in Texas doing non-union gig work, jumping from there's plenty of projects. The problem is making sure that there's plenty of projects that come up. Not all of them go through, and not all of them pay on time. So I know that he's dealing with a bunch of that shit. We are still, because Johnny's dealing with his stuff. And of course, there's some stuff in his personal life that he has to tell you about. That's his story to tell. I don't want to put his information out there, but stuff that he can discuss on his own. But he's dealing with that. Eugene is also jumping from gig to gig to gig because we're putting together the seed money for our next shoot. And I think that they're prepping a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo. I know they're doing that with the latest script that I wrote. So they're working on stuff in the back end. But yeah, he's just been consumed with IRL stuff. So that's why he hasn't been around. And I think that for a little while there, he kind of lost his taste for the YouTube thing just because there was so much drama. There just seemed to be every time he turned around, there was some new drama going on with somebody, and he just lost his taste for it. So I can't blame him at all. But maybe eventually he'll pop in. He'll come back every once in a while. It's just I know he's been really, really slammed, but he's doing okay. Him personally, I think he's doing as well as he can. So, Princess Bride reference, hell yes, it was. Always good at that. BV, good to see you. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. I will wish him well. I will pass it on. Rib Tickler, absolutely will. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. I still get impressed with the approach on Tokyo Drift. Lynn had extra drivers to get the stunt footage actually in the street without permits just to account for the one that got arrested. Yeah. So I love doing that. One of my favorite guerrilla shoots was actually one of my projects where I needed to shoot a sequence in a field, and it was a fight scene between two characters. If you remember the story I told about Black Dynamite, it was that one. It was the guy that we watched Black Dynamite with, one of the martial artists we watched it with. And I needed to shoot the fight scene in a field, in this open field that had this fantastic tree line that shielded us from the traffic. So it had this great tree line cutting right through the middle of it. It was this open field that was completely barren. And with the audio, we didn't pick up any traffic because we did it on a day off when traffic was really low. And I needed to shoot a fight sequence. I needed to do it as quickly as possible because I could not secure permission to shoot on that lot. The owner of the place wouldn't return my calls. So I couldn't even get him on the phone to try and say, hey, we'd like to use your lot to shoot a fight sequence for a movie. It should take about 2 hours. What do you think? And I wanted to ask them that. They never got that. I never could get anybody on the phone. Nobody ever called me back. So it was like day of, we drive out there, look around, screw it. And we just drove up onto the lot. We hid the cars behind the tree line. And then I just readjusted the angles to make sure that whenever we needed to do an alternate, so we could shoot this way and see trees, see open field and have them fighting. But if I needed to do the other side, I just reversed the actors. And so I could keep shooting in the same direction. And then I just, swatched the actor so it looks like I'm shooting from the other side. And then just did the whole sequence like there. It took about 2.5 hours. And then we boogalooed out. So that was fun. That was a fun time. I love guerrilla shooting. I really do. Well, we do have somebody who clicked the link, somebody to come on up, and I happen to know who this is, so we don't have to do a security check, unless you plan on P-bombing me, Duck. I know how you operate.
I was thinking about it. I can't think of a better way to celebrate International Women's Day than bombing Bridge the Divide. Yeah.
But yeah. So we're just sitting here chatting.
Cool. I mean, I got something for both you guys. So here's the thing. I had a productive week. I destroyed God Logic. I destroyed Mike from Inspiring Philosophy. I destroyed Alex Soren. But I was left with some questions. Do you guys think that an abductive argument for the resurrection, and even the Gospels, even straying from biblical interpretation, do you think an abductive argument is possible or makes the case seemingly intelligible about Jesus?
I'll just flat out answer no. I'm going to give Andrew a chance to give his answer before we go any further. I'm just going to straight up say no.
Yeah, this one sounds loaded. An abductive argument exactly for what?
You said Duck. You said for the resurrection, right?
Yeah, I know. The phrasing on the exact part is about to be the killer.
Yeah, and get ready for it because this is a big one.
Oh, and just to clarify for the audience,
what it was. I'm not asking for the argument.
Yeah,
what the argument is for.
So just to clarify for the audience. For those who don't know, so you got 3 different types of arguments. You got an inductive argument, you got a deductive argument, you got an abductive argument. An abductive argument is also called an inference to the best explanation, or an IBE. And so it's a form of reasoning that starts with an observation and seeks the most likely or plausible explanation for it. Okay, so it's an inferential argument. So it's inference to the best explanation. You may have heard that before with Phil Bros talking about shit. There's definitely some Phil Bro stuff that we're diving into, but that's what an abductive argument. The goal to determine the best, the most natural explanation for a set of observations. You can do them as kind of an internal critique, accepting that the observation and the interpretation of the observation is correct, and then moving from there. But that's why I don't think that's why my answer is no. Just doing an abductive argument, no, because eliminating all logical possibilities in order to come to one particular one, especially depending upon the number of assumptions you have to make prior to ensure that your interpretation of the observation is correct, makes it really, really problematic. So, but Duck, what do you have?
Yeah, but right before you start, just to say that it's not necessarily it's the best or most natural there. So that's the thing, is it's what's in concordance with the presuppositions you're walking into the door with, which means abductive will look highly variable depending on exactly what the standards of the individual are like. So your idea of best, I may have severe issue with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why my answer was no. An abductive argument, certainly not.
Yeah. So I'm not prefacing off of that. My question is an abductive argument for exactly what? So what is the around? Not what the argument is, what it is for.
Okay, so this is the best case I think I can make personally.
Hold on. Sorry. This was not for what case you're making. I'm asking you what you're making the case for. So
can I answer?
It's only 2 words.
Okay.
What's the situation we're addressing?
Okay, can I answer your questions? Yeah. The questions you're asking?
Yeah, I need that one first.
Okay, so the best case I would make is that we have however many, there's numerous gospels, there's more than 4. They all may be about a different guy, but they're all still about a guy who's going around apparently committing miracles, apparently doing all kinds of stuff that we ordinarily would reject. And so someone may say it stands to reason that whether it be about Christianity or about religion writ large, that an abductive explanation is that, maybe a God does exist, or there is something else that requires an explanation, be that God or not God, right? And it seems to provide a better footing for a good faith discussion into like a teleological argument for God's existence. Basically, it creates that academic space for philosophy, theology, should you accept that. And so basically the presence of many men in many books doing many of the same things seems like it requires an explanation, and God or a God or something, some magic sauce in the universe is just one such explanation that makes it my bitch.
Yeah. So hold on. This is where we went right down to what your response to that was, but we didn't answer what was being addressed. Now, what you're taking seriously is that the event happened. You're trying to get an explanation for something that I don't think we should count as established having happened. I don't need to explain fiction. I need to explain a thing that we can actually agree happened in the first place.
But you can just say it's in the books, right?
We're talking about claims.
You can say it's ahistorical and still say those books were written sometime in history.
Here's the issue that I'm seeing. The issue that I'm seeing here is that so Andrew was correct in pointing out, given the number of assumptions or the number of like presuppositions that you're willing to walk into the conversation with, if you are having a conversation between, it's like 2 Christians are having this conversation, okay, and one of them is on the fence about the resurrection, the other one is not, and he wanted to present an abductive argument or an inference to the best explanation as to whatever, then sure, because they hold a lot of the same presuppositions. But the problem is this: those 2 people are arguing within the realm of theology. If you don't automatically accept the theology itself as having merit, because take me for example, the reason it doesn't work is because I am not willing to grant that the theology is in any way close to reality, because the God itself that is necessary for the theology to be true has not yet been demonstrated to actually exist. So I would be doing it as an internal critique at best, but you can't just present that argument, an abductive argument for the resurrection, and say, look, this is the best explanation, because one, we don't know if the God exists yet. The God has to exist for it to, at minimum, the God has to exist for any of it to be true. We need to cover that base first. And then the second one is that logic applies to any other system that does a similar thing. So any other holy book, especially ones more ancient than the Bible, can do the exact same thing. You could run the exact same argument for there, just replace the Christian God with some other God. Hang on a sec. And the logic is, it doesn't say anything special about it. So it just basically, it's kind of like doing like, yeah, if X, Y, and Z are true, then the abductive argument holds that this is the inference to the best explanation. But you have to first accept that X, Y, and Z are true first. And so that's why it doesn't work. That's why an abductive argument doesn't work for it, unless you're already agreeing to a whole bunch of stuff in order for it to set the framework for your inference to actually be the case.
Well, I would that would not be my first prior. I would say that if I'm, let's just say I'm trying to steel man this case or something, it seems stronger that it's the case that Paul or John the Baptist, there's all these other people mentioned in the Gospels. And so these people, like, and any person can say, well, hey, look, I've had some experience of divinity. It doesn't have to be all that profound all the time, but when we're talking about it, it should be fairly strict. But in terms of abduction, I've had this mystical experience, and it seems to be that there is a civilizational, just like agriculture and other stuff, but there is this very large push toward these gospel stories. And so I don't know that we've gotten to something that itself is like applicable to like a logical operator. I haven't, like, personally, in my view, I haven't introduced naturalism or what even might be like a modal possibility yet.
I would say that it hinges upon the first prior, is the supernatural real? Like, do supernatural things occur? Is the first prior. And so, yeah, I would actually say the first prior for me is, does the God exist? Because you could technically make an argument for supernatural things exist, like supernatural events occurring, but it doesn't require a God. It's just two separate things. So specifically in the realm of Christianity, the God first has to exist for any of the shit to be true. The inference to the best explanation, without accepting all of these priors, like the God exists and supernatural events take place and blah blah blah, the inference to the best explanation is, for like the resurrection, they stole the body, because it doesn't require any additional assumptions. I don't have to assume that miracles happen. I don't have to assume that supernatural is real or supernatural events take place, like actual events that break the laws of reality. I don't have to assume that a God exists. I don't have to take all these priors in. I can simply say the inference to the best explanation is, he was on a cross, he got nailed to a piece of wood, he died. His body was taken down and put in a tomb. 3 days later, his body was gone. Given what we know and can confirm about reality, without making any undue assumptions, in order to inform a conclusion, in order for us to say, what's the inference to the best explanation? That he resurrected and vanished into whatever, or his body was stolen. Obviously, the inference, you just do a strong inference there. His body was stolen. That's the strong inference. But we know that matter does not just vanish into nothingness. We know that that people who are brain dead don't come back to life. Once the body stopped producing ATP, bodies don't just return. We know that. It's like, literally, we know that energy is necessary. So unless something magical happened, or unless something like a miracle or something like God magic happened, there's no reason for us to do that, because in order for that to be true, the God would have to exist first in order for these things to be the case in the way that they are being presented. So I would say the abductive argument actually works against it, because of all the priors you have to bring into it. So I would say the inference, the best explanation for the resurrection, they stole his body and buried it somewhere else. So to either they buried it somewhere else to keep people from looting it, or to give the appearance of a resurrection, whatever it might be. I don't know. There's a bunch of more, and people could say, well, you're just appealing to naturalism. It's like, no, naturalism is where we're at, where we're always at, unless you can provide evidence that goes beyond naturalism. The fallback, the baseline is always naturalism.
Yeah. If I can just take the prior's point, I would say, well, look, I can say that, well, there has been primitive religion. I don't need to go back to creation. Like, and this is what I would try to split you and others in the audience away from. I don't need to go back to a stupid idea like creationism. I don't need to go to a stupid idea like taking the cosmology of the Bible or Quran literally. But I can say that people have had supernatural experiences. We have religion seems like
wait, hold up, Doug. Can you honestly say that, or can you say that people have had experiences that they have interpreted as being supernatural?
Yeah, like mystical experiences.
Okay, so hold up. They've had experiences that they have interpreted a certain way, but there's no way to. We're talking like this is pure phenomenology here. There's no way to confirm that their interpretation is correct because it's something that they're doing in their mind. If they interpret, if they see something,
JL, it may be phenomenology, but the point that's strong is that if your entire psychology and mindset is shaped around something that you can't see and observe, and for the most part, outside of like crazy extremists that exist in the world, we do see people's entire psychology shaped around sometimes these supernaturals, NDEs.
No, I know. I agree with you.
Psychotropics.
I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm agreeing with you, but that doesn't lend any credence to the argument. I am agreeing with you on that. You can shape an entire person's worldview around these concepts, especially through indoctrination. I get that. And they may even get some sort of like personal utility out of it, but that does not lend any credence to the claim.
It just doesn't make sense. So JL, it doesn't make a ton of sense because like I can easily explain something like I have half a cup of coffee in my little like desk space right now. I can explain how that got there because I made a cup of coffee. That is nothing like any sort of that is nothing like a religious, any sort of religious or non-physically explainable experience. And 99% of our lives, 99% of what we base philosophy on is usually based on sort of that turnkey, very almost, it's like not functional, but it's easy to see it as functional or caused sort of reality around us. And so this is why I think it is a good prior. The reason I think it's a good prior is because it is philosophically, it's something that should require an explanation. And if that explanation may not be a brain state or may not be either essentially or sufficiently a brain state, then it is, it's one of those words that sounds, I haven't said that word in so long. It sounds so good to say, but yeah, I just think I'm not like really decided on it, but I think I could take different priors going forward and then only then address sort of the naturalist critique.
Yeah, but I would just have to like look at the priors, like what justification do you have to bring those in and appeal to popularity or appeal to tradition or argument from personal incredulity. These are not justifications because you have to say like, what do we have access to provide what is the best inference? And you look at you could do like a Bayesian analysis and look at the probability of these things. What is more probable, that an entity exists that interacts with the world, but we cannot demonstrate that it exists. We have no access to it, and we have no demonstrable way to distinguish between God actions and natural phenomenon. And this one particular individual in the middle of nowhere, according to this legend, resurrected 3 days after death and just disappeared from the tomb and surprised everybody and broke all the laws of reality. What's more likely? That event took place that I just described, or a cult formed in the first century in the time of cults, and the cult members after his death absconded with his body to make sure nobody could loot it.
Okay.
What's the best inference? The inference to the best explanation without, I mean,
yeah, I would
say
the best explanation is if you're going to go the naturalist route, it's that he just didn't exist.
Not, no, hold on. No, it's not the naturalist route. Why you saying it's the naturalist route?
It is.
No, hold up. You saying if you want to go the naturalist route, here's the problem.
Yeah.
We always go the naturalist route because the natural world is what we have access to. So all routes are naturalistic until you can present a reason to go somewhere else. So it doesn't make it bad faith. All I have access to is the natural world. So all arguments are going to be along those lines because I can't argue from a framework that I can't demonstrate that I have access to. And I can't show anybody else that I have access to. I can't argue as though a God exists and then all the things that I'm arguing for are predicated upon that God's existence unless I can show that the God actually exists. So this whole apologist framework of saying, well, if you just want to go naturalistic,
this maybe splits the difference though, because I could say, well, in a naturalistic framework, which addresses errancy in the Bible, it addresses blatant falsehoods, it addresses inconsistencies, maybe specifically in morality. These types of sort of questions, which a naturalistic framework explains better than most biblical theories do. I can say that, but I can also say that, well, okay, this produces two questions. It says that that Jesus just never existed. It just became the case that writing about some mythical character that either did not exist or was so different from who was written about, like the story was not about him. Right. So Jesus never existed. Or I can also say, well, there's still that same prior that is left over, that there was a person, people were writing things, and there isn't an explanation for why those stories were written that way.
No, sure there is.
Or something.
It's the exact same reason. No, it's the exact same reason why people would write about other, such entities. Why did the Greeks write about the exploits of half gods and gods themselves and the things they did, like Hercules, Dionysus, like the other individuals? If you look at any other like major like empire or major group that has lived that has entered the historical record, and their gods and their legends and their tales of myth and whatever like this, you see similar things. And a consistent narrative doesn't imply, especially when the narrative is controlled by a particular group and they want to maintain consistency as best they can. The Christians unfortunately didn't do what the Muslims did, and the Muslims control, for the longest time the Muslims controlled the Quran, at the tip of a sword. And so their narrative, at least from their religion, their theology, their narrative is far more consistent.
No, but
over
the Greeks,
time. I'm not done.
You don't see
I'm not
the
done.
Greeks didn't stand up. Sorry.
Okay, but you see these commonalities. This is just culture. These are stories told over time that run down these things. That's all they are. So, I mean, that's what the best explanation is, that a culture maintained a narrative.
Now this, like I said, this speed ran past the idea of whether we accept that the event actually happened in the first place. Forget about, like, is there a body at all? Is a body missing? Was there even a tomb in the first place? We're hinging all of this. We're trying to justify like an abductive argument for an event I don't think we can say actually happened. I don't have to explain a thing that didn't happen.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get at the start of this. Yeah. You're assuming we have something to explain.
Can you explain that? Can you explain that to me though?
What we have is a story claiming an event happened. This is the very start of this. I was trying to get you not to try and provide what your answer to a thing I had no reason to accept in the first place. Now, as for what would have happened, the idea of people who are crucified are usually basically state enemies. And after crucifixion, the typical thing is throw them in a mass grave. So the question is how much of the entire story is fabricated in the first place? So for abductive as to even why we have a story, period, how much of that's fabricated, period? There's a whole
Yeah.
litany we could go on for pure fabrication.
And that is the point. The reason
I want to give you something from the gospel, though.
Well,
Because, see,
okay.
We were warned about this. See, there's actual writings saying, beware that there will be imposters trying to pretend to be me. Jesus warned about this in the Gospels because basically they had other apocalyptic cults having people supposedly coming back on the daily. This is a thing going on right around them.
Hell, at the time, I mean, was it the Nero Redivivus legend was one of the biggest ones. The Romans, like many Romans, legitimately believed that Nero was going to return.
Yeah,
that was a huge one. Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew 24, Mark 3, Luke 21. So Jesus saying, take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. So why do they think they maybe somebody saw a risen Christ? Well, how many people could truly identify him? Think about how many people saw Elvis the very day. Trust me, he's pumping gas out in New York.
That's never happened to me, though. That personally isn't my form of schizophrenia or whatever. Like,
it's
not even that. You don't even have to go to like the mental illness. You can just say mistaken identity. You could say that somebody really wanted someone. It's like you see someone in a crowd or something of that nature. But we don't even have that. If you go to the Bible itself, you don't even have direct claims that anybody saw him after the fact. You don't have you have the words of one person in a letter written to another group of people, okay, that 500 people saw him, okay? We don't have any of those claims in any of those individuals' words. It's not like the apostles themselves wrote down that they saw him and had an interaction with him. Paul himself didn't know what he looked like. So,
but this period of time, JL, is bumping into a great disruption for the. This is bumping into a time of great disruption for Jews who are oppressed in the sense that that Jewish power has to be consolidated basically into these religious and sort of political elites, right? And so there is not some parity across this story. And so one might ask or wonder, well, you do see actually this mythological story emerge at this time. You may reject that notion, but it appears we have 7 or 8 characters of Jesus who are now here, who are fulfilling. They are as of a prophecy that existed before too.
Like what prophecy?
We could say the prophecy in Isaiah that what this person ultimately, for some reason, must come and go do is die for people, or I think if we suspend disbelief for just a moment, we could explore that.
talking in the first Isaiah, because the Isaiah is you're familiar that Isaiah was written in 3 sections, right? You're familiar with that?
No, I'm not very biblical.
Okay, so the book of Isaiah. So the book of Isaiah, as a lot of people are familiar with it, is predominantly like the modern law we have today is derived from the Great Isaiah Scroll. Okay, the Great Isaiah Scroll was a scroll that was found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Great Isaiah Scroll was the entire book of Isaiah written start to finish, the whole thing, okay, in 2 columns down each side. It was discovered through AI stylometric analysis that each side of the scroll was written by a separate person, by likely 2 professional scribes that were writing and keeping their style, trying to make their style look like the same person. Like one person wrote the whole thing, so they wrote it as consistently as they could. But humans are not great at doing shit like that. They can be pretty good, but a computer can identify the discrepancies. And so we know it was written by 2 people. The problem is that the Great Scroll of Isaiah was copied from prior manuscripts that were written beforehand. The original manuscripts themselves, the events that took place, the first 39 chapters of Isaiah are considered, I think it's Proto-Isaiah, and then you have Deutero-Isaiah, and then you have Trito-Isaiah. were written in 3 sections. The first part of Isaiah, which contains the prophecies and stuff like that, the first section of Isaiah was written before the exile. The second section of Isaiah was written during the exile, and the third section of Isaiah was written post-exile, in the post-exilic period. And then those three sets were put together into one narrative, okay, which was then copied over by the scribes to the Great Scroll of Isaiah and contained within the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then that's where that was found. So the thing about it is that in the first 39 chapters, I believe it's 1 through 39 of the book of Isaiah, there's nothing mentioned about Jesus individually. And it is widely understood that the suffering servant that would be is literally what they're talking about is the state of Israel itself, or the Jews all collectively together as, or what they would refer to now as the state of Israel, that they all as a group would be the ones that suffer and not a specific individual. And so that they do talk about one particular individual, but the names don't match. And here's the big problem, is that going forward in time, given when Isaiah was written, okay, because the Great Scroll of Isaiah was composed around 2nd century BCE, and so the other prior stuff happened hundreds of years before that. So like several centuries before that was when they were composed throughout the exilic period and post-exilic period. And so Jesus, at the time, that person, if that person existed, but that individual who inspired the character that appeared in the book, that individual and the people around him would have known and had access to like they would have implicitly known and had access to the stories in the Old Testament.
I think you're
the best explanation there is that
it's too much historical evidence in the one thing, but
wait, of what?
To like the Isaiah book stuff, like, I mean, this is understood.
Book, this is biblical scholarship. This is straight. This is the people who have broken down.
I don't see the problem.
Okay, so I was getting to that. Jesus and the people around him would know what the books in Isaiah said. You cannot eliminate the possibility of self-fulfilling prophecy or the fallacy of post-diction. Okay, when someone comes along, they read a particular thing, they like what it says, and they want to see the outcome of that, and then they go about themselves to do the work to bring that about. That eliminates it as being prophecy, because it is now self-fulfilling prophecy. You had prior awareness of the prophecy, and then someone taking steps to make that prophecy happen. That eliminates it as a prophecy. That's like the book of Zechariah saying that the person who would be the Messiah arriving into town on a horse or a donkey or whichever version you want to write it, and then Jesus specifically telling his people to go out and find him one so he can ride it into town.
Yeah, I mean, if you have
that's him being aware. No, that's him being aware of what it says in the prophecy and then deliberately making it look like he was fulfilling it. You can't get around that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much else. I was presenting a loose abductive argument, and I think you responded to it well. I mean, my major takeaway is that abduction doesn't necessarily take away from worldview, right? You might not get like if you see a orange stop sign, which is weird, right? You don't have to suddenly have a new theory of streets because of this or something. I mean, that's the big one. I think it's a richer space than a lot of people make it out to seem to be that way, but I'm just not sure ever why that rich space itself never stands up.
Well, my issue individually, my problem is that, and this is why I don't like getting into the ortho bro shit, and why I don't like, and I mean, I can get into theology. I know enough about it. I'm not like, Justin from over at DZ. I'm not as good as he is, but I can get into this stuff, yes. But I don't like to, because it's staving off the inevitable. The inevitable question is, does the God exist for any of this shit to be true? Okay, because it all hinges on that. That is what it hinges on. If the God doesn't exist, just like they would say, Allah, you can make arguments that Allah is just another version of the Abrahamic God, whatever. But there are people that say like Brahma doesn't exist. Like Brahma is not a thing that exists. And then you
You'd
go to
be
the
silly for saying it.
Well, hold up.
For saying it.
But there are people that do. And then you have to go to the Bhagavad Gita and you have to say all the stuff that Brahma is involved in, that Brahma is responsible for, that Brahma influences. All of that can't be true if Brahman doesn't exist. That's the key. That's what it hinges on. If the God doesn't exist, then it can't do anything because it doesn't exist to do anything. So the theology, the whole thing it hinges on is, does the entity exist at all to do the things that are necessary for the theology to be true?
I mean,
that's where I like to keep that's where I like to keep the conversation.
Yeah. Okay, I won't take the last word, but I do want to say really quickly that the theology being true may ultimately reduce down to a concomitant small probability that the theology is still true. So
we could argue is that,
and if it's not zero, then it might look silly, it might look like an ant next to a skyscraper, and yet there's still billions of delusional people who use religion to murder others,
that it is zero.
But it still might be true.
I would argue that it is zero.
Actually,
it is zero.
It would be pretty fucking funny.
No, I would
hilarious.
I would argue that it is zero. The probability of that particular theology being true is zero, because that God, I know.
Oh, that's just modal logic. Bullshit, Jay.
No. I don't even need to go to modal logic. And I even have an argument that was presented by a friend of mine. Okay. I have an argument that actually defeats modal logic, that you don't need to go there. Because, and it's pretty intensive. It's a pretty intensive argument, but it does kind of eliminate this rush to go to modality. You can actually eliminate that by virtue of the relationship between necessities and things like this. But nonetheless, I can eliminate it from contention because the God itself is defined as a logical contradiction. Definitionally, it is analytically false. Okay, is analytically false.
Analytically, that's very Western, and
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
When the Chinese
if I define an apple as being a square, it's no longer an apple. Okay, because I've now defined it as being a square. The God itself, analytically, is defined in a logically contradictory fashion. It is both A and not A simultaneously. I can eliminate it from contention just on that alone. I do not need, you cannot convince me that square circles exist because square circles happen to make some people feel good. Okay? Or it brings them utility. It's a square circle. It doesn't exist by definition. It can't exist. So, in that respect, they either need to redefine the God into a logically consistent manner, or they need to drop it entirely. Okay. Which we've seen. We've seen over the ages. People have redefined the God. They redefine it. They restructure it to get around the logical problems. And we've seen many attempts at that. And yet still, no apologist has been able to defeat the plain and simple fact that this thing is defined as it is biblically in a logically contradictory way.
Right. Okay, cool. Thanks, JL. Thanks,
problem,
Andrew.
Anytime.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we missed a few others in there. Is that he mentioned probability. That requires priors. We have 0 confirmed priors. So that is a probability of 0 immediately. Nothing is confirmed. When you talk about likely, if you're just going to invent the thing that could achieve the thing that you want it to, we're about to end up with aliens from the 5th dimension for no good reason.
That's true.
Just literally pick anything, the Great Kazoo. Okay, we got the Great Kazoo going on.
Mr. Mixelplex.
Exactly. Now, what I wanted to bring up, and I missed the opportunity, just given some space here, is Apology had a great video about 7 years ago on his minimal witnesses explanation for why Christianity started, period, which comes down to the necessity of only 2 people, which I believe was Paul and Peter. 2. a grand total of 2 people, one person who never met Jesus and one true believer, to fabricate the rest. Actually, I'm about to dump the.
That's why I think
The
that
link
I
that
often
in
call
chat.
it like Paul. I call them like, I don't call them Christians. I call them like Paulians or Politards or something of that nature, because it all hinges on the letters that he wrote. Is pretty much what the New Testament is all about. It hinges on those, like the Pauline epistles. And so, is it really Christianity, or is it really just Paul's version of it? Before we dive further, I just want to make sure 2 things I got to take care of. First and foremost, thank you so much, Karen Dave, for the super chat for $10. Says thanks as always for the great content. Thank you so much, Karen. I do appreciate that. Remember, you're welcome on the stage anytime, man. I appreciate you being here, bud. Thank you very much for that super chat. And Matthew Mulkeen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. For $5, said on the empty tomb, not in Paul earliest and arguably most important writings. Interesting point. Good to see you, Matthew. Thanks so much for that. I appreciate the support there. Those super chats and the super thanks and all this stuff help to really drive this, make sure I keep doing it. And Matthew Mulkeen again says Greco-Roman literature has trope of missing body or empty tomb, e.g. Romulus, meaning ascension to afterlife. Cool. Good point. Thank you so much, Matthew. Appreciate the super chat, the $5 there. Thank you very, very much. And last thing, hey, Jesse Voorhees, good to see you. Your cousin's hanging out here, with me. And Doombased, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. Crafty Keela's in the house. Good to see you, Crafty. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. Always good to see you, Crafty. And Zen is in the back. Zen, I see that you have a GIF up there. If you could do me a favor and just pop on camera really quick, just to make sure that we're copacetic. I'm not going to bring you up. I have to do a security check real quick, just to make sure everything's copacetic. There's a person there so we don't get P-bombed or anything. So if you could just pop on camera so I can see you, and then I can bring you up on stage. So if we can do that really fast, and I can just check and make sure you're a person, and then bring you up, and then we'll be able to chat. And if you need to, I see you in the private chat. Let me see here. Zen from God Ain't Real. I'm on desktop, no cams. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a friend.
Awesome. Zen.
Huh.
Hello? Can you guys hear
what's
me?
up? Yeah, what's up, dude? Yeah, I remember. I'm sorry about it. It's still kind of early, so I appreciate it. But what's up?
Yeah, I just I'm exploring a subject right now, and I'm curious on gathering more takes. I'm questioning on whether the self actually has ontology as a stable entity. So when I mean the self, I just mean like what it is to be you or I. It's kind of like
This goes back to like this goes back to like Descartes.
Yeah, I'm not going to Descartes because I don't agree with him, right? To me, it's like the self is like the collection of memories, on like our perceptions, our dispositions, and like all of our like cognitive processes that we produce with our brain. But I'm kind of like questioning what's the referent, the thing in reality that a word or like a concept is intended to refer to when we talk about the self.
How normative are you willing to go?
I don't know.
Because you could technically argue that if the individual experiences gained from each moment to moment, like every single change alters the self, then technically the self is new, like a new self is produced per each moment. And so, but that would be like extreme normativity if you're willing to embrace that. Like,
yeah,
every single new person, because you've added a new experience, changes the self, like fundamentally changes the self, because that's a self that existed without that experience than the one that existed prior to it. So each moment to moment, like each like slice of time creates a new self.
I don't want to reduce the Planck
if you're willing to go there.
Now, as a meteorological nihilist, you know that I literally live there.
I know, right? So if you're willing to go, like, if you're willing to bite that bullet, I'm just saying.
Oh, I am. It all comes down to, at the same time, like, we try to at least carry like a sense of continuity, but we have to have an abstract point where we are willing to grant identity in the first place. That's what you need to ground it, is a starting point. Now, that's going to be arbitrary in that sense, because you're going to be defining the beginning and end of that which you want to grant the identity to. And from there, you can track changes. And we're still talking a ship of Theseus kind of scenario, as JL was mentioning here. Yep. So literally, every moment that you're anything different than what you were, is your identity truly carried? Now, this is just down to, for all intents and purposes, this is a practical application that we do on the daily. You know, it's like our sense of continuity in terms of like the predictability of where a thing is or will be, for instance. So as an ontology, especially given that it is, in a sense, a collection, whenever we're referring to a person, well, if a person's missing a body part, as we would imagine, lose a finger, are you still you? Where does that reduce? It's very arbitrary.
Would you say that, like, so if we look at it in the context of like perspective of others for what you are, so let's say who I am right now might be like the identity of a collection of things in a specific amount of time. Now I hold this concept of what I am. Then let's say I meet someone at the bar yesterday. We talk for an hour. They formulate the concept, like a sort of conception of what I am. How is their conception any more true than mine of who I am? If we hold down to that logic.
Well, what is your experience of you? That's internal. Other people's interpretation is just what they identify as you. That's the identity they grant you. So there's like at least 2 or 3 levels of map and territory going on.
Yeah.
So your experience self-referentially is one thing, and somebody else's impression is another thing entirely. So they're definitely not the same.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying which one is more relevant.
I would
relevant
say
to who is
I think that that's really, really funky because you're talking about like the individual, like is the individual's experience of themselves more relevant than the experience than the perception of the individual external of them by other entities. That comes down to so that's going to come down to the context. And if you're just talking about yourself, obviously yours is going to be the most relevant, the way you interpret shit. But if I am making an assessment, if you are included in the context, then obviously my interpretation of you is going to be more relevant than of yourself if we're talking intersubjectivity, because I have to take your input into account as the way filtered through the lens of how I perceive you to be. And so that's going to inform my position. So in that respect, especially, given whatever priors I happen to bring into it, I think that we are good in coming down on that there's no stable, fixed ontology for self.
Yeah.
That it is more of a evolving dynamic pattern, that it's kind of an abstract sense that we give to, there's some continuity, despite all of the things that change in your life that could effectively change the ontology of who you are, you still maintain the same name. Okay?
Would you be ready to say, going further from what you just said, expanding on that, I was thinking, I was sort of like trying to approach this from the perspective of agnosticism to some extent, and like the form of linguistics. It's kind of like, would you agree to say that language, in language, where we use I or identity of a thing at all, is just evolved for communication efficiency and not a metaphysical
I would agree with that.
precision.
Yeah, in order for me to convey information about you to another person, then I need to be able to assign something to you that informs the other person, that allows them to distinguish things, as distinguish you as separate from somebody else. So these are artifacts of, or they are, I wouldn't say artifacts is the right word, but they are.
Or would you say we compress language to make it more usable colloquially? Like, I like pizza is easier to say than saying like, this biological cognitive system currently exhibits reward responses toward pizza. I just say I like pizza. So could it just be like?
Oh yeah, we do that all the time. just for ease of use, and because by and large we tend to be like really intellectually lazy when it comes to communication and communicating ideas. We try to communicate the most amount of information in as short amount of time with as few words as possible and it's really problematic. You see it in you. I mean, you've been on these stages before, and trying to explain extremely heady topics in as few words as possible. Well, you're just monologuing. No, it's a really complicated subject, and I can't just sum it up in like 2 sentences. It's like, what is your evidence that evolution is true?
But I can.
Well, where do we want to begin? And so.
Well, some things can be done in about 1 word. Pivot.
Yeah.
There's an entire story in 1 word, and all of a sudden, all the context required, implied. We've gone full Darmok.
Darmok and Gelada Tanagra. I love
Shaka, his arms open.
Just hold on a second. Before just a little bit. To Spam Goes Here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. FM Soul Reaper. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Raven Darkstar is here. Good to see you, Raven. And I saw Leo Phileas in earlier, who said something really, really funny. And I want to bring it back. Damn it. Where did it go? I saw Leo. Damn it, Leo. Where did your message go? I actually put it up on the screen. He's like, if he had $1 for every time somebody said the word ground, and for somebody said the word ground and was not talking about the dirt of the earth, he'd be richer than Elon Musk. Very true. I would be as well. I think we all would be. I think Femto Moli. I know, reminding me I need to brush up on Wittgenstein. Good stuff there. One of my favorite philosophers. And I want to say hi to Jay Patrick, who's here. Good to see you, Jay. If Jay is not AFK. Hey, I'm a poet and I didn't know it.
You don't rhyme all the time.
Anybody? Normal rhyming now, I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? And Jay may come back. So imagine Joe Rocker, imagine reading nerd shit. Hey, Joe, I brought up your modal defeater, and someone tried to go to the modal thing, and I was like, there is an argument that a friend presented to me that I could defeat that with, that I could just shut down, like, trying to escape to modal argumentation, and we can just eliminate that by virtue of like necessity, and so of like the relationship between necessity and other attributes. And they were like, we didn't get into it, but Duck, a previous person who was trying to escape to that. So I don't know if you heard that, Joe, but I wanted to give you the shout out. So like, we could just defeat modality. We don't even need to go there. So I was really pleased I got the chance to tap that. Donnie W, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, where are you at, Duck? Get back up there. Good to see you, Jay.
Yeah, I had to. My connection's all sorts of wacky today.
Oh, we have somebody else in the back as well. I want to make sure that they get their opportunity. So, Mark, I see you in the back there. If you could do me a favor, if you can just turn on your cam so I can make sure your person. So it's just a quick security check. Make sure we're not going to get P-bombed or anything like that. You also have the private chat over there if you need to message me. But I just need to make sure that there's somebody there just to make sure that we're good to go. You don't have to stay on cam. I just need to check and see, just to make sure that we're all copacetic, so I don't risk getting the stream taken down before I can bring you up. So just a heads up.
Hey, Zen, the cat thing's really freaking me out, man. What the fuck?
Zen's hilarious. So before we move on to anybody else, Zen, did you have anything else for us?
Yeah, I wanted to move on like sort of like the abstraction of identity because of the lack of like stable entity.
Kill me. Just kidding.
Like I said, I think it's a dynamic, evolving process. There is the identity that you assign for yourself that's informed by the things that you know, your phenomenological experience, and then there is kind of the identity that others assign to you as they interpret you and perceive you. And there's some overlap there, but they're rarely ever going to be identical.
Yeah, I agree. I want to expand even more now and go into identity and logic. And sort of like, expand as to how it is we justify the identity of a thing epistemically, like if the thing has no stable entity because of the lack of tangency from time.
Are you talking about like the law, like the law of identity, like A is A?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more of a question of what. It's a question of, can we justify A? Because at this point, there's a phenomenological state with regards to what we're granting identity to in the first place. This is what we started with, is that identity is granted. So what are we even having as a referent? Like, what level of detail are we truly addressing? So identity itself is a giant problem, because when we get down to it, it's functionally map and territory, turtles all the way down.
Yeah. I think that's the argument for why we hold these. Why we hold these as kind of like we hold these as axiomatic rules that we operate off of, for the sake of communication, for the sake of language. And so, but I think that emphasizes the fact that these are axioms, that we make observations. They appear to be consistent over time in this degree, to a specific degree, that, and if we can speak logically about things, like a rock will always be a rock and will never be this monster can. Okay,
I agree.
So we can so for the sake of communication, we operate with a certain set of axiomatic principles, and that logic falls into that domain. Is like, because we can't ground it in a stable ontology, but that if we just operate like that, then what are we communicating about? No communication can get done, because nobody can ever sit down on exactly what a thing is, because you can always make this argument to upend, to flip the table. So for the sake of that and the communication of efficacy, I would say that that's the good argument for why these things are axiomatic, and not something that we impose them upon reality instead of being derived from.
So when we have multiple individuals that hold the same axioms, right? Let's say 3 laws of logic, identity, laws, excluded middle, and non-contradiction. If it is true that identity has no stable entity, then, and we're following the same axioms to hold consistent dialogue, then couldn't we say that at the end of the day, whatever information is being transmitted and that system of roles would only be a question of which is more relevant, to be about the rhetoric of the person more than anything?
That and a combination of how accurately reality is being represented. It'll never be represented, I think, 100%, but you can get close, when we can confirm that we are talking about the same perceived thing. And so,
at least close within our own perception.
Yeah, within our own perceptions, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, because the perception, if we were to say, well, there's reality that I perceive, and then there's the reality that my dog perceives. I know damn well that my dog perceives a reality of a lot more smells than I do.
Right.
So,
or if we have 99 people here, say all 4 of us operate off of this, and we like this, and 3 of us, Andrew, me, and Jay, are talking about the tree, the tree that's over there in the field. And then all of a sudden Zen says, "What tree? There's a pink elephant." Right. Obviously there's going to be a disconnect. And so when we're trying to break these things down, and Hive Side, good to see you. Buzz, hope you're doing well. Loving your posts, by the way. Loving your meme posts. Love those. So really good stuff.
Pink elephant sounds like a really good name for a tree.
Yeah, this is striving. Yeah, this is striving for relative normativity. It's down to whether you're dealing in good faith. That's going to be the big thing of ensuring that somebody's not just going to bomb the whole thing out.
Flip the table, right?
Try to do a last ditch Hail Mary.
Flip the table like apologists do.
Yeah, it's like problem of induction. If I point, we're sitting off in Florida and we're pointing, going, okay, where's the beach end? Now we're going to get fuzzy, aren't we? Which grain of sand is the end of the beach?
Right.
Are we going to use the tide? Let's not use.
Oh no, I'm just talking whether you're talking between the trees and grass. It's like, how much sand do I need to still be beach and not be sand on somebody's lawn? It's going to get gray. This is supposed to be reasoning, not an absolute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the key thing is this is reason.
Andrew, you're gonna burst people's bubble.
Jay,
that's
why
my
did you
special
sound
role.
like one of the llamas in
Oh,
the
there's
Carl?
there's no diamond absolutes. What the fuck, yo?
Carl.
I thought I've been watching Joel Sedekase videos. I'm close to being an infallibilist.
That dude is such
I
a
can't-
tool.
I can't be wrong. If I see a diamond, I see a diamond for exactly what it is.
Has anybody ever asked Joel Sedcase if it is within the realm of logical possibility that he could be wrong? Has anybody ever just like straight up asked him that?
I have no idea.
It's like, Joel, is it within the realm of logical possibility that you could be entirely wrong? Could he at least accept that? You know?
Somebody took Joel Sedekase, put him in a vat like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. All those tubes, and it just pumped dogmatism right into him. It's like, Jesus wept.
Why do my eyes hurt? Because you've never used them before.
Never used it before. Jesus. Wait, does Jesus justify what I'm seeing right now? No, the Duracell battery in my hand does. What the hell?
Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Say thanks so much for being here, bud. I appreciate you hanging out. Oh, man. Yes, Fempton. Joel is so douchey. The dude's such a tool. He's a tool.
I remember reviewing a conversation between him and Peter DeTucker. God, that was fucking hilarious. That was funny.
And yes, Leo, I do drink Monster. Respect. I saw that. But yes.
Nuclear, also known as nuclear horse piss.
Yes. Nuclear
Wait, but
horse
it depends
piss.
which Monster though. Hold on, that's more important to know. You drink Monster, which one?
I drink the blue ones.
Okay, never mind. Now it's completely irrelevant. Whoever asked this question, forget about it. Not important.
The green ones are too sweet for me. There's too much sugar in them.
Do all of them contain milk thistle?
Wait, what?
I don't know. I know they all contain taurine.
Well, Monster used to be Monster was originally, when it first came out, it was for, well, no, I'm sorry, that's not Monster, that's Rock. I'm thinking of Rockstar.
Oh,
Rockstar was an energy drink, and it contained milk thistle, so that when people partied hard the night before, they put milk thistle in it because it has a chemical in it, similarin, or I think that's how it's pronounced, that helps to basically protect and heal the liver from alcohol abuse. So that was one of the reasons why they that, and whatever herbs that you can add to an energy drink, it will then classify that particular energy drink as a supplement, and so the FDA can no longer. The FDA is now hands off.
Oh, Raven Darkstar, ew, Monster, disgusting. Yeah, well, I've been drinking it for a while, for many years now, but yeah, I've been, it's part of my wake up juice, at this point.
That shit used to make my lower back hurt.
I'm surprised that my kidneys are not just like two shells of what they used to be. I really am. Like, it's like there's no filter there anymore. It just kind of like pours in and then just pours right
You've
out.
hit your kidneys are like two old oil filters where the bypass valves kicked in. They don't filter shit anymore. It's just straight flush.
It just straight goes right through. It's like, it's all good.
There's nothing filtering that anymore. It's fine.
They're gonna look in there, just like it's just an empty space. It's gonna look like that MRI of that one guy's head. It's like, what is this? It's just a cavern. It's just like the fluid just pours in and just pours right out. How are you even functioning? I have no idea. It's like I don't know.
It's like Amelia Clark's brain.
Oh, that's cold.
Well, actually, I find that very interesting because I remember her talking about that because I just went through and watched like all of Game of Thrones again, and I remember her talking about her because she had like two severe aneurysms,
yeah,
and she's got portions of her brain like missing, and she's still like functioning.
Still amazing.
Yep. I did that for Leo Phileas' sake. Those are fighting words.
Yes, Leo. Yes, they are absolutely horrible. They are.
What?
Oh, energy drinks. Energy drinks are absolutely horrible.
Oh, have you ever had the Guyaki brand?
I have not. I thought that was a type of Japanese video.
No, it's yerba. It's the yerba mate energy drinks.
Oh no, I haven't. No.
Yeah, you should try those sometime. You'll see through time. And it doesn't actually have as much caffeine as a lot of other stuff does, but something about that stuff is intense.
I remember Surge and Jolt from back in the day.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah.
I remember one guy.
Quick note that you always see through time because it takes time for the light of the object you're observing to reach you. So that's variable based on the distance of what you're observing.
I don't know, Andrew. I don't know. You drink a pot of yerba mate. Yeah, I don't know. I could have swore I was transcending space and time.
If you drink enough coffee, okay, you can hear sound. You can see. You can hear color. You can see sound. You can hear solid matter.
I can hear sound. Awesome.
I know. I got that.
You drink.
I hate ruining my own.
You drink enough yerba mate, you can hear colors.
That's where I was going.
Oh, okay.
I got it backwards. I know. Like I said,
what color is that? Purple.
But remember, guys, Brondo has electrolytes. It has what plants crave, and corporations have AI. AI has what corporations crave. So
I still love that the cars were getting washed to Brondo. That's why all the cars were dirty.
Leo Phyllis, I like Jay's very white sounding pronunciation of yerba mate, yerba mate. So thank you, Leo. Appreciate that. And really quick, just to make sure I got everything good. All right. So I appreciate, thank you everybody for all the super chats and everything so far. Everything is fantastic. Those all really help. Plus all any membership milestones that come through. I like seeing how long people have been subscribed, been a member of the channel. I appreciate that. All the support there. Please enjoy all of the emojis that I've made for y'all, the custom emojis. I think we're on the verge of a new emoji unlocking pretty soon. So I appreciate all that support. And of course, if you are a believer and want to talk about what you believe and why, feel free to use the link that's pinned up at the top, right there at the top of the chat. You can use that link to join. We'll do a quick security check to make sure we don't get P-bombed or anything like that, and I can bring you on stage and we can chat about what you believe and why. And other than that,
speaking of another kind of P-bomb, you ever been poop bombed?
I have not.
Oh yeah,
not since I clicked on the link that took me to Tub Girl.
I remember One Way was doing a live stream one time, and this guy was on there, and he was on there for like just a few minutes, and there, everything seems to be going fine, and everything goes. Oh, by the way, I want to show you something. One Way, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm going to turn on my cam and show you. And he turns on his camera, and then he points the camera at what he had just done on the toilet.
And
One was like, "Are you showing us your shit?" I was like, you just got poop bombed.
Donnie W13 has been a member for 45 months, a member of the Godless Army for 45 months. Thank you so much, Donnie, for that support. You are closing in on the big channel badge, like the membership badge that I have unlocked for people. You're closing in on it. So thank you so much for that support. Craft Tequila, I believe in you as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Cord Lizard Mate says, Bridge the Divide, no love for Slurm. Gotta love Slurm. Okay, just don't ask where it comes from, but
Slurm, isn't that from Futurama?
From Futurama, yep.
Yeah.
Just like don't ask where the spaghetti comes from in Rick and Morty.
I didn't see that episode.
Yeah, it's friggin' foul. It's just like what are people doing? Rick was going into another dimension and coming back with spaghetti, and the spaghetti was the best thing anybody had ever eaten. It was like, this is amazing. It turns out that he was going to another dimension into a place where people's internal organs, like their insides, were like spaghetti in another one. So he was cutting people open and scooping the stuff out and then bringing it back.
Oh.
So, and it was the big secret, it's like when
my favorite episode was the Kill Planet, where it was like the Purge Planet.
Oh yes.
That one was funny.
Yes.
I'm waiting for Grace
to one up Soylent Green. That's what this is.
Yep. To Spam goes here, says, yep, humans are apes. We are apes.
You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to bring it up.
Wait, what'd you call me?
Damn dirty ape.
It was. Yeah, never mind. I won't bring it up. It's controversial. I won't bring it up.
Have you guys ever heard of William Lane Craig?
Yes. Yes.
Who hasn't?
No, I don't know. I just found out about him.
Wow.
Are you kidding?
Like recently?
Yeah, like today.
Whoa, that's recent.
wild.
Wow. Just
He
I
actually,
wow.
I don't.
he
I wasn't
actually-
missing out on much from what I've seen.
Oh,
yeah,
you're
he actually,
epic stuff.
he actually admitted one time that he would reduce his epistemic standards just to believing the Christian God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I managed to do the call out on this because see, he got labeled low bar Bill after this. Now the problem is that he ran into the same problem that Duck just did, because what he got lambasted for was saying if there's even one chance in a million of this being true, it's worth believing in. But he invoked probability with zero priors.
Right.
So no, low bar Bill is no bar Bill because zero priors.
Yeah, he's like you're saying, he's willing to he's literally willing to like completely throw his epistemology under the bus just to believe that it's the case. Is like, I mean, when someone just comes out and it is just patently admits how intellectually dishonest they're willing to be, is I will be completely intellectually dishonest to hold on to this belief. It was like you just, there's no reason to interact with you anymore. Like, you basically said, I'm not even going to look up. I'm happy with the shadows on the side of the cave, and I don't need to leave. I'm fully aware that there's an outside the cave. I'm fully aware that there's an experience out there, but nope. Despite, I'm going to ignore all that just so I can keep staring at the shadows. And someone who's in that position who's willing to openly admit that is like, there's no point in engaging.
Yeah, he presented the. Oh,
Leophilius says Malpass versus Craig should be interesting. I hope Malpass is willing to be a bit aggressive in that debate. Me as well. I know. I hope so. I started watching the Stephen Woodford and Glenn. What's his name? Glenn Scrivener. Pangburn did a debate between on the subject was, does religion poison everything? So it's very it's very Hitchens inspired, and I just started watching that. Stephen's intro, I got through their intro. Stephen's intro was really solid. Brought up this wonderful analogy of using the idea of a well, and then religion coming in and doing what it does, taking over the well, claiming ownership of what's in the well, blah, like that. So this is really, really good analogy. And Glenn Scrivener, in his intro, this was in his intro, was willing to throw religion as itself, like religion in itself, under the bus, identifying all of the atrocities committed throughout time, and then did a No True Scotsman for his version of Christianity as to why religion doesn't poison everything, because Jeebus. It was like, religion's horrifying. It's done horrifying things throughout time. Great amount of atrocities. Brings up Stalin. Brings up Hitler. Brings up all the classic apologist tropes. But Jeebus. And I was like, but his specific version, And it's kind of like, what? So, it was just, he completely upended himself in his own intro. And because Glenn Scrivener is just trash when it comes to debating it. I have a video coming up that did a review of Glenn Scrivener versus Matt Dillahunty. And the guy who did the review was on Glenn's side. It was trying to say, Matt doesn't know shit. Matt's blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't have an answer for anything. And basically, he did the Matt Powell thing where he cherry-picked clips from their conversation and then said, see, look, Matt does, he'll take a section of what Matt says and say, look, he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he did blah, 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 blah. But he cuts out all the context that's pertinent. And so it's a complete dishonest representation, which is hilarious. But I have that video coming up here pretty soon. Raven Darkstar, what is the No True Scotsman thing? So No True Scotsman, I want to make sure that I give this to you without doing a lay speak. No True Scotsman fallacy. The No True Scotsman fallacy, informal logical fallacy, where someone attempts to protect a universal generalization from contradictory evidence by arbitrarily redefining the group using modifiers like true, real, pure. It's what's referred to as an ad hoc rescue that moves the goalposts to exclude counterexamples. So like you say, I think that originally it was articulated, the way it was articulated, so philosopher Bradley Dowden explains the fallacy of a refuted generalization attempt. So person A says, no Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge. Person B says, but my Uncle Angus is a Scotsman and he put sugar on his porridge. Person A says, but no true Scotsman put sugar on his porridge. So that's they shifted the goalpost to ignore or to diminish the counter evidence to the claim. So like no Christian does X, but here's evidence of Christians doing X. Well, no true Christian would do that.
Well, Angus was actually Scottish, so it's true.
So yeah, it's an ad hoc rescue, just moving the goalpost to try and avoid counter examples. No, so no true Christian would ever. What's a good one? No true Christian, or no Christian would ever condone slavery. But the laws for antebellum slavery were taken directly from the Bible. The laws of antebellum slavery, of antebellum South slavery were taken directly from the Bible. Well, no true Christian would condone slavery. So you can say that those people, those Christians that enacted those laws as they were understanding them from the Bible in order to enforce antebellum slavery, those weren't true Christians who did.
Yeah,
I would honestly.
We got a bigger problem with this particular one right now. See, because the original statement was that religion poisons everything, and now we've only talked specifically about Christianity. We've automatically failed right now. You've just left all the other religions off the table.
Oh, I missed this.
Instantly failed.
I had to walk away. Yeah, because I mean, what does Scientology do? Absolutely nothing.
Oh, sounds like we got a suppressive person in the chat.
Suppressive
person on stage.
Oh, we got to audit this.
Yes, that's right. That's right, motherfuckers. I've been leaning towards Scientology. Xenu is dope. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought.
It's probably from the lack of bombing volcanoes.
It's all those fucking Thetans, man.
Yeah, I know. I got to get clear sometime.
Okay, it helps if you get them lower in your body by jumping up and down on a couch.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. I mean, given the stuff that I've read and stuff that I've watched, and I would say that any true quote unquote true Christian could either condemn or condone slavery, because it's not specifically like it's not like it's against the Christian doctrine.
See, a true Christian would both condemn and condone because cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
Well, it's okay in this sense.
That's true Christianity for you.
Wait.
Oh,
no, you can't own another Christian as a slave, but anybody not a Christian, you can own them as a slave. Yes, we're back to the fucking ethnic. Yes.
So, Sin Game Force, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate that. And McKinnon Marketing is in the house. There's quite the lack of T-jump here. An actual conversation is happening. Thank you, McKinnon. I appreciate that. And good to see you, bud. I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well in the on your next production. So, looking forward to whenever you drop it.
Does T-Jump have conversations anymore? I can never tell if his content is recycled or new. I can't tell anymore.
Don't know. I haven't watched T-Jump in a while, since we kind of had our falling out over the stage.
You did.
Well, it wasn't really so much a falling out. It was kind of like just like he and I did like differ personality wise, and I didn't appreciate when I'm in a conversation, like if I was having a conversation with Zen, okay, just me and Zen talking, you happen to be on stage, Jay, and if we got into a particular like subject, like whatever we were talking about, and you were sitting in the background going, so boring.
Oh, if I was ever going to do that, it would only be because of that cat.
And so
how dare you, sir?
I was in a conversation with another person on stage during that. Oh, like we brought a guest up, and I was in a conversation with that guest, and we were in the field. We were talking in the field of, I think we were talking in the field of psychology or something to that degree or whatever, something that I was really interested in, and we were having a back and forth, and T-Jump kept expressing in the background, like I could hear him like sigh, like audibly sigh, blah blah, this is pointless, blah blah blah, and just doing all these little 2-cent remarks. I never addressed it directly. I was kind of like, whatever, just kind of like it's just T jump being T jump. But
Wow,
then
that's amazing.
at one point he interjected and took over the conversation by basically throwing everything we were saying under the bus. He was kind of like, none of this is blah, 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 like this, and just took over the conversation. And I was like, what the literal shit? So I went to, again, his name comes up. I went to Taco to be like, yo, we got to have a bit of control here, because we can't have like panelists attacking other panelists and disparaging where the conversation is going when we have a guest on the stage. It looks really bad. Can we do something about it?
Everybody slow down and look left and right for the slander, please. Just slow
and
down.
I was like, can we do something about it? And he was like, well, this is T-Jump. He's a strong personality. And I was like, well, then if that's just the way it's going to be, there's no need for me to be here anymore, because I'm not going to be up here with T-Jump. At first, then I started showing up whenever T-Jump was gone, but things were just kind of chaotic. And I was kind of like, you know what? There's too many people, and I have other things I need to do other than being on stage silent for 4 hours, or just like, to make 3 or 4 comments. So I thought it needed to be streamlined a little bit, like we're doing here, to keep the conversation controlled. And I just moved on. So he and I differ personality wise, all it is.
If it makes you feel better, I actually did that to him one time. He was doing a stream for somebody on Discord one time. And it was funny because it was for like two women that wanted to run something, and he was running it for a little bit, and then I came in there, and then I said something. Bear in mind, my memory of this particular occasion is kind of blurry because I was drinking copious amounts of gin and tonic at the time. But it turned out to be a really good. I ended up having some pretty good conversations with some Christians in there, because they could not believe that I was just okay with the idea of not having an answer for quote unquote where everything comes from. And they went, you don't want an answer for that? I was like, I'm perfectly happy being oblivious to that. And they went,
don't need one. Yeah.
I was like, I said that kind of like existential fulfillment just kind of went away probably when I hit about 35. And I was like, fuck it.
When I realized that a concrete answer is to states prior to the Big Bang is not going to help me pay my fucking taxes, I really stopped kind of worrying about it.
Well, I mean, it was Watchman's fallacies. It was like, well, let's say if you were on a foreign planet and you see a car, and I'm like, well, I'm probably going to assume it was probably made by people. And they're like, well, why would you assume that? I said, because all my examples of automobiles is that they've been made by people. But I don't know of any cars. It kind of went that way. But it was funny because T-Jump was there for a little bit of it. But I guess I was so I don't think I was that pushy. But again, a lot of gin. He eventually just kind of disappeared, and I kind of ran the thing. I must have gotten bombarded with like 4 or 5 theists at the time. It was hilarious.
I just want to say something real quick if I can. Atomic Punk 31 in the chat said, I like Taco, but I get the quote unquote content over substance vibe sometimes. That's the way I look at it. I don't have any problems with Taco. I think he's a good guy. So a lot of his stages are fun. But occasionally, I do get a content over substance vibe sometimes.
We could be engaging in slander right now, Leo. You might want to watch yourself.
Just be careful. Don't want to get threatened. Don't want to get threatened to be sued. It's like, really?
Also, I as it concerns Tub Thump, and if you want to know why I call him Tub Thump, look up the definition of tub thumping, and it will make complete fucking sense to you. That was one of the reasons. He was the reason why I stopped watching that Theist Hotline or whatever it was. When it originally got started back in either 21 or 22, I know Randolph Richardson was a big part of organizing that and getting that set up. And it was
Randolph.
I like Randolph too. He's a good guy. We don't agree on everything, but he's a good guy.
Same here.
Of course, do you agree with everybody on everything? No. But there was like 2 or 3 moderators, 2 or 3 hosts that would be up on the stage at a time. And I'm like, okay, that's good. And then it turned into 4, and then it turned into 5. And it's just like, now it's just too much.
Right.
No, it's just too much.
So 5 people on stage is too much.
It was
for something like that. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to establish that.
Andrew, I remember the one time that like one of the first times I had like StreamYard. I was paying for StreamYard, and this was back when it was like only like $20 a month or something like that. And I had like 9 people on, and I went, "Oh, this shit's got a fucking stop.
It's too many cooks. You
Yeah.
know, I that's all I kept hearing ever since a friend of mine introduced me to the Adult Swim too many cooks thing. It's all I can envision when it's going
Too
on.
many. Oh, you get you know, you get people like you, or you get people like Leo, you get people who have very, very strong positions on things, and they're just and I'm like just sitting there and I'm like, Jesus Christ, you don't even have to be on the autism spectrum to get overloaded with this shit. Holy fuck. I'd like back the fuck away, and people are like, Jay, you need to get control of this shit. And I said, the only way I know how to get control of this is just to nuke it. Just burn it with fire.
Nuke it from orbit.
It's the only way to be sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go full on outbreak here.
We had the one statement earlier, Leo, that I wish kind of you realize when the question came up, because Zen brought up a question about identity and you know, the stable ontology. It does identity itself have a stable ontology, or the sense of self does it have a stable ontology? And I knew you want to say something, because I was like, well, how normative are you willing to go? Like how extreme are we willing to be here? And I know that you probably would have something to say to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually leave for a little bit. I might come back, but yeah, I'll be very curious about this, because I'm very curious as to know what the fuck a stable, quote unquote, stable ontology is.
That would be my question as well. I mean, I think something either has ontology or it doesn't. It either exists or it doesn't. You can't move between the two. This is why the concept of something beginning to exist makes no sense to me. If it doesn't exist, it's not like in some separate place. It exists in non-existence, such that you could reach into non-existence and pull it into existence. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist, and it never will. If it exists, then it exists, and it's never not going to. Things don't move between existence and non-existence. That makes no sense whatsoever.
This falls on whether we grant existence based on a perceived state. So, like, when does a car exist? Because at some point you might say, is there a car? And then somewhere along the assembly line, you're going to be willing to grant identity. Now, you see, that's whether we're going to be dealing with a composition division fallacy. Well, not a fallacy, a composition division issue of when does something get granted identity, because we're talking about particulars, because the only way out of this is like monism. Basically, we're down to a cardinality of one. Ontology is ontology. What is it? Yes. The answer is yes.
Well, it's kind of like, is a car still a car? If is a car still a car? If the car was built in Detroit, or built in someone's barn, or like Steve Martin says in Plane, Trains, and Automobiles, 4 fucking wheels in a seat. You know, like what constitutes the idea? Like, at what point do we assign it? Ship it the easiest shit. And
well, that's why I was trying to separate earlier. It's kind of like there's the ontology, right, which is what exists and like the nature of being, and then there's like I was trying to separate self into like sort of like bringing a different term, which would be like a stable entity. So it's like how would I say it? It's like
really cold Jello.
Yeah, like just a thing that is it's kind of like it's all the set of a thing. The set of things that constitute this thing cannot be changed. I don't think that there's such a thing as a thing that doesn't change. So it's kind of like, what's the point of having entity or like identity if the thing is like it is always changing? It's kind of like it's
a practical concession to what we are as a creature, how phenomenology works with us. We do this. It's like I said, this is reasoning. Don't boil it to an absolute. The second you go to an absolute is when you just go, oh, I realize this is what we are. And then you live with it. Reasoning is what we're doing.
Joe Rocker says you can have static ontology with block universe.
I'm curious how that would work.
What static ontology is meant to be.
And says block universe would be like the 3D plus T. So it was like space-time is a static system in the higher dimension of the bulk.
Well, higher dimension of the bolt can just be removed from that. That doesn't matter. The idea of a block universe is just that time is tenseless and all moments of time are equally real. The past exists, the present exists, and the future exists.
Well, it's a question, I guess, as to how you deal with theories of time.
That's
but-
B theory. That's B series, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
the one
is-
that has been empirically confirmed by relativity.
Yeah, but you still have the issue of where we're granting identity. Like, where does something that we're granting identity to truly begin or end? When you think of in a more materialistic sense,
Take it easy, Crafty.
every quark in you is spinning, right? Oh, I'm sorry, it just moved. What's our ontology now? Like, you lose a couple of skin cells. Oops, I bumped into a wall. Am I not me anymore? You know.
Yeah, that's why I was asking how normative are you willing to go?
Yeah.
Are you willing to grant? It's because technically every micro slice of time that new experience is you with an experience that you didn't have prior. So does your ontology change through each moment to moment? So
Wait, but that would only be true if time was tangible, no? Because time at the end is not like it's not a thing; it's just a measurement.
Yeah,
So it's
time is physically real.
How is it?
Pick something up and let it go.
Okay. How does
that
that make
happened last
time real?
Tuesday, though. That was last Tuesday.
That shows that space-time is real. If things fall,
Yeah, I
because
said
of curvature
I
in
didn't
space-time
say
and
space-time. I
isn't
said
real.
time. I thought
Well,
that's
you
just to be
can't talk
clear.
about time separate space-time. Like they're not.
I know
separate.
that. That's
There's
what I'm
one thing
saying.
called
But
space-time.
even in space-time model, right? Time is not a tangible thing.
Well, it depends what you mean by tangible, but space-time is a physically real manifold.
Oh,
It's a
something
measurement.
interesting. My wife just showed me is completely off topic, but I want to bring it up. If anybody who saw that video of that Marine veteran who was protesting the war in Israel, who got his arm broken by that senator, that Marine, that veteran, is apparently running for Senate now.
No.
I never actually saw the portion of video where that hand was broken. I saw it claimed or arm. Like, I'm not sure if I missed that somewhere. They have an actual clear visualization.
Yeah,
of
there
that
is.
card?
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah,
Oh,
with his arm was in the door, and the guy just
Yeah.
like wrenched him and do it. And props to that. I mean, Marines are cut from different stuff. That guy didn't even flinch. It's kind of like you could hear it pop, like, and it was like,
Yeah.
oh, what the hell? It just that guy didn't lose a step in his stride, in that moment. But apparently, yeah, now he is running for Senate. So, congrats on him. Good
Wait,
for him.
speaking of military, have you guys seen a few days ago, The Guardian posted a report about there's 200 reports that have been made against the commander of the U.S. Army that said President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire.
Okay, so with the fires of fucking Gondor.
Yeah, to cause basically Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
So this was an important thing. I actually want to address this because this is interesting. So, give me 1 second. All right, so it was put out before anyone shares the story about how troops were told that the Iran war is for Armageddon. So the problem is the source of that and where that is coming from, because apparently it got online and it went viral. So there's a story. Okay, so there's a story that's going extremely viral over the past 24 hours to the point where people outside of atheist politics circles are sharing it, but it's raising all kinds of red flags. The story is that independent journalist Jonathan Larson posted about how a combat unit commander told a handful of officers that day that the war in Iran was part of a religious crusade and that Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark Jesus's return to earth to bring about the second coming. So that journalist wrote, from Saturday morning through Monday night, more than 110 similar complaints about commanders in every branch of the military had been logged by the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, the MRFF. The complaints came from more than 40 different units spread across at least 30 military installations. The MRFF is keeping the complainants anonymous to prevent retribution by the Defense Department. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for comment. That story went viral, but the source is only confirmed as coming from that journalist. So there's been no other confirmation about where that story is coming from. So we don't know if it's made up. We don't know like what's going on. We know that the rhetoric of like Pete Hegseth is kind of aligned with that thinking. But really they're more in line with the whole, like, we're just going to kill everybody, you know, just like the only people that need to be worried are any Iranians that believe that they're going to survive this. So they pretty much just, you know, like the US Israel, you know, whatever they've got going on, is pretty much just about like killing everybody who, you know, is non-Jewish in the region. So whether or not it's the case, the fact that I think that the reason it gained traction is because of the effects, because we've seen the rise in Christian nationalism, which I kind of refer to as their last gasp. Because even if they did this, the kicker, the wild thing is going to be that even if they did what they wanted to do to bring about to, you know, the third temple and blah, 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 and do all this crap, you know, create greater Israel and destabilize the Middle East and do shit like that. When it doesn't happen, when all of a sudden the Jesus does not show up and usher in the second coming or like, you know, Armageddon or the rapture or whatever, when that doesn't happen, it's going to be really, really fucking bad. Because if they go through all the steps to bring it about and nothing takes place, all of a sudden Jesus doesn't arrive, and now they've destabilized the entire Middle East, Israel's in its position, blah, 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 and then nothing happens. What are they going to do then? You know, it's kind of like a really, really, it's like Jurassic Park level of bad science. We want to know if the prophecy is going to be true. So do everything in your power to make the prophecy come true and hit all the notes. And when the prophecy doesn't happen, what do? Instead of like in science, normally scientists would do like an experiment. If the experiment doesn't confirm their hypothesis, they go back to the drawing board. These cats won't go back to the drawing board. But what they'll do to try and get around this, the abject failure of their prophecy, is probably going to be a hell of a lot worse than what they're doing now. So I don't know what will happen, but that's why it's kind of scary to me.
Well, it's just like every other end times prediction. They're just going to move the goalposts. It's like, hey, just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it won't happen. And you're just waiting for the next rapture, right? Like, how many claims have there been for that? So when you get down to it, it's all about just declaring what team you're on in the end, really.
Yeah. I think it comes down to it. This is the actions of a death cult. And I don't think that, because if it doesn't happen, then, like, someone just brought this up. The spam goes here, says, yeah, but the fanatics will just say, we haven't spilled enough blood yet, more, and keep going. It's a death cult. Not enough people have died. Not enough blood has been spilled. And so on and so forth.
We need to send them all to their own special Jesus planet. That's what
until
until
eventually everyone is dead. It's a death cult. And no one, I don't think that I'm honestly willing to go on the record and say, I don't think that there is anything that any one of them could say that will change my mind about this. If you're a part of a group and that group longs for the end of the world in the respect that they want to usher in some new form of reality, if they're part of their theology demands the end of their biological lives to go on to some like spiritual whatever, that requires death. You have to die physically, physically die. They long for death because they want to transition to a state that is not biological, that is like above humanity or whatever. That is a death cult. It is an apocalyptic death cult. That is what they are. A proxy cannibalistic, blood magic believing, blood magic worshiping, apocalyptic death cult. And nothing's going to change my mind about it. Just because it's built into the belief system. They want everyone to die. They want the world to end. They want to go snuggle up to their God up in the sky. And I don't think I'm wrong on this.
Well, it's going to be interesting to, at the least, not necessarily happily so, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens with those complaints, because apparently there's over 200 that were submitted. Like you said, it's not been confirmed by the Pentagon, so to be seen.
Maybe they're doing it. It wouldn't. If it came out that it was all true, it wouldn't surprise me. Nothing this administration does surprises me anymore. Firing Kristi Noem, we knew it was going to happen. I didn't know that she was going to be the first one on the sacrificial pyre, but obviously, if you steal $220 million from U.S. taxpayers in order to do an ad campaign or whatever, if you like blatant fraud, okay, and you apparently you don't cut in the president of the United States. Like he wasn't cut in on that. And then you throw him under the bus by saying that he approved everything. Obviously, it makes the administration, it makes whatever. I can't even say it makes them look bad because they already look terrible. So, but then nominating Mark-Wayne Mullen, who is an absolute sack of shit. Who
you got to say it right.
What?
You didn't say it right. It's Marquaney. You got to say it Marquaney.
Marquaney. And then nominating this and then putting this asshole up, giving him the job, him finding out about getting the job at the same time as the press. Like he knew he got the job because he checked his fucking phone. It's like, oh, by the way, you're the new Secretary of Homeland Security. It's like, what? This is the guy who threatened to get into a physical fight with a union boss on the floor. What? It's like, we'll fight her out right now. That union boss is
union boss. Probably that's a union boss. You ain't. He's gonna whoop your ass. Like that's just that comes with being a union boss.
It's like this is the guy who, in one moment, got up and threatened to fight a union boss who was testifying. He's like, we'll just scrap this out right now. And that union boss is like, let's fucking go, son. It's like, let's go. And then the dude stood up. Bernie Sanders had to calm everybody down. It's fucking insane. To turn around the next moment and to have a picture taken of him where he's hiding like a coward during January 6th. What do I do? Oh, they're outside. This is like, I like nothing surprises me anymore.
As a Canadian, I share that perspective.
What is going on here? It could literally come out that Pam Bondi alleviates Trump's sexual pressures by anally with a sawfish inserted into his anus, and it wouldn't shock me. And I'm stealing that directly from Preacher. If you haven't read Garth Ennis's Preacher, you'll know what I'm saying. But it wouldn't surprise me at all. Nothing would shock me if it came out. It wouldn't even shock me if it was like Trump has been dead this whole time, and it's just been a bunch of body doubles that look just like him. So
well, hold on. Let's not fall into solipsism. Let's not go down that route.
It's not solipsistic. It'd be like it's kind of like the whole thing.
I'm saying we're slowly. If nothing surprises me, it's like
nothing shocks me.
This is the weekend at Bernie's.
Trump's head could split open and a fucking UFO could fly out of it, and it wouldn't shock me at this point. I am so desensitized to the insanity.
What if the Earth was flat this entire time? Oh, boy.
Trying to let go of our grasp of reality entirely.
So just to make sure everybody here, because we got people in the live chat and everything. If any believers are in the chat would like to come up and talk to a non-believer about what they believe and why, or ask questions of non-believers or anything of that nature, we pretty much touch on every subject. Feel free to use the link that's pinned up at the top. You can join the stage, and I'd love to have those conversations with anybody who is there. I don't have a place to bring people from, so and I don't think I'm allowed to advertise on other Discord servers. They get mad when you do that, but yeah, if anybody would like to,
which blows my fucking mind. Isn't the whole point of a Discord server to have some networking? It's like, what the fuck, man?
Right,
you don't want the members of your Discord server to be successful, which would probably furnish more people coming to the Discord server. What the Dude, people on the internet they crack me the fuck up the way that they think about things. Or
well, to be fair, I don't think Doobie has recovered from the Destiny debate. Personally, I don't know if you've seen that, but
I haven't been on TNR.
Recent or not?
The what? Sorry.
Was this recent?
Was this recent? Maybe a month ago.
So Doobie debated Destiny.
Yeah, he debated Destiny and sort of was accusing Destiny of having possessed a child,
a CP.
CP, and
wow.
Also harassing a girl randomly on the street, following her to her place of work. Let's just say that I'd say personally, having watched that debate and like partaking in the questions post debate, I would say Destiny pretty much humiliated Doobie to to be nice.
Doobie has spent way too much time breathing his own farts. It's like
there's a lot of people that are like that, and then and look, like I'm not going to say like I'm a fan of Destiny. Obviously, dude's made mistakes. He's got his problems. Nobody's fucking perfect. But when it comes to these kinds of discussions, the guy knows what the fuck he's doing, and you don't walk into a discussion with him with twinkle toes, because you're going to get just fucking slammed on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like people walk in like, I'm gonna take Destiny down, and they just get fucking just railed from the rear.
Yes, Bree, Doobie from the Darth Dawkins Christmas album. That is Doobie. Yes, that's the Doobie we're referring to. And Atomic Punk says, Hovind says that it's not a cult and atheists have more faith than Christians, which always bothered me. Like, is that not acknowledging that faith is bad? In a way, it is, that it's them trying to drag the non-believer down to their level to say that your worldview is no different from ours, but it's just patently false, in what they're trying to express. That's
because you believe in your religion of evolution. The dogs can turn into mosquitoes.
Yeah, faith in science, bro.
Right. Sin Game Face says,
whenever they say that, I just go, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Sin Game Face says Destiny is a moron, no longer what he was.
I mean, yeah, he's not like what he was back in like 2018, 2019, 2020. I mean, yeah, people change, but he's still good at what he does.
I remember the Destiny Darth Dawkins deal when he engaged with him. And
that was a while ago.
Absolutely, it was years ago. And he and Destiny absolutely dominated him.
Oh, yeah.
And
another
but then
one
again,
that's actually really good, and I've never seen somebody control Darth Dawkins in a discussion like this, was when Darth talked with Ask Yourself.
I haven't seen
who apparently recently had an engagement with our good friend James Robert. I still haven't watched that fully. I need to. Ask Yourself is one of those guys where sometimes I think James Robert, think about it. It'll come to you.
Is that Jim Bob?
Just think about, Jim Bob, James Robert. I think maybe sometimes Ask Yourself can get a little forceful with like really honing in on a certain point. But that would be the only criticism I have of him. And it's not even really that big of a criticism. But Ask Yourself is another one of those people that you shouldn't go into a discussion with if you're not like prepared, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
So I may have to check that out. I hate looking at Jim Bob's content. I did find it hilarious that he put out that begging for money video after he got his live stream ability suspended by YouTube for showing a gun in one of his videos. But
wait, what? How? But that makes no sense. There's people that stream on YouTube that have guns in the background all the time.
I'm not sure. I don't know of all the super details. Because I didn't do a deep dive into it. I do know that his live stream privileges were suspended by YouTube temporarily, because it was like showing a weapon or doing something with a weapon on screen. Whatever. I think that's
must
what
have been
heard.
Like actually brandishing it or something.
Yeah,
like
something of that nature. And so he was suspended. They appealed. Apparently his appeal was knocked back, but eventually his live stream privileges were reinstated. It took less than 48 hours. And then all of a sudden he was back. He's like, haha, they took the boot off my neck. Yeah. I don't know all the specific details. I just know that he got suspended. He put out like a 3-minute video where he's like, this is my livelihood. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. And blah, blah, blah. But, send a message, do something, reach out, see if they can reinstate me. And then all of a sudden he was reinstated. He's like, haha, they took the boot off my neck. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
it's funny how much they whine and cry when the boot's on their neck. But when it comes off, they're like, yeah, I could have totally got up anytime I wanted. It's like, nah, stop. Just stop.
And good to see you, Colin. Coolin with Colin. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find. I'm gonna have to see if I can look that up, because that would definitely be Jim Bob getting wrecked. That's
what I heard happened.
I still have yet to actually hear him defend anything. Him just wanting to run around being the Inquisitor and thinking that, just basically trying to set people up. He has his position. And all I ever see from him is him trying to expose logical inconsistency in other people's worldviews, is all he's doing. without ever defending his own or showing how his own worldview is not defending the logical inconsistencies in his own. That's all I ever see from him. So that he can farm clips. That's the whole point. Is I have a position, you have an opposite position. I'm going to be the inquisitor where I question you about yours to try and drill down to some logical inconsistency that you maybe didn't think of or you're not aware of. And then I'm going to do it as abrasively as possible so I can generate and farm clips off of this by getting you to try and say something stupid. It's exactly what he did with Professor Dave.
Hey, JL, does your brain have a purpose?
See, okay, so in what context? An intrinsic metaphysical purpose? No.
Clip that.
An evolutionary purpose? Yes. So because function is often function in nature is often described as evolutionary purpose, but it's not meant to be understood as a metaphysical intrinsic purpose. It's a conflation of it's a category error, and so but that's what he's going for, and that's what he's trying to do. And then he the fucker dines out for like a week on guess what I got Professor Dave to say, har har har, anti-Semitic thumbnail, Marcel John, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And the thought experiment debate, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out, Wes. I appreciate you hanging out.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. There's so many people on Twitter that don't know anything about physics. And I love it when people say the dumbest shit about physics that's not true and then just be like, Grok, am I right? And then Grok's like, no. And they're like, whoa, what? And then they start having a fucking breakdown.
All right, Zen, do have somebody in the back. Zen, do you have anything else for us today?
No, that's gonna be it. Thank you for allowing me to come to on the platform. Have a nice day.
Hell yeah, man. Anytime. Appreciate the conversation. Good discussion about identity there. Appreciate that. We do have someone in the back. Grace. And Grace, I'm going to bring you up.
What's up, fellas?
I want to, before we get into anything, I want to express this. And this is my gratitude. The conversations that I have had with you and with your dad recently, I think have been far better than interactions in the past. And I was sitting here thinking about this the other day because somebody called me a hypocrite, called me out for being a hypocrite by having you on. And my expression was at the time was that I felt like the last time we interacted, it was back on Taco's channel.
Yeah.
I felt like I couldn't be on the same platform. And I realized, and I expressed to Taco that I can't see me being on the same platform as them in the future. I just can't justify it.
Yeah.
And then I realized that I had not articulated myself well enough because I hadn't really given a lot of thought to it. It was more of a reactionary response. And what I didn't realize at the time was that it was the format that was making it untenable. And so I was assigning the blame onto you and Ben that I should have been assigning to the format. The format was chaotic and there was not a lot of structure. And it was the whole it was all like content over substance. And I realized I made the mistake in that. And then I was like, what I should have been looking at was like the arena that we were in instead of the quality of the opponent that I was up against. And so that's why I think that here in a more controlled environment where we can have these discussions, that's why I'm looking back. I was like, man, I had a conversation with Grace and Ben. And in the more controlled environment where we're not focusing on trying to farm clips and shit, this went a hell of a lot better than it went last time. Now, who is that on? Is that on me? Or is that on the prior arena? Or is it on them? Or what the hell? There was something weird. There was a cognitive dissonance here. And I realized that my hasty generalization was a result of not recognizing the failure of the arena that we were in prior. Because the farming rageonomics bullshit that was going on beforehand was informing the conversation. And that was something that was like, I fell trapped to, I fell prey to it and allowed myself to get drawn into it. And I didn't like that. So I'm glad that
Yeah.
we can have these conversations here in I think a better controlled environment. So so it was kind of
Sure,
like
yeah.
it was weird for me, and I was like, I had to figure it out what was going on. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate this. So
Well, I
wanted to
appreciate
kind
you
of
having me back on. Yeah, no, I enjoyed our conversations. It's fine if you didn't, but you know, when you're in sort of like a big panel environment, you're not necessarily clip farming, but you're trying to get attention, be the loudest one on the panel, sort of get, you know, because it's like everybody's fighting for attention. So it's just, both me and my dad come at it with a different ethos. So it's, yeah, like, it's just, I'm more inclined to troll in that sort of environment. So, you know, but I never had a problem with you.
I was actually just about to say the same. Like, I kind of just, not all the time, but like, I don't know if you understand how it, like, mixing being serious with kind of trolling a little bit at the same time.
Yeah, because it's hard because there's so many people talking. It's like sometimes all you can do is kind of, you know, and one person can just ruin it if they just talk over everyone or whatever. But I always thought you were like super fun and interesting to talk to. And
I'm terrible. See, I'm terrible at trolling because like I'm terrible
You're
at
very
it.
sincere.
I'm not good at trolling. I've never been good at trolling. I'm either like as sincere as possible. I try to be as sincere as always, because the one thing that's important to me is that my audience, my subscribers, I always put it above anything else. No, whether when I had 500 subscribers, when I'm coming up on 15,000 now, it doesn't matter to me. I want my subscribers, the people who watch this, to know that I am authentic. The person that you see here on this stage is the person that you will meet in like real life if we ever encountered each other. There is no performance here. This is not me being performative. And I wanted people to be assured of that. And so the reality is I'm terrible at trolling. I always am either like, we're having a conversation, or I'm just fucking mean as shit. It's one or the other. I don't troll because I'm not looking to make clips. So I'm not trying to set somebody up. I know what it's like to be set up, to be drawn into something like that, to be, like I know what it's like just from life experience, and I didn't appreciate it. And I didn't want to do that to anybody else because it makes me feel like shit and it makes other people feel like shit. And then we all go back to our corners and we're just pissed. You know, what is the goddamn point of that if no progress is to be made? And so
yeah, I get what you're saying.
I can't abide by that.
Sometimes if someone just isn't going to have an honest conversation, though, and I don't put you in that category because I do think you're always sincere, but if someone isn't going to have an honest conversation but still wants to talk to you, sometimes all you can do is troll them.
That's exactly what you should do. Like when somebody has made it clear that, number one, they want to have a discussion with you, but they don't want to be honest in that discussion, then that's when I'll start just being kind of rude to somebody. Like, sure,
yes, I know.
I won't be dishonest, but I will be mean. Like, okay, if that's the way we're gonna have this discussion, then that's
familiar.
I guess that's how we're doing it.
People just always told me, just like, dude, was like, why do you take shit so fucking personal? Like, why do you go so personal with it? It's like, we're having fun. Well, like, we're breaking each other's eggs, man. We're just like, ha ha ha. It's like, but you always go so fucking mean, dude. It's like, why do you do? It's like, because I'm not here to I'm here to have a legitimate conversation. And it always comes to me that Raven Darkster says, we all know you're a Cylon just following your programming. I'm here to have conversations that progress the subject and get people to. I look for the logical terminus is what I want. And I realized this. I came across when I was thinking about this for a video that I was doing. A logical terminus in the conversation is very, very important, not just for the people on the stage, but for the people in the audience, because people in the audience may have questions and they haven't asked them yet. If the interlocutor's on stage and this conversation is really for them, not for us, it's for them. If we can't bring the conversation to a logical terminus, we leave the people in the audience hanging. We don't provide them any kind of utility to move forward in their own inquiry. And I think that that's really, really important. And individuals who do everything in their power to destabilize it or flip the table or do whatever to avoid that, people like Andrew Wilson, made by Jim Bob, Jay Dyer, individuals who they'll do everything they can.
I hate all of those people.
They'll do everything they can to avoid coming to that logical terminus.
They will. You're absolutely right.
Because they can't.
You must hate this like presuppositional stuff that they do.
Oh, I fucking hate ortho-bro bullshit.
They ruin every debate.
Respected
they
Christian
ruin every
philosopher.
debate. No. They do this thing where they're like, we can't talk about anything until until you agree to be an orthodox person, because otherwise you have no basis for morality, which is just not true. An atheist can have a basis for morality in common sense. Like, you can just argue your points. Like, if they're having a conversation about abortion, they'll say, well, why do you believe that life and death are valuable? You don't believe in God, therefore you don't believe that. And it always just goes back to that. It's so boring. And also, Andrew Wilson is just a dishonest debater. Like, you should look up. You would like this. There's a girl called DEF Not, N-O-T, Def Not. She has a series of videos and live streams where she goes through each fallacy Andrew makes in his arguments, like in super specifically, like how the number of times he used axiom incorrectly, the number of times he used, like those words he uses, word concept fallacy, the number of times he used that incorrectly. It's great. She's way more in detail than I could.
I love it. I haven't watched a ton of his shit, because I've seen enough of Andrew Wilson to formulate an opinion about him, and I voiced that opinion to his face, and I have nothing more to say to him because I'm just done with him. And that was a whole thing.
Yeah, Breakfast Taco sent me that. I didn't get to watch it, but I was on his channel when it was smaller, me and my dad both. And he he lost to my dad in a debate. Then he invited my dad on for another debate, and to his buddy Rob Knorr. I don't know if you know that guy. Anyway, Rob lost.
Rob Knorr.
And then Andrew deleted that content and permanently banned us. And his reason for doing that was because what he said to his chat was that we were FBI agents who were sent to infiltrate the Orthodox community to derail the growth of the Orthodox faith in America. That's what he legit said. And I actually asked him a couple months ago, because he came on my stream. I said, do you stand by your point about us being FBI agents? And he was like, yeah. How do I know you're not? And I was like, okay, dude.
Well, how do I know you're not, Andrew? Huh?
He's paranoid out of his mind. Like,
I don't
you think FBI
Andrew...
agents are in your Discord server, Andrew? Seriously?
I only know that Andrew exists because I've seen his face. Like that. Before that, I just thought he was just a voice on the internet. He was just a ghost in the machine. That's all he was, until he finally showed his. But then again, it could be AI generated. I don't know that it's not. He could just literally just be sentient LLM coming here to fuck with all of us.
He also claims that he's been seen by 1 out of every 8 people on the earth because he has racked up 1 billion views on YouTube.
Oh, he loves to brag about how many views he's got, how big he is, and it's just like, I don't think if you have 1 billion views on YouTube, that means 1 out of every 8 people on Earth has seen you. That's not how really works. How it works. Because if
the same 5,000 idiots, the same 10,000 idiots are watching on the whatever podcast for 400 hours. That doesn't mean everyone on Earth.
I love it when he pawns the big girls, man.
If the same IP address views a video more than once, it counts as a view every time.
Like, what?
And he also only debates women. He only debates women. It's amazing. He's the Andy Kaufman of debate. He only debates women. It's amazing. Every time he has a debate, like, he used to debate men, but he really doesn't anymore. It's all whatever podcast. He doesn't really go on Piers Morgan. It's just whatever podcast and like female debaters on the internet. Yeah. Which is not a big deal, but like I do think it's kind of weird if you only debate women, most of whom are on their whatever podcast and are largely like uneducated and just like normal girls who aren't prepared for you to start saying word concept fallacy like a douchebag.
It's not at all weird when you realize he's a beta, so he can't afford the threat.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Can't even open a jar of olives or pickles or whatever the fuck it was. I've heard both.
And then blame
if
the girl.
If I ever debate him, I want to figure out which one it was. And if I ever get the chance to debate him, whether in person or online, I want to show up in either an olive jar or pickle jar costume, just wearing it the whole fucking debate.
Just come on stage. Go on stage. Open me, bro.
Not pickle Rick, but pickle Theo.
Pickle Theo. Pickle Leo.
I like the whatever podcast off of onto another person, Charlie Kirk. God rest his soul. Sorry, I had to chuckle there because I just blasphemed my faith. When he was on there with the porn stars and Molly Little was sitting next to him and he was talking about he had problems with porn and she goes, Did you ever jerk off to me?
I love it when they just drop those questions on him. The one tweet where Matt Walsh was like, I'd like kill all gorillas to save one human because humans are more valuable. And somebody comments, would you suck one gorilla's dick to save all humans?
That's along those lines, like God is omniscient. God knows all true propositions infallibly. Does God know what it's like to take a huge black cock?
And
that one. Oh,
that's one of my
man.
faves. Like I think that was over
terrible,
in
JL.
politics. Like,
You wanna know
God
what's
knows
funny
God knows all true propositions infallibly. So by extension, God knows the deep
Actually-
pleasure that comes from taking a giant black cock. And so, I mean,
Actually, JL, if God is that which instantiates and sustains all of reality, he would have to conceptualize the feeling of what it is
that's
to
true.
do that. He would have
He
to
did.
know it. He would have to know that by experience.
You know,
in order
I'm
to
sorry.
afford
I
make
hate
it.
to sound obsessed, but I mean, I've been following the Andrew Wilson storyline since like 2023. Did you know he drops all sorts of stuff? He said that when he's on the Whatever podcast, you know how they tell girls to dress like you're going to a night out or whatever,
Like a nightclub, yeah.
like a nightclub. Which, by the way, he also ruined me getting on the Whatever podcast, which is why I have a particular beef with him. He told them not to have me on, which sucked. But he said on stream, when he's on the Whatever podcast, in order to not look at the women's breasts, he stares at a particular spot in the wall that he's picked out ahead of time the whole time he's there.
I would do it. I would do it if I was him. I'm like, they're there.
I mean,
can't help
come on, that is next level
That's
autism.
funny.
Like,
I can't
come
control
on.
my natural impulses. Give me one sec. Nitty, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. I appreciate you hanging out.
It's an
Puffer fish.
It's an ontological truth. I must stare at the milk maker.
I must look at Jubblies. Must look at Jubblies.
Is anyone else thirsty? Hungry?
I keep getting, I don't know how familiar some of you are with South Park, but I keep getting the one episode. When Bebe gets boobs. I don't know if you guys watch South Park.
No.
Pufferfish Base, thank you so much for $1.99 super chat. Says, are you open to having a formal debate with Ben? I am open to having formal debates. The problem that I have is that the subject needs to be nailed down. Too often do we have these conversations or do we have these debates where the topic is one thing, where it's so extraordinarily vague that the conversation that the debate that winds up happening goes into like all these territories, which are like deeply problematic. And so, and have nothing to do with it. So the topic's got to be nailed down. If the debate wants to be, does a particular version of a God exist? Like, does the Christian Abrahamic biblical God exist? Then sure. Anti-realism, moral anti-realism versus moral realism. Sure. Something to those degrees where we have something definitive where we can draw a line. But I find that the vast majority of topics that we have that get debated come down, they wind up being one of those conversations in disguise. So like secular humanism versus Christianity, which is the more positive force in the world. That's going to come down to, it's entirely subjective, because it's going to come down to what an individual wants to see in the world and what an individual values. It's going to come down to their individual valuations. And so what are we arguing? We're actually
That's why
arguing.
I don't debate it.
Yeah, we're actually arguing the moral argument. That's what the actual discussion is going to be about. And we're just blanketing it with secular humanism versus Christianity.
Well, then wouldn't you just have to define what does better mean?
Right. It's like that comes down to the two ethical and moral valuations, which are entirely subjective. But if the other person thinks that they're not, that their mind stands independent, then that's the conversation we need to be having. The debate should be moral realism versus moral anti-realism. Which one is the case?
Well, yeah, you're saying
that
it's
would
really
be a
just
far
objective
stronger
moralism versus objective morality versus subject morality.
Yeah,
and you have
moral
to-
anti-realism
and you have
versus
to-
moral anti-realism versus
and you
moral
gotta-
realism.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
that's the
you
same
got to
thing,
nail
yeah.
down, and you got to nail down that use of the word objective, which in this case that JL's already defined it, whether or not it stands independent, whether, because objective could just mean, does it work towards a goal?
Yeah, goal oriented.
Goal oriented, which that sometimes gets.
Would you do a debate
equivocated.
just theoretically on the topic of is God existence itself? Would you?
I hate that conversation.
See, and that's problematic because I have to look at like what are we arguing for? Like, is God existence itself? What is existence? Okay, and depending upon like how you choose to classify that. I hold that existence is not a predicate. So
Me too.
So
Do you
yeah,
mean wait? Do you mean it's not axiomatic?
No, it's
I
not a
exist.
predicate.
Like
So
what's the
imagine
difference?
if I said this box is heavy. I'm predicating about the box that it is heavy. A predicate, in simple terms, is just something that you can say, something that can be associated with some object. Existence isn't like, it's not a property held by things. You don't predicate about objects that they exist. Existence is just a primitive concept.
We're
It's a
running into
semantic
another issue
primitive.
here, because at that point we're dealing with definitions.
Well, no, it's axiomatic because
we're down
you
to
can't
raw
prove you
words.
can't prove that anything exists. We just
Oh,
all assume that things exist,
okay,
and we
but
can't defend it. And so I do think that's
Go, Andrew.
axiomatic.
Go, Andrew.
Beyond this, we're down to definitions. Is God well? How do I determine that God is? You have to be defining it as such. That's all you're doing is defining
No,
it.
I'm just curious if you would take the
wordplay.
topic. There's all
I know,
sorts of
that's what
That's
it's going.
questions about it.
That's what
That's
it's going
like
back
saying-
to is
This is
Oh, yeah,
semantic.
Then essentially it becomes all extant things equate to God. as a whole.
Not in that case, no. Because
Well, that's
when
what
you
I'm-
No, it's not quite the
just-
same as
No,
pantheism.
when you put it as existence, that's the totality. So that's like composition versus division. So the totality. So that'd be like a pantheist view. would
Yeah.
qualify for
That's what
that.
you just said.
But you say, but is God that? Well, what makes a word equal to that? Somebody saying it so. What's God? That thing over there. My coffee mug in my hand, that's God now. So is God X? Well, that just depends on how you use the word.
Yeah,
I say mug. What a French person, has a different word for the object in my hand.
Well,
yeah, essentially.
Breakfast
Andrew, aren't
Tacos
you,
has a
you're
word
essentially
called universal substrate. He says I believe there is a universal substrate to reality, and I think that could be exchanged for God. So you could say, do you believe that God is the universal
Does the
substrate of reality? It's the
Is
same
God a
question,
substrate?
basically.
does the universal substrate exist?
Um,
And does all things that exist
don't know.
necessarily correlate within the category of reality? Because then that
well,
becomes a
if you
category
but
issue.
if you take the predicate thing, if you say
I like
existence
Leo's
is-
question better.
if you say existence is not a predicate, then the prompt of God does or does not exist wouldn't actually make any sense.
The point is we're dealing with a category error.
Well, yeah,
At this point, the category error is going to encompass
that's why I'm
this
saying is
entire
like,
thing.
so say
I
like
think existence is a predicate.
we talk about existence in the state that things are or they are not, and so when I'm talking about like God, so my God, so if we're going to say that my argument is basically this: because something cannot come from nothing, okay, because then something must have always existed. Then we're just talking about just the state of existence. Like something must exist, have always existed. The question then is, what is the thing that has always existed? And by my lights, by my epistemic standard, as strict as it is, the one thing that we can say that has always existed is the thing that currently exists. It's not that existence itself is necessary. Because something exists and something cannot come from nothing, that's a logical contradiction, then something must have always existed by conclusion.
Then
the question then
existence
is,
have always...
just something. The thing that existence itself being necessary is that something must have always existed.
let me ask you a mindfuck question. Does existence exist?
No.
No, not like real things.
Existence isn't a thing.
So what is
So
existence?
that's what I'm saying is like the state of something existing is something that must always be. Existence itself is necessary because there is something as a logical conclusion from the fact that there is something.
Once you have an is, then you have existence.
Right. So because something exists, that's something that we call the universe. It is a thing that exists. Okay. So because something exists, that's something being the universe, and we know that something cannot come from nothing, logically contradictory per the definition of states. So something must have always existed. The question then becomes, what is it that has always existed? Well, the thing that we have access to is the universe. Then theists will posit that it's the God, and they'll define
just
the
because
thing.
existence is a state doesn't mean that something that there always has to have been
I mean, I don't think
something that
existence is a
existed.
state. I don't think existence is a
Well,
thing
say
at
that,
all.
that I'm saying
Why
that,
would that
something,
be true?
Something
But
must
this
have always,
this hair clip exists.
Mhm.
I mean,
So therefore, it
it's
holds the position.
matter.
So therefore, it
This
goes into
matter
the is
cannot be
extant.
destroyed.
therefore-
It can only be transferred, right? It can be burned or whatever. I can't get rid of this matter in the sense that it's no longer in the universe, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so you're saying the atoms that make up this hair clip must have always existed? Is that basically what you're saying?
No, the energy. The energy that was
energy?
transposed into the matter that eventually the matter that the stuff, the matter that eventually was then utilized to constitute that hair clip, that energy has always existed.
Why?
and will
why
always
couldn't it have
exist.
been? Why couldn't it have come from a certain place?
Because as far as we
beginning
can
of
tell,
time.
because as far as we can tell, energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
Well, if
But
it came
if it
from
could be-
something,
it-
if it came from something, then that would be just from our example, something that is extant coming from another thing that is extant. So all in all, you still have existence.
But what if it
going
comes from
on.
something that is what's the word?
You're looking at
Self-existent.
Necessarily
about a
existent?
Yeah, like something that must necessarily exist.
I go to the theological assay. It always has been. It always will be. It can never not be.
Well, that's a question
Yeah.
about that underlying substrate. Now, it's a question
Yeah,
about
that's-
how far down the chain you want to consider whether or not it's
Yeah, and
true.
I like where Andrew was going, because Andrew was basically going towards possible modal collapse where it comes to the usage of the word existence.
It's just down to the raw possibility of what
Mhm.
what is. So it's like you don't have to necessarily address whether there is an actual foundation conceptually in that sense. So what if we're in a turtles all the way down kind of scenario? When you get down to it, just the idea that at the same time, we're also dealing with composition division, because we're talking about the totality of existence as a concept, as opposed to, for instance, a particular within. So existence, we don't talk about the totality of the possibility of existence versus a particular. So hair clip, particular. Well, that hair clip's made of other little particulars. You know, it's a collection that we granted identity to. Well, where's that? Where's that? Where's that? You keep going. And that doesn't seem to have a finite end. There is no justification right now for a finite end to the next question you're going to ask about, well, where did it come from? Well, which particular particle are we talking about? They're all on separate vacations.
I smell Agrippa's dilemma coming on.
And that's fine. That's like when you let go of that, it's always when you reach for the absolute. What's that? The tighter you close your grip, the more star systems slip through your fingers.
Trilemma.
Yeah.
So pretty much what I break it down to is that existence itself being like a positing, okay, like Kant would say, or a modality, okay, that it is the affirmation of an object corresponding to a concept within reality. It indicates that an object exists in the world rather than adding new characteristics to its definition in that respect. So when I talk about like existence in itself is like existence itself is necessary. I'm only stating that something must have always existed. The question then is, what is that something? And so what is the thing that has always existed? And
But why does something always have to exist?
Because something cannot come from nothing, and something currently
Oh,
exists.
wait. Are you talking about a
What
mental?
if something came from existence itself?
Well,
Are
no,
you
no,
talking
no.
about existence? Well, hold on. Are you talking about existence as a mental? As like
Because
some kind of a
what
mental
I'm
construct?
what I'm referencing is like Exodus. God said to Moses, "I am who I am. Say this to the people of Israel: I am has sent me to you." When God refers to himself as I am, he's referring to himself as existence.
That's
I
one
think
way
he's-
to interpret that. I mean, go ahead, Jace. Go ahead. Sorry.
We
I
skipped
think
one
he's-
quick thing on this one here is that you're also asking a why anything question simultaneous to that. So he's saying I am why I am doesn't answer why.
But the
I
other
am.
problem.
But
The
when he
other
says,
problem.
"Say this to
Yeah.
the people of Israel:
Yeah.
I am has sent me to you."
That's fine. But
That is, I think it's fairly clear that he's
Yeah, but that's
defining
a-
himself as existence
But we don't know.
itself.
But we don't know.
So why
that's
couldn't
not-
something come from existence itself? Instead of
we
saying
don't-
nothing, you could say
But
existence.
we don't know that. But we
something
don't
came
know
from
that that
existence.
proposition. But we don't know that that proposition is even true. And the other problem is that theologically, if we're going to get into it, you still have to wrestle with the fact that in the Bible, in Genesis, there isn't just God. There's a divine counsel that's present, and there's also the fact that the Jews historically did not believe that just one God existed. They worshipped that one God to be the quote unquote one true God, but they also believed that other gods existed that were rivals to that one God.
I don't believe that's true.
Yes.
I think
do you mean
I think
the
a problem.
angels? Do you mean the angels and like Satan and that
No.
kind of stuff?
No. I'm talking about all the other gods, and you have to go with the divine counsel. Remember, the divine counsel is mentioned in Genesis, and it's mentioned a couple times in Genesis. It's mentioned in Genesis 1, and it's also mentioned later on during the Tower of Babel, where God goes to the council.
Divine
and says,
counsel refers to a biblical image where God is portrayed as ruling heaven while surrounded by spiritual beings, parentheses, angels. Okay, yeah. So angels.
no, not angels.
Well,
I
now
don't know where you got that
so
definition from.
I think we're getting a little bit off on this,
But
but
Okay, yeah,
again,
sure.
Nonetheless-
that's more of a theological conversation and not
nonetheless,
necessarily
where I'm going with
philosophical.
where I go with this is I try to make it as simple. I try to like boil it down as simple as possible, and it ultimately comes down to the theist is going to posit that their God is the thing that has always existed, and will always exist. I hold that it's the universe itself is the thing that has always existed and will always exist per our understanding of the laws that we use to describe it, and there's no reason to go beyond that. The only break, the difference between the two is the inclusion of telos. So the God entity, the existence of that entity being posited by the theist, introduces
I'm not
basically
positing a God entity. I'm just not. I'm saying God is existence, not that God has always existed, will
Okay,
always
you're talking
exist.
about it not.
God does not exist. God is existence.
Well, yeah, but
you're
difference-
going
I'm
towards
not
that.
saying he's an entity that
but-
exists, because then you would just have to say, well, who made him? Who made him?
Well, no,
because
because that just depends upon how you define the God. Because existence in itself is, as Kant described it, is just a category of modality between actuality and probability, like actuality, probability.
I
stuff
think
like
we
that.
should
So-
all stop talking about existence as if it's a thing, an object, an entity, a property, or a predicate, because it's none of
I
those
agree.
things.
Right, I agree with that. And so we're talking about the thing that actually exists. As Kant would describe it, the thing that is, as opposed to is not. And so, does the God entity, if the God entity if you just say that God is existence, that doesn't tell me anything about it, and it opens the door to equating anything that does exist by virtue of its existence is itself God, which is where the whole this vape is God. This vape can be demonstrated to exist.
No,
So
that would not be true, because this hair clip exists in reality, but it is not existence itself. It
Nothing
exists.
is
It is
existence.
contingent. It is contingent.
well, see, that's another.
we're on
Now
a-
you've
we're on
moved it. Now you've moved to another conversation between contingency and necessity.
We're on a composition division at this point because we're talking about it's part of existence. Regardless of whatever form you grant it, it's part of existence, but it's not the whole of existence, because there is that which is not the hair clip. If we're granting identity to hair clip, then that grants identity to, at the bare minimum, not hair clip of being everything else.
The whole of everything that exists is the
yes,
universe.
but the whole-
That's the
the
whole
whole
of
is
everything
God.
that
The
exists.
hair clip is
Everything
not
that
itself
exists is
God.
in the
It is
universe. This is
part.
one of those things.
It is part of, but not the whole. If we're granting it
The
individual
whole
identity,
thing
it
is the
part,
universe.
not whole.
Everything that
Yes,
exists is in the universe.
That's fine.
I agree.
Yeah. We're just playing synonym game at this point. So, but at that point, the hair clip is part of, but not the whole. So it is not God in that pantheist sense. It is part of.
And it's weird. I just going into it. If you're just going to state that God is existence itself, then
I mean, that's the Catholic position.
obviously that opens the door to
I don't think
pantheistic.
it does.
I don't know
It
about
opens
that
the-
one.
Obviously
It
that
100% is.
obviously
No.
that opens
Trent
the door
Warren
to
doesn't
Aquinas.
think that.
That's from Thomas Aquinas. Ipsum
Yeah, but not all
esse
Catholics
subsistens.
are Thomists, and you don't have to be a Thomist
Thomas
to be a Catholic.
Aquinas is a doctor of the church, I believe.
Yeah, but not all Catholics are Thomists, and you don't have to be a Thomist to be a Catholic.
the problem I'm seeing with that is that it conflates
well-
the act of being with a thing that exists, and so
But what is that?
it
What is
can-
the act of being? Again, I think we're just reifying existence. Existence.
I
isn't
agree.
a
I
thing.
agree with that. But
Existence is not a state of affairs
to put
or
a
an
cap,
object or an entity.
Yeah, to put a cap on
it's
it.
Not something that you do. That's not what
right.
existence
But to put,
is.
like I said, but to put a cap on that is like it conflates the act of being with a thing that exists, potentially making God part of the universe rather than the independent necessary cause of it.
And I don't know
if you hold that God is the independent necessary cause of everything that is not itself, the God said and the not God said, if you hold that, then you can't say that God is existence in and of itself without opening that door.
Yeah, and I don't know where the great making properties would come in or why it's worship worthy.
I just don't even know what it means to say God is existence. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that the is of predication? Because then I just straightforwardly reject that because existence isn't a predicate. Is it the is of identity? Because then yes, you are in fact saying God is just identical to existence. And at that point, if something is existence, then I guess everything is existence.
That's what opens the door. That's what opens the pantheon. Yeah, that's what opens the pantheism door. And Grace, I know you're familiar with that because you very well. Hang on a sec, Grace. I know you're familiar with that because you very quickly went to say, but not pantheism.
Yes, right.
So,
it's not pantheism. This Red Bull is not God.
It seems to be that's where we're running into that. Is that because the way that just by making that statement, it's a conflation of the two concepts.
I get how you go there, but like it is a fundamental axiom, right? An axiom is something that we just assume, but we don't have proof or we can't prove, right?
Yeah, but axioms.
It is a fundamental axiom that I exist.
Right,
that's an axiom.
But
I can't prove that I exist.
Hold up, guys. But the problem is the axiom,
not an axiom
but operating off of that as though it were an axiom, just taking it from that position, God is existence itself. If you then go on to make the claim that God is the fundamental, independent, necessary cause of all things that are not itself, you've now walked yourself into a contradiction. Because you're identifying
I'm not saying that's an axiom,
you're attributing the identity of God as to the independent fundamental cause of everything is not itself, while also stating that it is equivalent to the fundamental act of being itself, which equates to everything else that does in fact exist. So it's kind of like trying to have your cake and eat it too. But the two positions. That's why people will keep pointing out. But that opens the door to pantheism, which is where Baruch Spinoza went with it. It's exactly what he was talking about. How God is not like God is equivalent to everything else. That they're two in the same. Like the universe, all the sum total of all that exists is also God. That's that pantheistic stand. But you want to kind of like maintain this independent.
I'm not saying that. I'm not. Yeah, right. I'm not.
But you want to maintain this independent sovereignty over the not God set, while also saying it is also the God set.
I don't know
the not God set. So,
but this seems contradictory to the layout of the concept of the God that's depicted in the Bible, because it is a being that seems to intervene. It does have a will. It does seem to have regrets. It gets upset, and it has plans.
Yeah, this is technically a better overlap with panentheism.
Okay,
where what we consider reality is we're basically God's liver. All the fun shit's happening in God's liver. God's playing with his liver. We're made of liver. Everything we think is
actually
is God's liver. Here is where we are. We are cirrhosis.
Well, I actually
panentheism is it's more similar to what I'm saying than
right.
The universe. So panentheism is the universe exists within God, but God is larger than the universe.
Right, but that just boils down to God is the ultimate solipsist.
Yep.
But the Catholic thing would be that God is both transcendent and immanent. He is completely beyond creation, and he is present in creation. But creation is not a part of God's being.
But that's a problem, because if God is just existence, that doesn't necessarily. If we're using existence as a predicate, if we're going back to that, even if we're to grant that, the problem with that is there's nothing to say that there's any creation. Yeah. Because it's just everything just is.
I think there is, because if there wasn't a creation, then you wouldn't have a beginning of time, And if time goes
But
infinitely
creation- but-
backwards, then you would
but our-
never get to the present day because
but
it
our
would take,
example-
it
but our
would take
examples-
infinity
but our
to get to the
doesn't-
present time.
That
You-
doesn't
you just
doesn't
baked-
follow.
Hold on.
But our
you just
examples-
baked the failure into
examples-
that.
Our
Yeah.
examples of intent normally come from beings intentionally doing something. That's not just something being what it is.
Yeah, but you just baked beginning into that sentence, and that was the beginning and end of the failure. Well, if there isn't a beginning, then there isn't a first. Well, yeah, there's not. an
We don't know if the universe has a beginning or not.
Well, do you
That is
believe
not
that
known.
time has a beginning?
Do I have a justification
Honestly,
for
I don't even know if
prior
time
moment?
is a fundamental entity, and in that
Right.
instance, it's a meaningless question to ask.
Well,
like-
what,
it's-
what do you?
it's time-
What, how would you define
because
time?
because
time is one part of a four-dimensional manifold.
Time is a measure
time
of
and space.
change.
Time and
Well,
oh,
change
space-time.
occurs in time.
He's
Time
talking
isn't
about
just a
space,
measure
yeah.
of something. Time is a physically real phenomenon. It
If
has
the-
causative
if,
effects on the world.
If space-time doesn't exist, or if it exists in a quantized state, then the concept of time is not quantifiable the way we quantify
doesn't factor in fundamental physics.
Exactly. We don't. There's no way to quantify that as we quantify it here in this current presentation.
Yeah, but
So
it
it's
doesn't mean not
simply a
applicable.
price, simply a different state. So we
Yeah.
can't say that time is equivalent or has always existed. There could be, if you want to say like the movement of space-time from a quantized state to this state that we're currently in could effectively be the beginning of time as we quantify it, as in the distance between change. Okay, but that doesn't mean that things can't exist
have
in
a-
a tense. That doesn't mean things
Wait,
can't
but-
priorly exist in a tenseless state.
Okay, wait. Let's just simplify it. Okay, we're talking about time. Okay, and we're saying, does time have a beginning or does time infinitely go back? Basically, is the question.
We don't.
Actually,
Are
I
you
have
talking?
no
Wait,
way.
are you talking numerically per the language of mathematics? Or are you talking about? Hold up. Or are you talking about
Yeah,
in physical reality?
What would be
Two
the
different
difference?
concepts here. The numbers.
No,
hold it.
physical reality.
Yeah, the
I'm
numbers
saying
that we
in-
measure, the numbers that we measure by, those numbers that we created to reference these things, those things go forward and backwards.
Yeah, no,
infinitely.
I'm
Yes.
not
Well,
talking
yeah,
about
the real number line
mathematical.
is-
The real
just
number- the
purely
number line
mathematical
goes-
because you
but-
can
but-
have infinity and
Exactly,
pure
but
math.
in physical reality, that's not how it plays out.
So in physical reality time, does it go back infinitely or does it have a beginning?
We don't know. It could be either.
Okay,
don't
but
have a
it can't be
justification.
either because
Yes, it can.
if time did go back infinitely, then it would take an infinite number. It would take an
Nope.
infinite amount of time to get to the place we are now,
No.
and that's
No,
impossible.
no.
But
Grace,
that
Grace.
assumes that there's some sort of
that's
physical
logically
transversal.
impossible.
Well, Grace,
Assuming that there's a
a
physical transversal over moments of time, which is not true under a B theory.
right.
I
So
have a-
you would have you.
Well,
Okay, so
but
that's
in
assuming,
plain
that's
English,
assuming
you're
that,
saying
no,
saying
but
that
that's assuming
that's
that the
assuming
state that we're
things
in.
change
No,
over
that's
time.
assuming that this. No,
physically,
that's
which they
assuming
do.
that the state that
Oh,
we're
yeah.
currently in, that the way we quantify time right now goes back infinitely. That the state that we're in right now, space time, that this state of the universe is identical all the way through the past. That then you get into the Grim Reaper issue where you have an infinite number of an infinite number of
Okay, but
events that
wait,
must
hold
occur
on a
before you get to
second.
another
Wait,
event.
Okay,
So
okay.
yeah, I get that where you're going with that,
But
but
you
that's
have
not how.
you have
But no,
to.
no,
but to
that's not how physical
understand-
reality presents.
To understand, like you can say theoretically there could be some other way that time works, but we have to take how time works for us. That's all we know.
Yeah, but true.
know-
but
we
That's
know
all
how
we
time
know.
works.
We know how
And if
time
we
works,
so
yeah.
so what you're saying is alternate a theory that could not be proven one way or another.
Well, we
about
have
maybe
empirically
this works
verified
some
the B
other
theory
way.
of time.
Maybe this works some other way.
Well, Grace, I
You
can,
would
I
have
can tell
to
you
say
this.
time is linear, and there would have to be a beginning.
Not necessarily, because I
Time
cannot
might not
say
be
that time is
linear.
quantifiable in the exact same way, or is or presents in the exact same way in physical sense prior to the Big Bang.
Okay.
We're glossing over what
Okay.
the objection here. The objection here is because given that I'm extraordinarily familiar with the Kalam, I understand what Grace's objection is. That it would be like, tell me when you've we count to infinity, and then tell me when. Be like done when you finish.
Yes.
You will never say done. That's kind of
Right.
the point that she's getting at.
Right.
But this assumes that time ends at the current moment and then extends indefinitely into the past, and you physically transverse through moments of time. But you don't physically transverse through moments of time. So it
you-
doesn't
you-
matter.
You do physically experience time. I'm not sure how
You
you're using the word
experience it,
transverse.
but you don't transverse. You don't
What
go.
do you mean? What does
now you're in a
transverse
moment
mean?
of time. Now I'm in the next moment. Now I'm in the next
I have
moment.
a-
now
I have
I'm
a
in the
question
next
when I can
moment.
get a
Time
chance.
doesn't work that way.
But that
You
is how
move
time
through-
works.
that's not how time
This is
works.
now
That's
1
how
second later
you
than it was
experience
before.
time.
Look, hold
That
on.
is not how
Can I-
time physically works.
Okay. Either what I'm saying is time is a dot and then a line with an arrow, and I believe there will be another dot at the end when the world ends. Okay,
Yeah.
but whatever. You could either say it goes on, or you could say the question is the dot here. Okay, is time linear? Leo, is
It's
time
linear.
linear and
It's
not
linear.
have an
Classically,
endpoint.
yes.
You can be linear.
I'm
and
asking you
not
what
have
you
an
think.
endpoint.
Is it linear?
Yes, classically, time is linear.
Okay, so do the arrows go in both directions?
Of time, well, the arrow of time goes in one direction. The arrow of time doesn't actually have anything to do with time as much as it does with thermodynamics.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Time.
don't-
This is
Hold
the
on.
problem: is that
I
time
don't know.
is
I
a
can't really
physical
follow that.
thing. So if you want to understand what time is, you need to know what the physics of time is.
Hold on,
You need
hold
to
on.
understand
Time is a
special
physical.
and general
I'm
relativity.
trying. Look, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a philosopher. I'm trying to understand this in very basic terms. You have to keep it basic with me for me to keep engaged, because I don't
Well, at
know when
this-
you start
well,
saying
this-
thermodynamic.
well,
I don't
this
know what
particular
that
point-
means. If
well-
you say that time is a measure of physical change, I agree with you.
But I have
Well,
not
Grace,
said that's what time is.
but
And
Grace,
physicists
Grace,
don't think
we've
that's
been-
what time is.
But Grace, we've been
made
breaking down.
we've made
Hold
a
on.
major-
Hang on,
Ma-
Andrew. Like,
Matt,
what's up?
Hold on. We've been subjectively, in this particular sense, we've been breaking down a concept of God that you have presented. Let me ask you something, Grace. What is the concept? Are you a Christian theist?
I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so that makes it pretty interesting. What under your position as a Catholic, do you hold to the concept of God being that which you've just presented to us today?
Yes.
That
Yeah.
it's just existence. It's just existence.
God is existence itself. God is being. I am. Yeah, I think I've presented it correctly. I may
Okay.
have
What?
made
Okay.
mistakes, but
Okay. What about that concept makes it? So let's say I concede and I say I can concede and say I agree that your concept comports to some maybe object within reality. But you wouldn't probably say it's reality, right? Because it has to transcend reality, correct?
those are too many complicated words. What do you mean?
Well,
I
do you
would
believe?
say that conforms to an object in reality. What I don't know what you're trying to say.
Okay, so you have an object and a concept. So normally our concepts go towards objects that we observe. So your concept
Okay.
of a god does it comport to an object of some kind or a phenomenon? Right. I think you're trying to say that the phenomenon is existence in and of itself, right?
I think you can deduce God from life, from his creation that we experience. Yeah.
Okay. How did you do that? Okay, so you took life as something and then deduced from life there's a God. How did you do that?
Well, I mean, there are various arguments. I've made a couple of them as best I understand them, but one of them is that there had to have been a beginning. If we exist in time, there has to be a beginning of time. Okay, so who started time? Where did time come from?
Does it have to
Another
be a
one
who?
is-
Wait. Does it have to be a who?
You mean like
I
a
was gonna
human
let her.
being?
I was gonna let her lay it out.
Yeah, that seems to be an introduction of telos with no justification for an introduction of telos.
It's begging the question about beginning in the first place.
So even if there was a beginning, it doesn't have to be a who that did it. It could be what did it. Like what was the cause? Because the only differentiation
but I
that the
can
only
explain
major
why I'm saying
hold
who.
up. The only
can defend
distinction is by inserting a who, then that implies intentionality, like why it did a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna
So,
let her lay it out.
but that's an introduction of
Yeah.
telos when we haven't gotten to that yet. Why would we assume that there is telos
Well, I was gonna
in
let
order
her
to
go. I was
say
gonna go slower.
who did a thing?
I would say that telos is obvious in the universe.
But it's obvious. How is
our planet, for example, is incredibly intricate. One tiny thing being off would ruin the entire
incorrect.
thing.
Incorrect.
The chance of being created
numbers,
randomly.
No, Grace. Okay, number one, the numbers that you're operating there, no. What we call the Goldilocks zone is actually enormous. You could adjust the planet as far as
Mars is in the Goldilocks zone.
As far
Venus is in the Goldilocks zone.
As far as proximity to the sun, we could be a little bit closer. But as far as like how far we could go out, you could put like hundreds of thousands of miles. You can move the Earth away, and very little would change. As far as like if you were to move things around as far as gravity goes. But
I've seen what happens.
No,
we all know what happens when people
Grace,
say like, "Oh, we could definitely do this with science."
But no,
not
hold on.
always.
No, hold up, Grace.
No.
This is mathematically how we govern, how we watch these things as it comports to orbital mechanics. But we also know the Earth was not always here, and the Earth will not always be here. There will be a time when the Earth will be destroyed by the sun. So, but nonetheless, what you essentially did was an argument for personal incredulity. You simply can't believe that these things could happen randomly. But the problem is your assertion of randomly there is also incorrect, because we're saying that.
If there's no telos, then it would have to be random.
No, it's not.
Those are the only two options.
No, it's not. That's
if there's no purpose, the opposite of purpose is random. There's no in between. Either something has purpose or something is random.
So you're using random as simply
non-intentional.
Without intention.
Non-intentional.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. Yes.
Yeah, you could say accidental. You could say chance. Whatever you want to use.
Hold up.
Well,
I got
there's either purpose or no purpose.
Moderator of the stage, go jumping in here. I got to break this down. No, because physical forces could determine these things to be the way they are with no intention. But that's the way that the physical forces suss them out. They could be deterministic.
Suss them out? Physical forces don't suss things out.
Grace, the way when I say sussed out, I mean the way they ended up.
So it would be random.
So no, it's not random.
But you just anthropomorphized physical forces and said they sussed something out. They didn't. It's random.
Grace, you got to stop interrupting me.
Okay, sorry.
A thing can be determined by prior physical forces and not intended to be a certain way with intention.
Causal determinism.
Okay.
There's also gnomic determinism.
That's the same thing as random.
No, it's not.
What do you mean by random? If all you mean is non-intentional, then yes.
Okay, yeah.
Star storming is non-intentional.
We got to stop talking over one another. Grace, if you want to define random as being something without intentionality, that's a very reductive way to look at that, and it's not how a lot of scientists look at it that way. It's very reductive, and it's reductive for a reason to kind of support your position. But that's not the way like science looks at that. Okay, you can have causal determinism, but that doesn't imply a metaphysical intrinsic purpose to anything. Just like functions in nature are described by evolutionary biologists as being evolutionary purpose, but that is not to be conflated with a metaphysical intrinsic purpose. So it's a conflation of two things here. Also, when you say accident, you can't use that term because an accident has the implication of an outcome that was not intended. That's why we say accident. When I'm driving my car, if I get into a collision, I didn't intend to drive my car into a collision, but it happened accidentally. It was an unforeseen or undesired outcome, which has implications to that terminology.
Yeah, and it doesn't change the state of affairs that the accident, quote unquote, can actually occur within those states of affairs.
Okay,
so
all right.
causal
determinism, you could say unintentional, inadvertent, unintentional.
Yeah, we can say causally determined. It was determined by the prior forces that resulted in this. It doesn't mean, and just by saying that the Earth is a result of the gravity.
But there is no purpose. There's no purpose.
No metaphysical intrinsic purpose. No.
Right, and I
and there doesn't need to be
disagree.
But hold up.
I simply disagree because I think you can see purpose.
But here's the thing:
all sorts of things.
And I think we're drilling down to it. There doesn't need to be a metaphysical intrinsic purpose. The only thing asserting that a metaphysical intrinsic purpose does is satisfy the individual arguing for it on some emotional level. There's no evidence to indicate
could
that there
say
is a
that.
metaphysical.
I understand
There is
what
no
you're
evidence,
saying.
but there is no evidence to indicate that there is. Because in order to say that, basically
That's
what
not
Andrew
true.
brought up, in order to state that there is, that you observe metaphysical intrinsic purpose, assumes the existence of a thing to have that intention.
I'm sure
So
you've heard this argument before.
So ultimately, you're begging the question.
I have.
I'm sure you've heard this argument before. It's a very simple argument, but
Simple
like,
and wrong.
a Christian looks at a painting and says that is the work of an artist who carefully and meticulously painted something beautiful.
But why
An
do we think that
atheist-
about paintings?
Wait, hold on a second. An atheist looks at a painting and says, well, there's a 1 in 5 bajillion chance that a bunch of paint buckets just fell on top of brushes and fell on top of a canvas, and it just so happened that it created this painting.
That's not.
I
what
think
atheists say.
one
That's not what atheists.
one
conclude at all.
option is more reasonable than the other.
No,
and that's
Yeah, well, it is
that's,
more
that's an
reasonable, but that's
analogy. That's
because-
an analogy for how atheists and
Yeah.
theists, or atheists and Christians, whatever you want to say, look at life. That's an
It's not-
analogy.
no,
for
no,
it.
it's not.
Would an
No, it's not
atheist
a
actually say that about a
very-
painting? No, but it's an analogy.
No, well,
It's a
what-
not a
shitty
very good
analogy.
one.
You just
It's
told
a
us it
weird
doesn't apply.
This is a weird articulation of the watchmaker fallacy, and it's also a composition division fallacy. Just because there are things that are created in the system by agents that create them does not logically entail that the system itself is created.
I'm not
I
saying
think the bigger-
because I'm
I
not.
think the
I'm
bigger
not.
point
the
here-
point I was trying to make was not that because paintings exist, there must be a creator who painted the entire painting. I'm saying it's Occam's razor. It makes more sense. It's more.
I don't
It's
think
simpler.
It does.
It's a
doesn't make
simpler
more
No, it doesn't.
explanation.
No,
I
no,
don't
it
think
actually
it's simpler.
It doesn't.
It
Positing
is.
an
It's more-
entirely.
it's more
how is
likely
it
and it's
simpler
more-
to posit
more
an
likely,
entirely
it's-
novel,
It's more
fundamentally
likely.
dissimilar
It's
ontology
more similar
to that
it's
of the
more
physical
likely.
world
It's
to
more
explain
simple
the
and
physical
it's more
world.
beautiful.
It is
it's
not
more
because
likely.
it's not
It's more
because a
simple and it's
painting.
more beautiful.
It's not because a painting is not equivalent to the universe itself. And by
kinda
any
is.
stretch of
Can I,
by
can
any
I,
stretch of
can
the
I get a word?
imagination.
Can I get a word in edgewise here? Because we've glossed over like 50 billion things that need to be touched on. So first off, this relates to this whole complexity argument. A painting is so complex and it's got this beauty. Who gives a fuck? Beauty is a subjective thing. Some people think this is beautiful and some people don't. I think Amelia Clark is very, very beautiful. There's probably a lot
Leo,
of
do
people
you?
that
Do you
don't.
Leo,
hold-
wait.
Grace,
So
Leo,
the
do you
point
think?
being
Hold on.
that
Okay, sorry.
when
Hold
we
up.
when we
Don't
look
interrupt.
at these kinds of things, we don't infer that something is designed because it's beautiful or because it's complex or because of any of the associated properties of it. When we look at a painting and we said somebody painted that, it's because we know that humans paint things. It has to do with our priors. We have no priors of any intelligence creating life whatsoever. We've never seen that happen, something the creationists often cite as an argument for it being designed is that we've never observed that happen. I don't get how that works. So
Can I ask you a question about that point that
that's
you just
for
made?
sure.
Do you think that life is beautiful?
How do you mean beautiful? Like that there are interesting things? Do I find it interesting and intriguing?
Subjectively,
Yeah.
subjectively, you yourself, do you think life is
I
beautiful?
probably wouldn't use the word beautiful. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I want to.
If you just had to answer that question, if you just had to
If I
answer
just
that
had to
question,
answer that
yes
question, I would say
yes
no.
or no. If you had to, you don't think life is beautiful. Well, it makes
That's
sense. You
correct.
don't think it had a creator.
No, Grace. So hang on a sec. It's too broad is the problem. Life in and of itself, the totality of it, I view it as a combination of things that you could that an individual could find beautiful and find terrible. Okay, depending upon, because these are subjective evaluations. Saying that life in total itself is beautiful is equivalent to saying, I mean, essentially that's basically saying if I wrap the whole thing up into one set, is the beauty of the phenomenon of a sunset coming up over a mountain range under a brilliant sky, is that equivalent to the end result of hemorrhagic fever? Both of those things are a part of life. They're both phenomena that occur. They're a
Agreed.
part of that whole set.
Mhm.
Okay. So do I find them? I don't find them equivalent. But
Okay, but JL, let me ask you a
life
question.
itself beautiful? That kind of draws. We have to get. It's too broad.
No, I disagree because let me give you an example. If I watch a movie and it has war and death and love and sacrifice and all sorts of terrible things in it, I can still say that movie was beautiful.
But if I show you, a movie like the Poughkeepsie tapes, you're not going to say that at all.
I don't know that movie, but
it's a torture porn, gore, horror film, nasty stuff. So
hold on, I want to pin a point from where.
But
we
my
were
point is,
earlier.
bad
Can I get a quick
things
wording here?
in a story
we've
can still be
lost-
beautiful.
We've lost a point.
Things
here.
that we see as bad.
JL, I want to bring this back to where you were so much earlier in today's chat.
Yeah.
I'm talking about your issue with debate formats and about having to pin down a topic.
right.
Where we just went down from the ultimacy of existence itself, and now we've immediately rabbit trailed in top speed through 3 more topics. We have weaseled our way out of actually resolving anything.
Right.
That's what's happened. We have moved away from that ultimacy of existence, the concepts of time. We have managed to avoid having to face an answer by shifting topics 3 times now.
Which is
That's
why
nothing gets resolved.
it's an excellent
This is
meta-analysis of it. Yeah.
Nothing gets resolved.
Which is why I'm all about that. It's got to be. It can't be something so incredibly. The topic has got to be nailed down. It cannot be something that is so
Go
incredibly
ahead, nail
vague.
it down.
Yeah, we were down before on just that idea of time. You created a category error I wanted to make room for. Jay needed some space. So we left that, and that gave an opening to topic shift. When you talk about can't get
I think you
here,
guys shifted the topics, not me.
well,
but
you
go ahead.
brought beauty into this. Everything else, you've managed to leapfrog it down to
Okay, whatever you
the-
want to
the
say.
rest
Go
of
ahead,
that.
nail it down.
But-
Go ahead.
yeah. So the idea of how we get here, and you kept trying to define from infinity. Infinity is not a point on the line.
I know.
Infinity's
I'm
not a
saying
place,
it's a
it's a
beginning.
concept.
I'm saying it's a beginning. I
No,
don't
no.
think time is
No,
infinite.
when you're talking about why you think the idea of not having a beginning doesn't work, you're trying to talk about reaching now from, and what's on the other side of that from. We
I'm
can never
saying
get to
if
here
you reach
from
now and you go
From
back,
From where?
if it's
From where?
from the current,
Yes, from
Time.
to now. From where? What's the where? Fill that blank for me.
right now in space time.
No, that's the now. We're talking about getting here from where? What's the early point? What's the prior one you're looking for? We're talking about why you think that infinite regress.
The beginning. What I'm talking about is the beginning.
No. Well, we're saying no. We're saying we don't necessarily imply there is a beginning, and you're saying that's a problem. So I'm asking you why that's a problem.
Because if there's no beginning of time, then it would take an infinite amount of time to get to the point we are now. So we
from
would
where?
never be here.
From where?
Right. There is
What's
no
the
where.
from? No,
There
what's
is
the
no
from?
where.
What's
You-
the from?
You
you're
that
using the word
actually
from
that is
and-
actually proving my point.
No, you're
if you
failing
say
to
if you
define
say
the
I'm going
from.
if you say I'm going from here to here on a line, but the first here doesn't exist, then you can
No,
never get to
you're
the second
saying
here, can
you're
you?
not providing the from.
That's actually my point.
No, you're not providing the from. That's the failure. From where?
If time is a line, right? And I'm here,
Yes.
and you're saying where is here? Where is the where? If you want to go from here to here.
No.
I'm saying this is the beginning. You're saying this
we're not-
goes on endlessly. And I'm saying if that goes on endlessly, then you can never get from here to here because
what's
this
the first
doesn't
here?
exist.
No, what's the first here?
The first here for me is the beginning. For you,
No.
it's infinity and therefore doesn't
no,
exist.
infinity is not a point of the line, and that's what you
Okay.
keep trying to make it.
Okay, hold
That's
up.
the
Hey, Andrew. I was like, Leo's got something to say on this.
Grace, can you count from 6 to 25?
Yes.
But the real number line is infinite in both directions.
Theoretically, yes. Not physically, but theoretically, yeah.
It doesn't need to be physical. It's infinite in both directions, but you can still go from 6 to 25. So time could be infinite in both
No,
directions, and
but
we're
you're
still
mixing
here
things.
because we
You're mixing
only
things.
exist over a finite stretch of that. There's
Yeah,
a
but you're-
defined starting point and a defined ending point. Doesn't
So
matter
time
that
is
the rest of it
finite.
is
So
infinite.
time is finite.
No,
You're just
time is
theorizing that
infinite.
it goes on.
Our lives are not.
No, it's talking about bounded infinites. It's like the number line goes infinite in both directions, yes, but the space in between the 5 and the 6 is also infinite. So the 5 and the 6.
Yes,
are there.
I do understand that.
And so
but
that can
that's
occur within
only,
there, but there is still a
that
beginning.
only exists conceptually. Time is
So?
with the time we're talking about is physical.
Mm-hmm.
It's a physical
I'm
measure
gonna
of
have you
change.
point on the line. This is what's failing is that you saying
Because wait, let me just say this: infinity is a mathematical concept, but it cannot exist in the physical
yes,
world.
which means you can't be using it as a from. This is the
That
conceptual.
you guys
phase.
can't be using it as a from.
We're
I'm not
not.
saying it's a
We're
We're
from.
not
not.
doing
No,
that.
no, Grace, we're not.
You
are
are.
not
You're
doing
saying
no,
if you're
no,
here,
we're not. No,
where
we're
is
not.
here,
No,
and it
Grace,
goes
stop.
on forever, and
No,
it
we're
doesn't
not doing
exist.
that.
Stop,
You are.
Grace. You keep repeating that. I've already told you before. At the point, what we call the Big Bang, in the movement of space-time, of what we call space-time, the emergence of that from a quantized state, it can move from a tenseless to a tensed state.
Wait, whoa, what?
So basically, okay, if space-time space-time as it exists now, we cannot say that it equivalently existed in the same quantifiable way prior to what we call the Big Bang, or prior to
we know
the point of our
space did
observability.
because space inflated.
Okay, let me clarify
So,
what you're saying.
space did-
Space-time began at the Big Bang.
No.
So T0.
Is that what you're saying?
The movement from T0 to T1. Where
I don't know
T0
what
would
that
be
means,
T0 would
but-
be the point where time effectively begins, but not the universe itself.
Not the entire universe, but
Not the system.
space-time.
The system, but time, like T0, the movement from T0 to T1. Okay? But doesn't reflect the sum total of existence itself.
Okay, so let me try to diagram it. So we're here. This is the Big Bang. What do you guys say is over here?
Well, inflation for one.
So Leo Phillips, correct me if I'm this. We do not make the statement that the universe itself and the existence of the universe is predicated upon the existence of space-time as a one-to-one correlation.
Probably not.
If like basically said, if space-time doesn't exist as we quantify it right now, then the universe can't exist. I'm saying that the system can exist and is not the system. The existence of the system itself is not predicated on the existence of space-time as we quantify it right now.
Yeah, that most physicists would say that's probably true.
Right.
Wait a second. What are you talking about? You're saying physical reality is not predicated on space-time existing? How is it not?
Because space-time could be an emergent structure rather than fundamental. And most physicists think that it is something that is emergent rather
Emergent
than
from
fundamental.
what?
Some sort of quantum mechanical system. We don't have a quantum theory of gravity, so we don't know. But the best
So it's
tools
just-
that we
it's
have,
just-
the best tools that we
Is
have
this,
for
wait,
carrying,
hold on. Is this not the
best
atheism?
tools-
This is the
best-
atheism of the
best
gaps.
tool-
This
the
is
best
No, it's
atheism
not.
of the gaps.
No,
Yes,
best
it is.
tools-
No,
Yes,
hold up,
it
hold
is.
up, hold up. No,
the
hold
best
up.
tools
No,
that
it
we
actually
have-
is. No,
No,
I
the
got
best-
you. I got
the
you.
best
on that
tools,
one.
Okay, hold up.
The best
Guys,
tools
stop,
that
stop,
we
stop.
have thus far for carrying theories forward explicitly suggest space-time is likely an emergent phenomenon. It might not be. Space-time might turn out to be fundamental. As of right now, that's not what is most strongly implicated by our theories as they currently stand.
What
So
did I miss?
that is not atheism of the gaps,
There's
because
no
we're
such
not
thing.
saying because Grace, we're not saying that we are atheists because it hasn't been answered. That's two separate questions.
But still,
Whether
there
or
is a
not-
gap,
no,
and you're
no,
filling
hold
it with
up. No,
atheism
no,
when
we're
you have
not.
no real
What?
evidence to do
Grace,
No,
so.
we're not.
Grace, do not interrupt. I wasn't finished there.
Okay,
Because
sorry. Go ahead.
because all of a sudden you jump on this thing you think is a gotcha, and it is not a gotcha. And I'm
Maybe-
trying to
maybe I'm
explain
wrong.
why it isn't. Atheism is predicated on whether or not an individual believes that a God exists or not. Positions on science and philosophy are not logically entailed by being an atheist. Okay, so I can agree. I can say that because there are people there are physicists out there that do believe in the existence of a God, even though there is no answer. And maybe they won't even attribute God as to being the causal factor, but they still believe a God exists. But they don't make a mechanistic assertion as to the relationship of the God and the thing. They're not filling the question mark. They're not filling that gap with a God. They're saying that there is a God, but I don't know what the mechanistic relationship is. We're not saying that we are justified in saying that there is no God because of that gap. We're saying that we are not convinced a God exists just because there is the existence of a gap is irrelevant. We're not convinced that a God exists Because one, depending upon the God, it either doesn't exist or is unfalsifiable. But either way, belief that one does is not justified. So therefore, it's not atheism again. I'm not relying on atheism because a God hasn't been I'm not relying on atheism to answer a question. We're saying that naturalistically speaking, we haven't derived an answer from it yet.
I would
But that
double down and say it is atheism of the gaps.
I would say it's
there's-
not. I
there's
think
no
that's
such thing.
that's
I,
over.
I,
That's,
I would double down and do it just because you can. Because it's a
Also,
double,
so
I don't.
Because
I
would
don't
say
even know where the atheism of gaps thing came from because
I don't
God's
know. I
existence
don't. That's
doesn't
that's the
matter
only,
to
that's,
whether or not
yeah, I
space-time
don't-
is emergent or fundamental.
Yeah, and I
Well,
don't
let-
know.
wait, can I rephrase
Well,
it?
hold on. Well,
Yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
If atheism, depending on how it's defined, is epistemic position, then I don't know how there's an atheism of the gaps. That's like saying there's a theism of the gaps based on an epistemic position of God's existing. So it doesn't.
I would
actually make any
rephrase it.
sense.
I would rephrase it as there is either an intentionality of the gaps or there is an unintentionality of the gaps.
What's not
And
of the
I
gaps?
think
We have no
that doesn't-
reason to
you
suppose
guys
I don't know
are
why
saying-
that would be an
intentionality behind
unintentional.
it.
You guys are
like,
saying
hold up,
there's a
hold up.
gap in
Pause,
knowledge.
Pause. Leo had a response to that.
Yeah.
Leo had a
Go ahead,
response to
Leo.
that. Go ahead, Leo.
Wait, can
Go
I
ahead.
just flesh it out a little bit more
No,
before
but
you
one
respond?
second.
go ahead.
No,
No, go.
In
Yeah, go
response
ahead.
to your statement, hold on. In response to your statement that there is an intentionality of the gaps or a non-intentionality, Leo had a very succinct response to that. Go ahead,
Okay,
Leo.
go ahead.
There is no. I don't even know what that would really mean. We have
That's
no
why I
reason
wanted
to
to flesh it
suppose
out.
that there is any intentionality
That's why I
behind
wanted
the
to
structure
flesh
or
it out.
dynamics of
Yeah.
physical reality, and we've never observed that. Electrons behave the way that they do in the presence of electromagnetic fields, not because the electromagnetic field intends to do anything, but because that's how the world works. There is no intention there. We have a very incomplete understanding of the world, but we also
Leo,
have
are
a
you
very,
saying-
very
are
thorough
you saying
understanding of the world. And from the top to the bottom, nowhere in that system is intentionality needed to explain anything.
Right.
Okay.
Things
but
can be the way they
there
are.
are things-
No, things can be the way they are because they are the way they are. They are that way. It doesn't have to be
These guys are
things
hyper-
are the way they are because they were meant to be that way.
But
You
there
don't-
are, but what you're illustrating to me, the way I see it, is that you don't particularly have one reason to believe one versus the other. Let me flesh it out a little bit.
Even
when
if
we
we
go
did,
to
that
this-
wouldn't necessitate.
When we go
anything.
to this time thing, and I say, okay, we agree the Big Bang theory started space time. Generally speaking, okay, I'm not a scientist, okay, but you guys agree the Big Bang started space time, okay? And I
Yeah,
ask
I'm not
what came
necessarily there.
before what came
not
I'm
there.
not
before
either, Andrew.
what came before the Big Bang,
Inflation.
because it would
I
have to
answered
come
that.
from somewhere, and you guys don't have an answer with evidence. You have
Wait a minute.
theories.
Yeah, we
Wait a
do.
minute.
Now,
Hold
Well,
hold on.
theories are based on evidence. That's why
Wait,
there's
wait,
theories.
You
wait,
don't
wait, hold on.
have
Stop.
an
Stop.
evidence-proven
Pause
solid
for a second.
theory.
No, hold up,
Yes,
hold
we
up.
do.
You
hold
have-
up. No,
we,
Grace.
we
have
do though, and it
theories.
literally has
No.
a name. It's called inflationary theory.
Yeah,
Wait, hold
Grace,
on a
hold
second,
up,
hold on a second.
No, Grace, hang on a sec. You are conflating theory with conjecture. Okay?
You
Two
have
different
theories
things.
which may be based on some evidence, but they are
But
not fact. They are
not.
theory.
But hold up. But no.
Theories are
theories
factive.
are predicated upon the evidence, and so
I
you are
understand
trying to
that.
conflate theory with conjecture here. This is not speculative conjecture. We are not just postulating this out of whole cloth.
It is based on some evidence, but it is not proven
A
for
lot
a fact
of evidence.
to be true.
Well, science doesn't
correct?
prove things. Proof is
Is there
reserved for formal
is
systems.
there scientific controversy over whether this may or may not be true?
Not really, no. The vast majority of
Well,
cosmologists will tell you that
You
inflation
portrayed
or
it
something.
as something
the
that people
vast.
just have
Did you want an
discussed.
answer to the question or not? The vast majority of cosmologists will tell you that inflation or something very much like it occurred very, very early in the universe, and it occurred prior to the Big Bang. The Big Bang was set up by the inflationary epoch.
See
Now
how you
you
just
might
said-
ask, well, why did inflation happen?
See how? Wait,
we
hold on a
kind
second.
of have an idea of how that happened, but
See how you
prior
just
to
said,
that, there's no data.
Leo? You just said very early in the universe.
Yes,
Well, if
very,
time is-
very early in the universe.
If time is infinite, there is no early.
Well, early
is
is
no
relative to
early.
us. Yes, there would be.
No, early is
Yeah,
relative
there
to the
would be.
beginning. Early is
No,
relative to the beginning.
earlier
No,
is
no, no,
relative to
no.
where we are positioned.
Where we are.
It
Where we
No,
are.
that
be
would
earlier
wouldn't be
than-
early. That would be far back. Early is
Early,
relative
yeah,
to the beginning.
which we would linguistically represent as earlier than 1937 is earlier than 1945
Because it's
even
closer-
if time
because
is,
it's
even
closer
if
to
time
the
is infinite.
beginning.
No,
Because it's
because
closer
it
to
comes
the
beginning.
before it. This is how you do things. You could say 6 is earlier than 10 if you really wanted to.
No, you couldn't.
It'd be an
Yes, you
interesting
can.
way to phrase it, but you
No,
could do
earlier
it. And
has
I think
to do with
most people
time,
would
and
get what
numbers
you mean.
exist outside of time.
Well, numbers don't exist.
I just
At all,
I just
so-
want to.
They
I
do
just wanna
exist
go
as
back to-
concepts.
So
Well, concepts don't exist.
So quick note.
Well,
Ama-
concepts
amazing
don't
how
exist. Then how
we-
can we
That's
discuss
correct.
things that don't exist?
Because
Because concepts are
propositional.
features of linguistic apparatus.
They don't have physical reality. They don't have physical
Exactly,
reality.
they don't exist.
Yeah.
No, that's
So
not
when you're saying,
true.
well, no, they.
Wait, hold on a second.
Wait, how much does the number
unicorns.
3 weigh?
Hold on. Unicorns don't exist, but the concept of a unicorn exists.
Right. This is
Well,
the
no, I don't think it
differentiation.
does.
This is the differentiation between abstracts and concrete.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
saying it's an
And
abstract.
I'm
so
a
you can't have-
nominalist about
You can't
abstracta.
refer to time. You can't refer to time in an abstract concept. There is no
Can-
time
can
between
you
the
guys
number
hear me?
6 and 7.
Wait.
There is
Wait,
if you
remember when
combine
I
them.
told you about, remember when I asked about the remember I asked you about concept object distinctions? Remember when I was talking about that? That's the
Yes.
abstracta, that's abstracta and concreta. So you can
Sure.
have some abstracta. So I could say, I can make a proposition to you, I have a rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard.
Mhm.
And then you go, really? What is that? And I said, well, it's like a horse, but it's rainbow colored. It has a single horn. It can only be ridden by virgins and shitting gold bricks in my backyard. Now,
Mhm.
does that concept actually exist?
The concept exists, yes.
But does the thing?
And I disagree. With
What
But,
do you
but
mean?
not
by-
as a
how-
real.
how-
But not as a real thing.
Not as
Yeah, but-
obviously, yeah.
so it's not
as a
tangible.
physical
So you're saying-
reality.
So you're saying it exists in the sense that I've just utilized it with linguistics. So linguistically, I've just used a particular way of sounding out words, making particular sounds to say rainbow colored unicorn in my backyard shits gold bricks.
Sure,
So
it exists
the
through
sou-
language, in language only.
Okay, so-
sure.
Yeah, as Leo said, it's a feature of
Okay,
feature of language.
So
I
Real
didn't know
quick
what he meant
pause.
by
One
that.
sec. Real
Sure.
quick pause. I
So in your
gotta address this. Singer
Well, hold
Soul,
on.
thank you so much
Wait.
for the.
I'm
Singer
sorry.
Soul,
I'm
thank you
sorry.
so much for the super chat. 9.99 says, I keep hearing you say God equals existence, but you also believe it's Yahweh, God of the Bible, which is a magical entity that speaks and does things like destroying stone towers and smearing poo on people's faces. So yeah, we addressed that a little bit earlier. It took me a second to get to it. So go ahead,
I'm
continue.
going to ask you something. Well, I'm going to ask you something, Grace. Does Zeus exist because it's a concept?
Zeus does not exist in physical reality, but
Okay,
Zeus
but-
exists as a concept, as a myth.
Okay, so what do you say exist means? What in your mind? What does exist mean?
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Exist is something being present in reality.
Okay, so it's something that's tangible.
That's very Kantian.
Not necessarily, because there's
Okay, so is there a possibility of
well,
something
I mean,
not
okay,
being?
this is what okay, so there's this thing, essence versus existence. Essence is what a thing is. Existence is that a thing is.
I don't know what
so-
essence. I don't know what essence is other than.
Well,
There's
well,
this-
with
there's
your
this
example
really
of the unicorn,
esoteric
the
metaphor.
essence,
There's this notion-
the essence of a unicorn is a horse with a horn, but unicorns don't exist, meaning that essence isn't instantiated in
Well, no,
reality.
I specifically made the proposition. Now, remember, you got to remember that your 3 laws of logic, right? A proposition, non-excluded middle. A proposition is either true or false. So I just gave you a proposition. I said, there is a rainbow-colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard. Is that proposition true or is it false? And then what is it that makes the proposition true or false?
That proposition is not true because that proposition does not conform to reality.
Okay, why is it
It's
that proposition
correspondence.
doesn't? How does the
Correspond,
proposition
sure.
not conform? How does the proposition not conform to reality?
Because it does not exist physically.
What do you mean? The rainbow-colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard doesn't exist?
No.
Okay, why do you Okay, now that I've given you the proposition and I've given you this concept of a rainbow colored unicorn, and remember, I just described it as a rainbow colored horse with a singular horn that can only be ridden by virgins, and it shits gold bricks. Why do you say it cannot exist? Because remember, you said concepts exist, but now you're saying the concept that I just gave you does not exist.
Maybe I used the wrong word. What
There
I'm
you
saying
go.
is that concepts like math, like the number 2 does not have physical reality. The number itself 2 does not have physical reality.
So you believe with a, so you agree to
But
the
it
idea
is a
of
concept that
but it's
I don't know what to say. It
but
exists
it's like a
in
label,
your mind,
but
I
it's a label,
suppose.
but it's a label kind of thing, right? It's a quantity. We understand like 2 apples and 2 apples makes 4 apples, right?
Yeah, but it's not just a quantity. It is a
No,
concept
can
in and
go-
of itself as a number.
Correct, but it's in relation to things within reality, right? It's the way that we have like multiples of apples, and so we
Yeah, but
find ways
that's
of
yes,
categorizing
that's
them.
true, but that's not
But
always
in this
true
parti-
because
but you're overcomplicating-
infinity
but you're
is
over-
a
but you're
mathematical concept and
but
it
you're
does not
but-
correspond
but
to
it-
reality.
but-
There's no
Grace,
infinity
but
in
in this
reality.
particular case, we're just trying to get to a 1. We're just trying to get to the thing in and of itself. So in this particular case, I've proposed to you that I have a rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard. And I've told you exactly what it is. It's like a horse, but it's rainbow colored. It has a singular horn. It can only be ridden by virgins, and it shits gold bricks, specifically in my backyard. So I've given you the concept. That's the concept of the thing in and of itself. And the
Yep.
concept of the thing is based on an object, and the object is that of an animal. It's a horse. But it
True.
has these other specific things that are going on, right? I'm going off of an object that I also have in reality that I've observed, which are horses, right? It
Yeah.
looks like a horse, but it has a singular horn. It's rainbow colored, and only a virgin can ride it, and it shits gold bricks. Why? If that's a concept, and you say that, well, a concept can exist.
It's a
Does it
concept
exist?
based on things that do exist, like animals with horns, horses,
Sure, but you
rainbows,
see,
and virgins.
but it's
Okay,
the
all those
proposition-
things exist.
well,
But the
no, but the
concept
thing
with all those
itself,
things combined does not exist in
But-
reality.
well, virgins exist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can virgins ride horses?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. But is there any examples of a rainbow colored horse with a singular horn that can only be ridden by a virgin?
No, it doesn't exist.
Okay. So where did you get the example of the thing that you've conceptualized as being this entity that is God? And how does it exist?
Okay, if I was to use your example, you're saying God is the unicorn in that's the
any
analogy.
X. Yes, exactly. It's any X.
Okay, so God is the unicorn, and what objects in reality am I basing this concept on?
Not to lead to it, but to it itself.
The fact
Remember-
that everything exists, so
No,
everything
that's
in
an inference.
reality
No, that's an
points
inference.
me to God.
No. That's an inference. I never said that anything in reality is basically necessitated by the existence of the rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard. I'm just saying the rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard exists.
Right, but
You're bringing up.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. God is not an entity like the unicorn would be, and therefore the same language doesn't apply.
But
God
no,
is entity, so
What?
you can't say the same thing.
no,
God is
God
existence.
God is an
There it
entity
is.
because God is not identical. God is not equivalent or
It's
identical
what-
to anything that is not
jail,
itself.
Jail. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss.
Yeah.
I wanted to reduce this to her saying that God is not an entity. God is just the state of all things. And now you can present the Eulufro dilemma or the problem of evil or the problem of or the logical problem of suffering and have fun with it. Because
Or
if
with the
God is all of it,
argument from divine hiddenness would work there too.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You can do all of that just within what she just did because it's not a singular entity that has a will or an intent. It is literally the state of all It is that which instantiates and sustains all
vacuous.
states
Yes.
of affairs. It's a complete
Substantiates
very
and,
vacuous
and,
concept.
exactly.
and sustains.
So
Yes.
so all cancer is necessarily sustained by this God.
Correct.
All rape is necessarily sustained by this God.
Correct.
All the way that a person feels, if a woman feels the way that she does, this entity sustains the way that she feels when she's been victimized by a man.
Absolutely. Yes.
And the thrill that her victimizer feels is necessarily sustained by that entity.
Correct.
Can you now
Yes.
say it's all good?
Yes.
How? It sustains it. It instantiates.
I think a better question is, what does it mean to say that God is all good?
There you go.
Yeah, in reference to what exactly?
God is goodness.
Then
What does
then
that?
is-
Wait, hold up.
then-
What does that mean?
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
So I can explain how it's all good.
Wait, no. Good
And-
in
but-
reference. Wait, hold on. Good in reference to what?
Well, there are two options. Things are either good or they lack good, which we call
is
evil.
is rape bad?
Yes.
Okay, so if rape is bad and God is all good, how does rape come about if God is that which is
Do you
sustaining
want?
rape?
I can absolutely explain that. Rape is sex with a lack of goodness. Okay,
You mean
which
a
we
lack
call
of-
evil. It is sex
But a
without
lack of-
consent. It's sex
But
without
a-
consent. It's sex
So-
without love.
okay,
It's sex
there-
without
it's-
respect. Okay, so it
Wait a minute,
lacks
wait-
those
wait a
good
minute,
things. No,
wait.
let me just make this point, please, because it is in my brain. Okay.
Wait, stop. Don't stop. But you're talking about a state of affairs that this entity has to conceptualize to make it what it is.
You
Do you
asked
not
me a specific
understand?
question. I just want to answer that
I know,
question.
and you're appealing
How-
to within.
How can
you're-
it be good that he sustains rape? Is basically what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
you just
let
defined
me
it.
answer that question. It is good because
Rape is good.
the lack of goodness would not exist if we didn't have free will. If we didn't have free will,
I knew it was going to come.
There
down
it
to
is,
this.
folks.
everything would be good,
There it is.
but there would be no choice, and therefore nothing
there
would
it
be
is.
Hold
But
it, Grace.
Free
But hold up.
will-
There
No,
free
no,
will-
Grace,
Have fun.
Grace,
Free
hold
will
up.
fun,
is the
guys.
cause.
No, Grace.
I've
Free will
done my
does not.
evil.
job. I've done my
Stop.
job, JL.
Hang on a
Have
second.
fun.
Free will, Grace. Free will does not salvage this. This is.
I don't see how it doesn't.
This, because it is
It's really easy.
humans using the God concept to backstop their own preferences. If you were made as an entity, if the God existed and you made you as an entity to do nothing but love it, that's all you're made to do.
Mhm.
Like no ifs, ands, or buts. That is your function.
That is my function.
No. Not right now. Like literally made you in a state that all you will ever do is love and worship it.
Okay, so I don't have free
nothing
will.
else.
I don't have free will.
Okay.
Right.
Would
okay.
you ever would you have a notion as that entity being made for that sole function and only ever doing that function,
Mhm.
would the notion of doing otherwise ever enter your mind?
No.
So, the only reason people bring up the free will argument is because we perceive that we have some level of degree of control over our actions. We can conceptualize and sometimes experience what it's like to have that control taken away from us.
Or to
Feeling
take it away
that,
from others. Yes.
okay, feeling that is generally perceived to be a negative experience, losing your autonomy, having it taken away from you,
Mm-hmm.
because we know what it's like to have it. We can conceptualize what it would be like to not have it. But
Mhm.
if you were made as an entity, foundationally, as an entity that has no autonomy, the idea of having autonomy would never enter your mind.
That's true. But
So
there would be no love. because love is a free
No, hold
choice.
up. There would be no love by your metric.
Actually,
By
love.
well,
your
we can only
subject-
judge
hold up,
things
hold-
based
now
off
hold
of
up.
our own metrics.
By your own subjective metric, there would be no love. But that doesn't mean that love wouldn't exist by the God's conceptualization of it.
My
No.
my definition of love could not possibly exist because love is a free choice.
Oh no. That
Are you
that depends
sure?
upon. No, it's
Love
not,
is a
but-
free choice.
Hold up, Grace.
If I
Grace,
am
stop.
forced to
Grace,
marry
you gotta
someone,
stop
that's
fucking
not
interrupting me.
love.
Grace, stop interrupting.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Love takes many different forms. and it
That's
is
not-
entirely
that's not
subjective
how
as to
love
what
is
one
depicted
refers
in the
to. So,
Bible.
whatever God conceptualizes as love, there is no rule external of the God that dictates what love must be or what love ought to be. Human beings use the concept of God and define it in a way to backstop their own preferences as what is intended to be. Okay.
I would also like
they
to
define
add,
the
Dale,
God
that
to
free will.
reinforce their own positions. That's the problem. When you
But I
look at
would
the
also-
God in, well, hold on a second. When you look at the
Sorry,
God
Dale.
in and of itself, if the God exists and is the only thing that exists, which per the lights of your worldview is a state that once was. When the
No,
God says,
wrong.
if God
didn't
is
say
the
that.
only thing that, okay,
Wrong.
did God create everything that is not itself?
Yes.
Is there a point before creation?
A point?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Is there, okay,
Is there
there's
time?
the God set and the not God set. Is there a time when God was the only thing that existed prior
No.
to it actualizing everything that is not itself?
No, because God is not a thing that exists.
So God doesn't exist. We're
Okay,
there.
welcome to atheism.
We've got there.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're right.
Yay!
God
It
doesn't
worked.
exist. I agree. God is existence. This is different
Then
things.
atheism
that
is
doesn't mean
true.
anything,
If
but yeah.
atheism is now being used as the proposition that a God or gods does not exist, atheism is true because the only God that exists does not actually exist.
Yeah, you're right. God does not exist. God is
Atheist.
existence. This is different. God is
I
not
might- I
a
just
being.
might start calling you
If
Graytheist.
you guys are saying
I
that
think
God is
Graytheist,
a
I
being,
think Graytheist is good.
if you guys
Grace and atheism.
if
Grace
you
and
guys
atheism.
if you guys are saying that God is a being that exists, I'm an atheist.
Then God is only
Yep.
so what you're saying is God is a concept that exists, therefore God exists.
Nope. God is existence.
See, and it's completely vacuous in that
That
respect.
doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
Is
it
of
doesn't actually-
predication
it doesn't
or
actually
is of
mean anything.
identity? Hold
This
on, I'm
is the
actually kind of
worst
curious here.
apologetic ever.
It is of predication or is of identity?
Is of predication or is of identity.
Yeah, you said God is existence. Are you
I
saying
would-
God is existence in the same
Yeah.
way that I might say that a box is heavy? Or are you saying that God is existence the way that I might say that a bachelor is an unmarried man?
Nice distinction, Leo.
Yeah.
A bachelor is an unmarried man. So a synonym.
that-
yeah, the second one.
Yeah, that's okay.
Not a
So
synonym.
God is identical to existence. Because that would be the is of identity. An unmarried man is a bachelor in the sense that they are identical to one another.
Yeah. I think that would be true.
So then
Yeah.
what is existence?
God
Existence is the state of being.
So God is just the
is a,
state of being.
is a phenomenon. He's a phenomenon of things being what they are.
God is the
Essentially,
state of being that
essentially,
sustains,
what is
that
being?
sustains
What
us
is-
all.
essentially, no,
yes.
essentially,
Grace,
that
what is
essentially the
being?
statement is that things exist equals God.
Yeah.
Correct.
We
That's-
just went back to the very beginning to what
Which
I
is-
said.
which is-
Existence is all that is. God
No,
is just all that
no,
is.
That's different. Again, I'm going to say this exists, but this
So
is not
I would like
existence.
to point out, somebody pointed out in the chat, Jverse pointed out in the chat, this is important. I want to make sure that I can find it so I can put it on the screen. Because this is really important. Let me see, blah, blah, blah. Where did Jverse go? Jverse. Damn it.
Damn it.
Oh, the
God
chat
damn
went
You
it.
by
missed
too
a,
quick.
You missed a
Fucking
super
damn it.
chat, by the way.
Is it the one Catholics believe God is a being, not a concept?
Yes. Catholics believe that God is a being, not a concept. But Gabe Newell for 5 Canadian. Thank you so much, Gabe. I said God is premise 1, God is existence. Premise 2, God is omnipotent, meaning all good. Well, omnibenevolent, meaning all good. Omnipotent is all powerful. Premise 3, child grape exists. Conclusion, therefore, child grape is good. Grace logic, by the way. So
Yeah.
just pointing that out.
Free will is good, and free will affords humans
But-
to do things
but
that
Grace,
are evil.
Grace,
evil is
what
not
is-
necessary for
Jail,
free will.
Jail, hold on.
It
What
actually
the phenomenon?
is.
It's not.
But
It
Grace,
is.
Grace, what is the phenomenon of free will?
JL,
What is the ph-
JL, saying evil is not necessary for free will is like saying rejection is not necessary for dating. Yes,
So-
it is.
Yeah, no, evil is
in-
not necessary for free will. I can demonstrate this easily.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Leo.
So could God have created a world where all agents, that first off, there exists rational moral agents like ourselves, and we have libertarian free will. We have free will in the libertarian sense. And every agent that exists in that world always, only, ever freely chooses, in the libertarian sense, to never do evil. Is such a world possible?
That's better.
Is it possible that we would be forced to do that, or just that
No,
we
no.
would do
Is
that?
it possible that such a world could exist?
It is possible that every human
Okay,
being on
then it's
Earth can
not
act
meant to be.
perfectly. Yes.
Hold up, Grace.
There
Grace,
is
no.
one
It
possible
is
world
possible
where
that no
then
one
there
on
is
Earth.
one-
It is
Guys,
possible that starting right now, no one on Earth ever sinned again. It's
That's
absolutely
sure.
possible.
That's fine. I hear you. But what you just admitted is that there's at least one possible world where we exist with free will in the libertarian sense. I'll grant you that, but where no evil exists, which means that evil is not necessary for free will, which would entail that there is no possible
go.
world where you can have free will.
No,
without
no,
evil.
no. That's
Thank you,
not
Leo.
true. I'm saying
Well,
humans
hold
can
on.
exercise.
What do you think it means for something to be necessary?
Humans, wait, hold on a second. I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I think that's interesting. I'm saying humans could exercise their free will to choose goodness.
But where does
Always
The fact that
exercise-
people use their free will,
But Grace,
the fact that
you're
people
talking-
do evil
Grace,
implies free will.
But you're appealing to a phenomenal state in which God instantiated and sustained human beings to do that.
Yes, he did, because
They're
he wants us
instantiating-
to be free, which is good.
Yeah, so to be truly free means
Or-
to be able
or-
to choose freedom or to
or
choose evil.
Human beings prefer to be free, and they define the God to backstop that preference.
Well,
So if I act evil,
you would have to go
then
back to
I'm
saying,
acting-
like, if there's a beginning of time, if there has to be an
I
existence
don't have to go back that far.
before
I don't have to
time.
go
No,
back
you
that
have
far.
to go back that far.
I don't have to
No.
go back that far. I'll just say is humans prefer to be free because we know what it's like, because we can conceptualize and experience what it's like to not be free.
No, incorrect. I disagree. Human beings recognize that we do have free will. We don't prefer to be free.
But that
we have
instead-
free will.
But that implies
Unless you
that there's
disagree,
a
do you
state-
think that human beings don't
but
have
that
free will?
But that implies that there's a state in which a person is not free.
Right. We can
You can have
conceptualize. We can
No,
conceptualize
you
the
you
antecedent-
always have free will. You always
No,
have free will.
We can, but
Your
we can
freedom can be
conceptualize what-
limited.
No, because we can perceive that we do have some degree of it. That's a perception that we have. It's not
Yes.
necessarily the case. It
It's
very
actually-
well could be the case that
I think it's an
universe-
axiom.
Hold
I
up,
think it's an
Grace.
axiom too.
It is very well could be the case
No, I
that
don't think
the
it's an
entire
axiom.
universe the universe in its entirety is entirely deterministic, and that our perception of having free will is a thing that is itself determined. So just
Well,
because
then there
we
would be
perceive
no
that-
point in having
but
this conversation.
because we perceive that we have it, we can conceptualize what it would be like to not have it.
No, we
we
assume
prefer-
that we have it. We assume that we
hold
have
up.
it. So it is an
Grace,
axiom.
Grace, stop trying to predict where I'm going with this.
No, I'm just
We
disagreeing with your points
perceive-
as you're making
Human
them.
beings perceive that we have a degree of free will that is a part of our
Sure.
perception.
Sure. Yes.
We can, because we have that perception, we can
Mhm.
conceptualize what it would be like to have that ability taken away from us. What would it be like if I couldn't choose?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's hard for us to
we
imagine, but I guess so,
prefer-
yeah.
We prefer to be able to choose as opposed to having everything controlled for us. It's about
But the
control
thing
and
is-
autonomy. So because we can conceptualize what it is like to lose that or have it taken away from us, we can perceive that as a negative thing because we would prefer to have the autonomy and the control
there's
over
this-
our lives. But if you were made differently, that problem would never enter your mind.
Yeah, a robot never thinks about
Okay,
what it
but
would be
guess
like
what?
to not be a
But
robot.
you would never complain about being a robot because you would have no conceptualization of what it would be like to not be one.
But there
So
would be no
appealing to
point
free
in me
will-
existing if
so,
I'm just
no,
a robot.
Because there's nothing that dictated that God must necessarily make humans the way it made them.
But my
no,
thing
there is actually.
but-
No, whoa, Jay, hold up. No, there are no rules or laws or anything that
Incorrect.
dictates how or what the God must do.
Incorrect. Nope.
Really?
Okay.
Whoa,
Hold up.
stop there.
Hold on.
What are those laws?
So God is not ultimate.
God
Hold on.
cannot, for example, break the laws of logic.
So
God
God-
cannot
so
do
God-
evil.
so God is
cannot
subject-
do evil.
So God is subject to
God can
this-
do evil because God can do evil because in order for there to be good, there has to be evil. So God would have to.
There does not
instantiate-
have to be evil for there to be good. Evil is the
But you
lack of
just-
good. Evil is the lack of good. Think of it as like evil is anything that isn't 100% good.
Okay,
Wait,
this is
is
okay,
it?
this
Wait, well, hold on, jail. Good thing. Okay, let me give you this little thought exercise. I'm walking down the street, and I witnessed some guy. Holy crap, that guy's got something going on. You know what? I'm just gonna. What in the heck? You got to live in California for that one. Guy on a bike. That was interesting.
my
Land of fruits and
gosh.
nuts, I tell you.
I miss
no
California.
shit.
I'm gonna move to California. I love California.
Born
Hey,
and
a lot
raised
of
in San
people are
Diego. Born
leaving.
and
You'll
raised in
have
San
plenty of
Diego.
you'll have
so-
plenty
really?
of room in the next 10 years.
Well, born
my
and raised in San Diego, but I spent most of my life in Texas. So
yeah,
Born and
my,
raised in Iowa.
my interesting thing is
We
this,
can tell.
Is
shut up.
That's
you
why I
husk.
wear.
Interesting
That's
thing,
why I
Grace,
wear the
is this-
Carhartt.
my interesting thing, Grace, is this phenomenon. So let me give you this thought exercise. You have a person and they're walking down the street, and let's say it's just me, and I stop and I see some guy, and he's getting ready to assault a woman,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he's assaulting this woman, and I sit there and I watch it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or I have multiple choices.
Oh, please
I
tell me
can
you're going
watch
where I
it.
think you are.
What's that?
I said, please tell me you're going where I think you are. Keep going. Keep going.
I might
Keep
be. So I can watch it. I can walk away. Right? If I walk away, so I can walk away, I can watch it happen. I can go over and hold her down so that so it helps this guy. I can kill that guy
Mm-hmm.
and then also take over for him. Or I can
Sure.
kill the guy and then that stops the rape.
You could take a shit in the middle of the alleyway.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is what is
Sure.
the good
You do
thing to
anything.
do? Is the good thing to do to stand there and watch it?
It depends what the situation is. If you think you can overpower him, you probably should.
Wait.
If you can't, then you're just endangering yourself, and you should call
But
the police.
I'm asking you, if God is an all moral being
Mm-hmm.
And
does
all
not
powerful.
and all powerful, does not doing something equate to being good? So if I don't do something, if I'm watching it happening,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm watching this sexual assault occur, is
Right.
not doing anything, but I'm seeing it, equivalent of doing a good? Yes or no?
That would be the sin of omission, which means you failed to do something. So
Okay,
no.
why isn't
Not in
God
that
doing anything?
situation.
Why isn't God doing anything? If
Why
God is
isn't
all
God
good,
doing anything?
why isn't God? So now we're going into deontology. We're talking about moral obligations to be all good. I am witnessing a sexual assault, and the man is doing something. I am standing there watching it. Is by simply watching it a bad thing? Or-
Yes.
Okay, why?
Why can't
Because
I
you
say
are
that it's part of God's?
failing-
Why can't I say it's part of God's plan for that woman? To
Well,
have
hold
that
on.
assault occurred and I'd be
Jay's
interrupting?
going. Jay's
You
going down a
could
really,
say
really
that,
good
but that
path
would
here.
go against the laws of morality.
But wait, no. But God
The
is the
lo-
one
so-
that's substantiating the whole thing.
He instantiated the whole scenario,
right, but
He's
morally, you
instantiated-
have a responsibility to
Okay.
Do you think? Hold on.
I
Do you think that
defend
that's
people from those
constitutive?
who are doing evil.
Hold on.
Because I've got like
So
5
if
minutes
you-
here, so I
if
want
you fail
try
to do that, you too are
Hold on,
sinning.
Leo.
Do
Hold
you
on.
think?
Wait.
Do you think that? Do you think that being opposed to evils is constitutive of what it means to be good, Grace? Whatever you define evil as, I can work with whatever you define evil as. Being opposed to that is a part of what it means to be good.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so if you saw a woman being essayed in an alley and you knew that you could stop it, let's grant like the guy's an MMA fighter or something, he could easily stop it and he just chooses not to. He's done something bad.
Yes.
But God has the power to stop it too, and he does nothing. Why does God get off the hook? Why is God not bad?
That's exactly my point.
Because if God stopped it happening, he would be taking away our free will.
So would
If
that
he-
MMA fighter. He would be taking away the free
he's-
will of the
he's
rapist
not,
to do
no,
the
no,
raping.
You're
Yeah.
making
Yep.
making a mistake.
He would
Wait,
be
let me
stopping
explain.
him
Let me
from
explain.
executing his
The
will to
MMA,
do what
the guy
he
who
wants to the woman.
stops the guy who stops the essayer.
I'm asking.
He is. Wait,
I'm
hold on.
asking you-
Let me just answer Leo's
Yeah.
question.
No,
He
Grace.
is-
You're
he
going
is-
off a wrong.
Guys,
you're going
no,
off
no,
a
no.
wrong-
Leo
you're
just
going
told me
off a
something.
wrong-
Let her
Let me
answer because
respond.
I've only got like
Okay.
3 minutes and then I gotta
Okay.
go.
Okay.
The MMA fighter who stops the man is not taking away his free will. He is limiting his physical freedom. That is a very
So
different
then
thing.
why is that not what God's doing then when he stops it? Why is he not just
Yeah, why
limiting
can't God
physical freedom in
intervene?
that
We're not
instance?
talking about God stopping the guy from making the choice. We're talking about God intervening.
God
Yeah.
intervening through like a miraculous occurrence,
Yeah,
physically?
like
Whichever
all of a
way it
sudden,
does.
like snaps
Yeah.
his fingers and makes the dude's dick disappear so he can't continue doing what he's doing. No harm comes to anybody. There's no pain. He just disappears the guy's dick, and he can't do the thing anymore.
Why
Or the
doesn't
guy doesn't do
God?
that.
just
Why doesn't
disappears.
God allow miracles anytime sin happens?
No,
we're asking about a deontology. We're asking
I'm
about
asking
moral
about a
obligation.
disconnect. It's
Yeah, that
wrong
too.
for somebody to see something evil happening. We grant that they have the power to stop it,
Yeah.
but they choose not to. They've done something wrong
I
morally.
ran through.
But
Grace,
God
I-
has the power to stop evils, and he doesn't stop any of them. But somehow God isn't bad. What's the symmetry breaker? Why does God get off the hook?
Keep in mind, Grace, before you answer, the distinction here is not
And
God.
I do gotta go.
The-
Peace out.
yeah,
Thanks a lot,
the
JL.
distinction here
See you,
is
Leo.
no problem, Leo. The distinction here is
See you
not
later, Jay.
God making it so that no one can choose evil. The distinction is God intervening
not-
whenever evil happens.
But that's
Because
the
it's-
same thing, because if God
It
intervenes,
doesn't, because
if
people can
God
still choose.
intervenes, if God
God-
intervenes
no.
and prevents evil things from happening, then humans never have the choice to do evil things.
No, they're still choosing to do it. They just get stopped, like the MMA fighter stops the guy from attacking
Yeah.
the girl.
They get
It's the
stopped
same thing. I'm not stopping.
halfway.
I'm not stopping.
Is there a point at which
Yeah,
they
yeah.
get
The
stopped?
MMA fighter
Grace,
has not.
Grace,
The
the
MMA
person-
fighter has not taken
Grace.
away the essayer's
Grace.
like choice to do the
Yeah,
essay.
Grace,
I'm
the
not doing that.
person-
I'm just intervening to stop it from progressing.
Yeah,
he
the
still freely
person's
chose
already-
to do the
The
action.
person's has already intended to do
Right.
the essay. All the other person is doing is not sit there and watch. They're going in there and intervening to stop what the person has actually intended to choose to do to this woman, to stop the act from happening. Now it doesn't. Now here's the interesting thing: is the moral violation still applicable to the person that actually wanted to commit the sexual assault? But now that I've stopped, let's say I'm the MMA person, I'm the person that's capable of stopping this man physically from doing this to this woman. Is it now the case that the man, now that he's been stopped from the sexual assault, is now no longer guilty of the moral violation because I stopped it?
He would be guilty of attempted rape and not rape.
Okay, so the intent.
So actually,
the intent equivocates.
if God intervened, he would be preventing him from doing as much sin as he wanted to.
He'd be preventing
No,
him.
he already. But did he already commit the sin through the intent?
No.
Okay, so you don't believe in what happens in Matthew, that if a man lusts after another woman, he's committed adultery in his heart?
That's not meant to be taken super literally.
Okay,
Obviously, cheating on your wife and lusting after a woman are different things. Jesus'
That
point
not
there
according-
was to say, because the Jews were very rule oriented, right?
Okay.
So his point was to say, if you think about something, that's not neutral. You can think about good or bad things, and you should think of it like as if you were actually doing it, because fantasizing about
No,
doing
he
something
said
bad
no,
is
that-
bad.
No, he said that you have committed that in your heart.
Right, and he also
So
said
is
if your right
committing
eye,
something-
but
committing something in
it's
part-
not meant to be taken literally. It's not meant to be taken
Oh,
super
okay.
literally.
We've got two more. we've got two more-
Jesus, our Lord
got two
said,
more
if your right eye offends you, pluck it out.
Okay.
Does he mean
Hold
that
on.
all
Okay.
of our right eyes
All
have
right.
offended us?
Let's-
We've all
yeah,
looked at something
We've got-
gross.
we've
I
got
get that.
two more
Should we
solid
pluck our eyes
samples.
out? No.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on. We've
stop.
got two more solid samples. So we're going to go right to the 10 Commandments. Now we're talking the ultimate moral law.
I was just
Thou
gonna go-
shalt
I
not
was just-
covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. So yeah, that is thought crime, and that's in the most
No, it's
basic
actually
law.
that is. But let's think about that
most
real
basic.
carefully. But Andrew, let's think about this very carefully. Those 10 commandments: you will not commit murder, you shall not commit murder, you will not commit adultery, you will not covet your ox or your neighbor's wife, you will not do this, you will not do that. Those are all not doing something.
Wait, actually,
You're
wait.
not
Can I take
doing-
that back? When Matthew, I believe it actually can be taken literally. Everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Yeah, that's true. In your heart, you have done that.
Yes. Now,
But
was Jesus saying,
that is different than doing it literally, physically.
but is
That's
Jesus
different.
saying that the person is necessarily guilty of having committed that immoral act?
They have committed adultery in their heart.
They've
Okay, so
committed a
it's
sin.
They
so
have
the
not committed
thought-
adultery.
They've
There's
committed
a
a
difference.
sin, though.
but they've committed a
Absolutely.
sin.
Absolutely.
So but
our legal system reflects this. If you plan to kill someone, it is different than if you actually kill them. But both are illegal. Right?
Yes and no. But now we're talking about a God.
that's
though.
just absolutely true. They're both
But we're
illegal.
talking about-
Conspiracy
but
to
we're-
commit
but
murder
we're-
and
But
murder
Grace,
are
we're
both
talking
illegal.
about
Both go
but
to
Grace,
jail, but they're different
Grace,
crimes.
We're talking about the deontology of an entity that is a God. That's an all good entity. Why does the God? First of all, we have the first question. Why is it that the God created a state of affairs where it can conceptualize where a man can do that to a woman? And then,
Because he gave us free will.
yes, but free will is also the creation of that entity, yes?
It is a characteristic of
What
his
is free will?
creation,
What
yeah.
is so free will is just simply the ability to choose between certain given circumstances within a given paradigm, right? Or a parameter or a set of circumstances, right? Is that what you're saying free will is?
I mean, I would
Is
say what free will boils down to is the freedom to
Okay.
follow
So it-
God or follow Satan. But like whatever, yes, the freedom
But-
to
but
choose.
that would-
We all
but-
know what free will
But the
means.
freedom, well, no, not necessarily, because in this particular case, in order to freely choose God or to freely choose Satan, there has to be God and there has to be Satan in which to truly have a choice between choosing God and choosing Satan, correct? correct?
I think I may have misphrased that. I don't know if you choose Satan.
Well, then what do you mean?
Well, because that sort of makes it into like there are two gods who are competing.
So if you
It's
don't,
not really
well,
how it works.
well, let me ask you. Oh, so is it the case that if you don't choose God, then it is necessarily the case that it defaults to that you chose Satan?
No, I mean it would be that, because but you're it's not so much that you chose Satan, but you are in the group with Satan, because if you don't accept God, if you don't choose God, then you reject God. That's all hell is a rejection of God.
Are you sure?
It's like saying I don't want to be around you.
So
I
the
don't
default-
like you. I don't
okay,
want to
so
be
the
around
default-
you.
Okay, so the default status of not choosing God is to choose hell. So if I don't choose to obey the government,
Yeah.
then it is automatically the case that I will go to jail?
Well, I mean, human systems are flawed, but like essentially,
Well,
yes.
I'm asking-
if you
I'm asking
don't
you-
follow the rules, you go to jail. Yeah.
Okay. So now who instantiated the paradigm in which if I don't choose X, then it is necessarily the case that I've chosen Y? Who instantiated and sustains that particular state of affairs?
That's just like, I don't know. That's like the law of non-contradiction. I
No,
think
the God
if I
did. The God instantiated. That's the
if
answer.
if I
How is it the law of
if I am
non-contradiction?
dating someone and I don't get married to them, it is implied that at some point I rejected them. That's true.
But it doesn't mean you killed them. It just means that you're not to date someone doesn't necessitate that you marry them.
What I'm
nor does
saying,
it
basically, what
necessitate
it comes
that you
down to is
accept marriage.
every yes is a no, and every no is a yes. So, like, if you say yes to
I think
something, you're
you're-
saying no to other options.
So everything. So this seems like a black and white fallacy. So if I date someone, it is necessarily the case that I'm automatically on the goal of accepting marriage. And if I date someone without marriage, then what? I don't
if
know
you
how this
date
works.
if you date someone, and at a certain point you are no longer with that person, at one point, one or the
Well,
other
you're
of you
just-
must have rejected
just-
the other one.
Yeah, you're just simply not dating them anymore. But is there any
But it
consequence
would
to not
have to
dating
be
them?
that one or the other of the two of you
But is there
said
any
no
negative
to
is
that
there
relationship.
Any negative? Is there any actual negative to not dating someone? Yes or no? Is there some kind of
I'm
ill
saying
consequence?
it's a negative choice, meaning I'm no longer doing this. It's not it's not
Well,
bad,
it's negative in the sense that
necessarily,
you're
but
no longer doing it, but is it necessarily a negative consequence on your part?
you mean like morally? Is it necessarily bad?
No, does it equate to some like really bad position that you're now going to end up in because you no longer chose to date this person? If I don't choose to, let's say you and I are dating, and then all of a sudden I choose to not date you anymore. Does that mean that I fall into some kind of realm where it's going to be just really bad for me because we're no longer dating?
No, but I don't think you're understanding my analogy.
I'm not. That's why I'm asking you questions.
If you're dating God, and let's just say you take my worldview for granted, that God is existence itself, the creator of the universe, a loving father, etc. Okay, well, just take it for granted.
Father in existence isn't
just take it for granted. Just take it for granted. If you are dating God and you break up with God, then you are saying no to existence, to life, and to your father.
But if I say no to it,
that puts you in a situation where you are alienated. You are not. You are dead.
But does that require?
And you do not exist.
But how?
Which is what hell is.
So my epistemic position will change my ontological state.
It kind of sounds like annihilationism.
What I'm saying is, all hell is somebody saying, I don't like God. That's all they're saying. I don't like God. So it's their choice.
But what if you're completely amoral on it? What if it is the case that you don't care? Right? Like you and I were dating.
That sounds like invincible ignorance. If you don't know whether you should care about God, and some kind of psychological problem has an impediment prevents you from,
that's what I'm asking
from
you
choosing
about whether
God,
or not
then you don't necessarily go to hell. No. I'm talking about a free choice.
Okay,
and there is a possibility
let me ask you
for
this.
every human being
that
we can freely choose to reject God.
Yeah, let me throw this in there. So what if I were to live my entire life in such a way that I hit all the marks that God wants me to hit, and I earned my way into heaven or whatever that was where I was going to go, and I don't want to exist there. Like I don't want to exist eternally in a conscious state at all. Annihilate. If any of this shit is true, I would hope that annihilationism is the case, so that way that when I die, my conscious existence ceases to exist. When I die, I'm done. That's it. Nothing eternal, nothing going on, nothing blah blah blah. No eternal static state of consciousness in some other whatever. When I die, when JL goes, that's it. JL's done. Because that ending, that permanent ending, is what gives this some 50 or some 60, 70, 80 years of existence value to me.
Well, the Christian position, I'll just tell you from a Christian
I'm not worried about this position. I'm simply asking if I wanted,
Aren't you asking me as a Christian?
I'm saying that what if
it's hard to answer your question, because the simple fact of the matter is Christians believe we have eternal souls, so you can't decide whether you want to have
well, then that's not me. That's not
existence.
JL. Then that's not JL. That's an aspect of myself that's going to go on, but that's not me.
Yeah.
Because I don't care.
No, it is.
No. That's the whole point. If my soul is literally the identity that is JL, okay, JL doesn't want to exist eternally. This conscious experience is me. So I don't have free will in that respect.
No, just like you don't have free will in the respect of your eye color. Like you don't have a choice. It's just the.
Wait! You don't have free will when it comes to your eye color. What the hell?
No, you were born with an eternal soul. Just like you're born with your I'm just saying, as a Christian, we believe that you have an eternal soul. You'll either spend eternity away from God or with God. It's up to you.
Okay, I don't want either, because I don't want an eternal conscious static existence in any state, because that devalues the life that I just lived. Whether I earned it in heaven or wherever like this, I don't want either.
Christians wouldn't say that it devalues the life.
I would prefer the annihilation gate where I can walk through it and simply stop existing.
Christians wouldn't, but go with
well, Christians. I'm not sure if when you go to hell, it's not like Christians say like you no longer exist. I mean, I'm not sure exactly, but it's not like you just disappear into the ether. Like you are in hell for eternity.
Which is what I would prefer.
So you
would go to hell because you.
So you
prefer
always
it.
have. So you always have everlasting existence.
I personally think
I would prefer to not exist. I don't care if it's in heaven. I don't care if it's in hell. I don't care if it's in purgatory. I don't want a static, eternal, conscious existence, because that state devalues everything I experienced here. That takes my finite life on this planet and reduces it to zero, being an eternal static state, meaning that in that eternal static state, septillions of years can go by and I am still technically at zero. I don't want
well,
that.
you would no longer be within time. So you wouldn't experience
Then I'd
time.
have no perception. Then that's not me. That's not JL.
If you don't experience it,
But
if
This is
JL,
a fundamental
wait, are you
alteration in
saying-
my identity. My identity is predicated on who I am, given from moment to moment to moment. My identity
there
is
are things that
predicated upon these
violate-
things. If you take that away from me, if you take that aspect away, my identity is no longer predicated on that. That is not JL
So
anymore.
your existence is actually not predicated on free will. Free will isn't actually anything that is substantial, because when you get down to the crux of existence in and of itself, that is in your position based on God, your existence will either be what it is or it won't be what it is.
Right.
So your free will won't actually have a say in whether or not your existence remains or your existence will sustain or be eternal or everlasting.
Yeah,
The
that's
outcome
true.
of the
You
outcome
don't have-
ultimately.
well, but
No, the
nobody's saying
ultimate
that
outcome-
Christians
don't
say you
hold
have.
up.
No, Christians don't say you have free will in all things. I don't have free will in what color my skin is or how tall I am.
That's fine. But ultimately, if the ultimate outcome is that whichever it persists that goes on to these eternal states, if that is not fundamentally me, my identity, then that means something has been changed. Either something has been taken away or something has been added that fundamentally alters my identity. The state of being.
I think something would be added.
This right here, what I am right now, this is JL. If you
would be-
remove
oops.
any aspect of this, I am no longer JL.
You
I
would.
am
It
now
would. Nothing would
something
be removed.
different.
Nothing would be removed, but you would be.
If
I
I'm
think
outside
the-
of time,
I think the
then
word is
if I'm outside of time, then I
theosified.
have no perception of my own identity over time. Therefore, I am not JL anymore,
You would be theosified, which means to become like God.
which is not me because I'm
Wait,
not
no,
theosified.
not necessarily, because you already said to be to still be eternal. So if that's the case, then it would follow that you would still be theosified and being of God while in hell.
You mean because you would have the state of having an eternal soul?
Your eternal soul is theosified, right? You're eternal.
No.
You're imago. You are made in the. So you hold to this idea of the imago Dei, that basically the soul is what we're created in the image of God, like, right? That's the theosified that you're referring to.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's body and soul. I believe that your body will be resurrected at the coming of Christ.
Why is that important? Why is the body necessarily important?
Because otherwise you get into dualism where like your soul is this sort of like glowing orb in your body and your body is a shell. I believe your body
Wait,
like,
you're
like,
you're a
your body
you're
is
a monist? You're a monist?
I don't know what that is.
Opposite of
You
dualism.
basically believe, you don't believe in mind-body dualism. You believe that who we are right now is a representation of who we are exactly. So there is no spirit. There is no spirit that resides within us, and that we are a vessel inside of a corporeal. We're in a corporeal vessel.
I don't think we're in a corporeal vessel. No, like I believe,
Okay, so,
I believe that my body is an expression of my soul. So
an expression of your soul would still be.
is the expression of my soul. My soul has physical reality, which is my body.
So what is it that exists?
So this
when
is
you go to
Grace's nose. This is Grace's lips. This is Grace's hair.
Okay, what is so what exists when you go to an eternal existence?
What exists when you go to an eternal existence?
Is it a corporeal existence? Is it a spiritual existence? Is there an actual discernment between the physical and the spiritual? Or are they one and the same?
I'm not exactly sure. I think heaven is a spiritual reality, and then at the end of the world, your body will be resurrected. You'll be reunited with your body, and so you'll have a physical
so this
and
world,
spiritual eternal
so this
existence.
world,
I'm pretty
so
sure
if
that's
this
how it
world,
works.
if this world were to end, all of the essence of humanity would cease to exist. It would never. All of humanity would never continue to exist if there wasn't some physical substrate.
If this was the end, say that again. If it
So
was the end of the world.
do you hold to a physical, spiritual? So God is a spiritual thing, right? You hold to that, right? God isn't physical. Yes. God creates. So there's an ontological
Is
distinction.
God
is a
spiritual?
He's a spiritual entity, and there is a physical world that he's created, a thing of tangible sense, and that human beings are made of that substance, right, in some way. So if this world were to cease to exist, do humans need the earth to exist? Yes or no? I guess I should start there. Do we need the earth to exist?
Do human beings need the earth to exist? Yeah.
Okay, so there's no heaven.
Why? Because heaven isn't on earth?
Well, does heaven exist as a place for all souls to go to in some kind of distinct separation from the physical manifestation of the world?
Okay, well, I'll give you the answer. I don't know all the intricacies.
This is different. This is different theology than what I was raised with, because I was raised as a Christian. So I'm very curious about this. Because
were you raised as a Catholic?
No.
Oh, well,
No, I was raised I was actually raised very, very vehemently anti-Catholic.
Well, I mean, so it makes sense that it would be different. But in Catholic teaching, okay, so first the soul, the soul separates from the body. The soul continues to exist because it is spiritual and immortal. You undergo judgment. Then you're in the intermediate state. Until the end of the world, souls exist without their bodies. The saved experience the presence of God. The damned experience separation from God. At the end of time, the dead will rise bodily, and the souls will be reunited with their bodies.
The
and
end
then
of
there's
time
the final
during
judgment.
the end of time, or when God determines it.
At the end of time.
God doesn't determine.
Does God determine the end of time? Is that what you're asking?
Because you said at the end of time this will occur, and I'm asking you what determines the end of time. Does God determine the end of time, or does time end in and of itself regardless of God's will?
Yeah, God determines the end of time.
Okay, so we can just remove the end of time. It's whenever God determines when things are going to end. That's when things are going to end.
Sure, you could say it that way, yeah.
Time. Okay, so the eternal factor of human souls exists in. Okay, so they don't need to exist in a physical plane.
Souls? No, they are spiritual and immortal.
Okay.
Sorry, I said eternal earlier. I meant it sort of colloquially, but the real word is immortal, which means like once you're born, you never die.
Well, immortal. Well, some things can be defined as immortal where they don't die, but they could be killed. It depends on how you define the immortals. Meaning they won't die. Well, I'm just saying
somebody in chat said, "Oh, if you have an eternal soul, then that means your soul always existed." That's not true. So, anyways, go ahead.
So your soul can't always. So your soul, being what it is, created by God, is who you are ontologically, at the very core, at the very basic.
Are you asking, is your soul the most fundamental part of you and not your body?
Yes.
Are
you fundamentally soul or are you fundamentally physical?
I don't know. Hold on one second.
And then comes the question, what does it mean to be soul? Because I'm trying to get to a separation between idealism and materialism.
I thought this was true. Catholic philosophy says a human is a single unified being made of body and soul. So, no. So the answer to your question is no.
A single unified being made of body and soul.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you are not fundamentally your soul.
So
you are fundamentally equally both things.
Okay, so if the body ceases to exist, then the soul ceases to exist?
No.
I don't understand.
So they are divisible.
Yes, that's what happens when you die. They're divided.
So when you die, you're not unified anymore. The physical portion dies, but the soul remains.
Yes, but you are in an incomplete state between when you die and when the world ends.
Are you okay? So are you waiting to go back into a physical state?
Essentially, yes. You're waiting for
So
the
you
end of
believe
time.
in. So you believe in. Oh, okay. So you believe in the sleep doctrine, that basically all souls, all people who are dead right now, are basically dead and waiting for bodily resurrection for Jesus' return.
I don't believe they're dead. I believe their souls are in the presence
Well-
of God, waiting for their bodies to be returned to them.
Okay, but they're not doing anything. They're in a state of slumber.
Well, they exist, I believe, outside of space-time.
Well, I'm not saying they don't
So,
exist. I'm saying they
Saying
exist, but they
saying
exist as some.
doing something is sort of implying that they're in time.
I think the term would be like dormancy. They're like in a state of
Well,
dormancy.
any way that we deal, yeah, I'm not sure how we can conceptualize this without going into temporal terms, because you've appealed to temporal sense that human beings exist as unified entities of body and soul, and then you also said that there's a theosified essence of human beings that will continue to go on, and then there's a hell that we can go to. So here's where I'm kind of curious.
No, I'm
All
just to
human-
answer your question though, souls are not asleep or dormant after death. They are alive, aware, and they experience joy and union with God from
So-
a Catholic perspective. So the soul sleep is a Protestant concept.
I get that. Yes, I get that.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I was asking you, because that seems to be kind of a. I was wondering that because I was asking you that because it seems to be kind of a heretical view. It's a Protestant view, and it's not a widely accepted Protestant view.
Okay.
So
Thing is how. So
JL,
jumping
I
in-
am using ChatGPT, but that's only because I'm not a scholar of the Catholic faith. Like I don't
I
know
get-
the
I
answers
get
to
that.
all
No,
these
no, no. The
questions.
only reason I bring it up is because several people have noted that they can hear you typing, and so
Oh,
people
okay.
are like, "Why is all this? What is up with all the typing? What's up with typing while they like that?"
that's
And I was
me.
explaining what was going on.
Anyone
Um,
can find out the answers to these questions, whether you agree with them or not, by just typing the question and
Well,
say
that's-
Catholic
but that's-
explanation. That's it.
Yeah, I get that, and it's fine if you're going to do that kind of theological thing, but you can run down this stuff with ChatGPT, and I have, and you can run into epistemic gaps and tensions, and that's not, and I love those, by the
Excuse
way.
me.
I love it when things get reduced to an epistemic tension or to an epistemic gap, to where people are basically reduced to saying, I don't know. In fact, that to me is the ultimacy of any kind of conversation that we're having about any kind of God or gods, is that when somebody goes, I don't know, and then I go, thank you, and they go, wait, is that all you wanted to talk about? And I'm like, yeah. And then, wait, I thought you were trying to own me. I'm like, no, I just wanted to see if we could get to an epistemic gap, and whether or
One-
not you would accept the epistemic gap. And
I
so
mean, I
far,
don't know if you feel like you've gotten to one
seems
with
that
me.
you're digging for epistemic. You're looking for epistemic solutions to things that I'm asking you about your beliefs within the Roman Catholic dogma. But
Epistemic
that-
meaning where do I get my knowledge from?
epistemic would be in and of itself. So an epistemic gap would be just simply being something that you just don't know about, something that you're purely ignorant of. And I'm not saying ignorant
well, I have
in meaning
tons of those.
stupid.
I mean, I'm
Yes.
not a super rigorous Catholic. I mean,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That's
If you want to
exactly
say like
why-
you don't know everything about the Catholic Church, that is super true. Not even close.
And that's perfectly fine. But when I have someone like you who's trying to posit things, and you came in here asking questions of atheists, which is fine. I tend to not do that. I tend to go a different route than like JL and Leo does. I don't normally go into explanations about things, and I don't normally counter things with explanations of some kind of counter explanation. What I try to do is I try to suss out what exactly it is that you, as a theist, are positing to me. And then I try to figure out, it's kind of like the idea of whether or not I have that rainbow colored unicorn sitting in my backyard that shits gold bricks. And you go, what in the hell is that? Right? And then I try to explain to you why that rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard actually exists. And you want to know more about it. And the one thing that you haven't done, like I haven't done with the rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard, is show it.
I'm not sure I'm following. be
essentially
honest.
the whole conversation is going around when we're talking about the God thing and everything. Jay's analogy is that the unicorn is equivalent to God, and that
It's an
all the
X.
conversations that have been having around the thing have all covered a whole bunch of ground except for the one most important thing. Jay never physically showed you the unicorn in his backyard.
But I could never physically show you
Then
a spirit. The spirit.
then I don't
Spirit
know
itself,
why you're positing.
existence itself.
Okay, hold on.
Great.
So
Could
And
never
hey,
I don't
physically
have to
show
no,
you
this is
that.
important. This is important. The way you just defined it, you may believe it exists, and I don't care about whether or not ultimately you're convinced that it exists or whatever. It doesn't matter. The question then is, you make the positive claim, unicorn, God, however you want to do it. You claim it to me, and then you do everything except show me it. What justification do I have to accept your claim as true?
Because I can accept.
But JL, you
can
can talk about infinity, but if I say show me infinity, you can't.
No, you
Because
only
no,
understand
hold
infinity
up, Jay. But I
Yeah.
preface infinity as being an abstract concept. It's not a thing that exists in reality. That's baked into that.
I was going to bring
You're
that up.
stating that the God exists.
No,
As a-
I'm not.
Okay, so then
What is your point?
then what's the point? Because if it's just
Well,
an
I know
abstract
that
concept
you're-
in your head, it's either abstract or it's concrete. It's one of the two.
But
It's
you've
either
also
a
said
concept
it
that exists
doesn't-
in your head, or it is a concrete thing that has causal relation to
And
the
you've
things
also-
around it.
And you've also agreed at one
It
point earlier in
has
this
causal
conversation that you said
relation. It has
Then it's
maximum
concrete.
causal
It cannot be. Then
relation.
it is an entity.
That's not true.
But
That
but
is
you also-
true.
No, let me give you an example. The mathematical number 2 does not have concrete reality.
No,
it is
that's a category
concept.
error because 2 is an abstract by definition.
Okay,
Does
Two
Well,
does
that-
not. Two does not stand in
But-
causal
but-
relation
but-
to anything. If your God stands in causal relation to other
no,
things,
no. 2 stands in relation to us. We understand what 2 is.
not in causal
even though it
relation.
doesn't-
No, Grace. That is not what standing in causal relation to things is. Your God is defined as standing in causal relation to other things. Okay,
Yes.
that definitionally means it is concrete.
math works in relation to things that are already there.
Right. It's a quantification of things that are real. It's an abstract. It's entirely a mental construct.
If I'm looking for
So-
the variable, of x in an algebraic equation, it's based on the axioms that are already set up within the system of mathematics that tells me exactly how I get to x within these particular variables of certain numbers.
Right.
But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, and I knew this was going to come out because you might say, well, how do you know that what actually exists? Or how do you know that I actually exists? And I'm not saying that the word I actually exists. I understand the word I as it relates to referring to myself in some kind of pronoun way when referring to myself in the singular in some propositional sense. Doesn't actually have to exist. The sounds that I make with my voice present that, but based on the way that we utilize those particular abstracts is how we communicate that information about things within the reality we all seem to share in the existence of. That's where the law of non-excluded middle comes in, where a proposition is either true or it's false.
In the sense that you
And what-
provided it, the God cannot be both concrete and abstracta. It cannot be concreta and abstracta. It can't be both, because abstract is definitionally, it doesn't stand in causal relation to anything. It's a mental construct. It's a mental confabulation. It's a construct that exists only in the mind. It is not real. The God stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself, per the lights of the worldview.
A child. Let me give you an
Therefore-
example.
Therefore, hold on, Jay. Therefore, the God is concrete. It is its own entity because it is the thing. It is the thing that has that singular causal relation to everything that is not itself.
a
Which
child
means
can
that it is the division between everything that is not the God and everything that is the God is the causal relation that it shares between those things. Two separate entities. Now, all the entities that exist in the not God set, that's all composed there. Those are all the particulars that exist within the not God set. The God set is solely that one entity.
And
It's
that
composed
sole
of one
entity,
thing, and
And
that's
if-
that thing.
and if that sole entity is the necessary entity that brings about all other entities, and within that set of entities, there are phenomenal states such as evil and suffering, and yet within that definition of that particular entity being all good, there exists a contradiction, because how is it that the nature of an entity that is independent of its creation creates its creation, and then within its creation extrapolates evil and suffering within it, if by its own nature it is all good? If it's all good,
especially by
it
its
should not
own
be.
light.
If it's by its own nature, because the game GTA 5, where you pick up a prostitute and have sex with the prostitute in your car and get out of the car, she gets out of the car and you beat her to death and get your money back, only exists within the framework of that reality if the computer designers make it so that it happens within that reality. So
But
in this particular
I think what you're
sense,
saying is like how could a dad be a good dad and have kids?
you're using the wrong analogy. You're using something within these states of affairs.
You have to go to the God
under
concept.
your position, dad is
It's an
in this
analogy.
It's disanalogous
analogous.
because referencing things in the not God set, because they are fundamentally not equivalent to the God set. The rules and parameters of the not God set apply to things within it, but those rules and parameters do not apply to the God set by definition.
Wrong.
They don't.
No, you can't use the father.
If there are rules,
There are
rules and
some
laws,
of them that don't apply. There are some that
if
do.
there are rules and laws that apply to the God set, then the God is not ultimate.
No,
Yes.
that's not true.
Then
No.
how can it be both ultimate and subject to things that it cannot change?
Yep.
Because, for example, God cannot break the laws of. God cannot be
Then he's
evil.
then
God
he's
cannot be
not-
evil. How about that? God cannot do
God,
evil.
If God cannot be evil, then it stands that evil can exist as a phenomenon independent of God.
Right.
Not
so God
as
is
a
not ultimate.
necessarily, not as a
no,
necessary.
not if you define evil as being the lack of the good.
But we already
God cannot.
define.
If you define it as like a percentage bar, God is
But-
always
but-
at
but
100%
evil-
good, and evil is when you add
But we've already
20% not
defined-
good
you already
or
had a problem.
40%
You already-
not good.
But you already had. Yeah. Now you're doing.
It's
something
like
that's
light,
weird.
right? It's like darkness and light. Dark and light
darkness-
can seem.
dark-
wait, they
dark
can
and light
seem
would
like
be-
they're competing forces, but
They're
darkness
not.
is simply the absence of light.
But the dark
right?
and light. But the dark
okay,
and light are
so
only what
if
got
something
Grace.
is light,
You guys
Grace.
stop talking
But
over each
dark-
other, guys.
Grace.
but Jay,
Grace,
if something
dark and light only exist as things that the God necessitates.
no, but you're not understanding
They
that.
don't
I'm making
exist
an
as
analogy.
independent-
I am making an analogy. So
But you're using
if
an
God is
analogy-
light, then
Not a
God
proper
could
analogy.
not be dark. If God is good, then God
But
could
that
not
goes
be evil.
within the natural states of affairs of
But
the
you're-
creation
you're-
in and of
No,
itself.
Grace, you got to hear the rebuttal.
Look,
There's a major
if
rebuttal that you're
if
ignoring
I'm
here.
if I'm a god, then light and dark don't matter, just like time and space don't matter.
That's not a
If I
rebuttal
want
because
there to-
You got to
listen,
listen.
look, the
I'm
ontology.
making an analogy.
I'm
You're
trying
not. You're
to
not.
separate.
No,
You're
no,
not saying
Grace,
there's an
Grace,
analogy.
Grace, he's going to the ontology of these things.
The
So just-
analogy that you're giving is light and dark is an analogy would be used in the analogy of the reality that God necessitates. So God doesn't need light and dark. God would be that which instantiates and sustains whatever it conceives to be light and dark. Light and dark don't exist independent of God. God exists, and whatever light and dark exist, they exist in virtue of God. So their ontology is necessarily dependent or contingent on that God. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
You have to stop thinking of God in an ethereal sense of within this earthly parameter or the universe parameter, because you're appealing to something that is basically outside of its creation. It is in and of itself. It creates a world. It wants there to be light. It wants there to be dark. It wants there to be good. It wants there to be evil. It wants there to be rape. It wants there to be murder. It wants there to be cancer. It wants there to be all these things. It wants there to be charity. It wants to be whatever it wants that thing to be. It is the ultimate game designer. It is making the game. It is conceiving it. And in order to conceive the evil, it must be evil. It has to know what it is.
Actually,
to rape, to murder, and to what it is to covet. It has to know what it is.
Actually, the Catholic answer to this, I think I misspoke earlier. God did not create evil. God created everything good. This would be the Catholic take. God created everything good. As a consequence of giving humans free will.
I don't want the Catholic
they were
take.
able
No, hang on, Jay.
to
Hang on, Jay. There's a really easy rebuttal to what Grace is about to say.
Okay,
And I'm about to hit her with it.
So God did
Continue.
not create good and evil because evil does not exist in and of itself outside of good. It is a privation of good. It is a lack of good. So God created everything good, including humans. The only difference is he gave humans free will.
Okay.
To choose to do something not good.
Right.
Back
Okay.
to the-
So hold on. So you're
there
saying
you
that evil, the existence of evil, is a consequence of the existence of free will.
The the existence of evil,
Yes. What is
the
what is
possibility
evil
to
in-
do evil exists as a
What-
consequence
So
of
the
free will.
existence of evil is a consequence of the existence of free will. It exists
will.
only in virtue of agents having free will.
I don't think evil, I don't know, does evil exist? Does darkness exist?
You appealed to darkness and light earlier.
Okay. The way I typically respond to this is that the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by the God's own lights, because evil does not occur in a vacuum. Okay? It simply doesn't. Evil doesn't occur in a vacuum. Evil is things that are labeled by an agent. It's an evaluation. God is, in your worldview, God is providing an evaluation for that which is good and that which is evil by its own lights. Whatever God is calling evil is evil. Whatever
But
God
JL
calls good is good. Hang on, Jay. And so, whatever occurs within this world are as a result of the circumstances, the conditions that allow for their logical possibility. The not God set itself, everything that is the sum total of all things that are not the God itself. Within that set, the conditions exist to allow for the logical possibility, not the guarantee, but the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by the God's own lights.
Yes. that's
Those
true.
conditions don't have to exist.
Yeah, but
There is
here's the
nothing.
thing.
Hold on, Jay. Hold on.
Sorry.
There is nothing external of the God that an underlying substrate that dictates as a law that the God must follow that this condition must result in this outcome.
And I would
No,
also
it is necessary
but
because
hold on.
if God is
Grace,
good,
Grace,
then
I would like
God
to-
would do
Grace,
what is most
Grace.
loving and good, which
But
is to give
Grace,
us free will.
no,
hold up,
Grace,
but Grace, but that's
So he
good and
has
loving.
to- he has to give us free
that is
will.
good and
Hold on.
loving by your metric.
but
Your
here's the other
metrics.
thing.
Hold on, Jay. Your
Oh, I
metric
just want to add this.
doesn't apply to God.
But
You
I
keep
also want
using things within the not God set to backstop your interpretation of the God concept.
No, it does because God
It doesn't
is
because
God
there is
is
no
logic,
reference.
and
No,
logic
because there
would
is no
dictate.
reference external of the God.
but
When
here's
Logic-
the other,
but logic
hold up. I'm going back to a previous thing I was going to say.
okay.
When God itself is the only thing that exists prior to creation, God was all that existed before it actualized anything that is not itself, standing in causal relation to all the things that are not God itself. When God was by itself and God states, I am good, what is God saying it's good in reference to if nothing else exists? If God is the most ultimate foundational thing, the ultimate substrate beneath all things, what exactly is good as an evaluative term to differentiate it from that which is not good? What is it exactly that exists that is not good by the God's own lights
But
that
here's the other.
gives us the
Sorry.
context as to
Are you
what
done?
good is? The terms themselves, in order to understand what they were referring to, when you say that God is good, that's a tautologically vacuous statement. It's basically saying God equals good equals God equals God. It doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't say why it is good, because the why is just because it's God. And that doesn't tell it, that's tautologically vacuous. It's good definitionally, logically, because it is not that which is not good.
And
but if God is the thing actualizing everything that is not itself, in order to give good any context, it must actualize that which is not good as a contextual reference so that good can be coherently understood, which means that the very thing that is necessary to say that God is good, for that to be a coherent statement, the very thing that is necessary to exist for that statement to be coherent must be actualized by the God itself. But there is nothing external of the God that dictates that it must necessarily do that. That is humans taking their conceptualizations of what they think are good and evil, what they subjectively declare to be good and evil, and backstopping it with the God concept by defining it a specific way. The God itself doesn't have to do anything any one particular way because there is no law or standard that the God must do. You can say that God must act in a logically consistent way because God cannot act in a non-logically consistent way. But guess what? That which is logically possible, God is not constrained by it. It can simply say it can't be itself and be something that it is not simultaneously. That's fine. But God doesn't have to actualize. Free will can simply be choice. I can choose between A and B. And the denotation of whether or not A and B are good and evil is entirely subjective to the God. Both of them could be completely amoral. And there's no detriment to the God and no detriment to us because that's the way we were made. If God made all human beings to simply be entities that loved it eternally, we'd have no complaints because that's all we're made to be.
We'd also have no freedom.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're not ever going to conceptualize what it's like to be otherwise.
But
so there's no bitch.
Loving.
You only bitch about it because you can conceptualize what it'd be like to lose.
But the
that you have.
But God has to be loving.
But I would like to add this.
Hold up. Loving by your metric, or loving by some external metric, that God itself must adhere to.
But there's this other thing because you said
we're right there. We're right there. Hold up, Jay. We're right there.
Okay.
Loving by your metric, or loving by some external external metric, some external substrate that God itself must adhere to as to what constitutes true love.
But there's another problem here, is that in the Ten Commandments,
it is transcendental, and so it is inherent to God's definition.
That means God is not ultimate. Jose, God is not ultimate because there is a substrate that even it must adhere to.
It is the substrate. You're thinking of it as
then
a being.
Then the application of it and what it constitutes is whatever it wants it to be. The metric of what constitutes that which is true love is whatever it decides it to be, not what is decided for it and what it must necessarily be. You are taking your metric of what constitutes true love and backstopping that with the God concept. That what you're doing doesn't apply to the God in any way. Because the concept of what it is that constitutes true love is not a rule or a law that God must follow, unless, of course, God is not ultimate.
But JL, here's the other point.
But you are describing ultimate as this is a definition of freedom that's like the ability to do whatever you want, whenever you want.
Grace, but here's the other.
Like, can God create a rock that he can't lift?
Hold on a sec. Let Jay get his
hold on.
point.
I just want to add this just real quick because you talked about privation. Let's look at the Ten Commandments. The ability to do not murder is the privation of not doing murder. You're not doing anything by not committing murder. So you shall not commit murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. These are not doing things. This is literally the privation of not doing something. You are just simply not doing something.
Well, no,
it's not that
that's not true.
No, look at it.
They have concomitant obligations. If you say thou shalt not kill, the implication is human life is valuable and you should treat your life as valuable and worthy.
No,
if you say thou shalt not steal, the implication is you should earn your money.
But that's not within
honestly.
murder. Murder doesn't necessitate you cannot kill. It just says that you cannot kill unjustifiably.
Murder. If
Murder
God,
Grace, murder is homicide without justification.
Right,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I meant kill and murder exchangeably, but
If
yes.
God had been specific, he would have said, "Thou shalt not commit homicide."
Yeah. So, but in this case,
No, he
there's
would
a
have said, "Thou
private-
shalt not commit
but-
murder," because
but-
of course you can kill someone in self-defense.
But Grace,
Yeah, but-
in order to be good under the Ten Commandments is to simply not do those things. You're not doing anything.
That is not correct.
But notice how God also didn't provide any like metric for like what constitutes that which is
How are you?
justification.
How is it
that which
if
is
I
justification.
tell? How is it
That which
if-
is justification, because it says God says do not commit murder. Don't commit murder because God has established that it's not justified, or because I have not established it's not justified, or because the state has not established it's not justified.
well, hold on, Grace. Is not driving my car the privation of me not driving my car? Is not driving my car? I can drive my car or I cannot drive my car. Yeah. Is not driving my car the privation of driving my car? Yes.
The privation. I'm sorry, my light died.
It's the lack of, right? It's the
yeah, sure. It's the lack of driving your car.
I'm not driving my car. So if it was a 10th commandment that you ought not drive cars, if I don't drive my car, then I'm doing a good by not doing something. So your position about the privation of
if you can do evil by not doing something, like if you don't save someone from being assaulted,
but we
then
already
of course
established
you can do
your
good
God
by not doing something evil. Sure.
But we already established your God does that because your God doesn't stop anything.
Because he gave us free will.
No, Grace, again, you are conflating it. We're not talking about God taking away people's ability to choose evil. We're talking about God intervening when evil is happening.
Yeah, because
but then he would still be taking away your free will.
No, he wouldn't, because the person. No, he would. No, he wouldn't, because the person can still choose to do the evil act, but God will not intervene until after they've chosen to do so.
But that's still That's
it's no different. It is no different than me intervening in someone committing an assault.
No, JL. If you get arrested, if you plan to murder someone and you get arrested, that's conspiracy to murder. It's different than if you murder someone.
Are you
saying and the court cannot judge you with murdering? They cannot charge you with murdering someone if you didn't do it.
Exactly.
So if God prevents you, if you decide to do something, first of all, people decide to do things and then they go back on them all the time.
But
right?
Grace,
so if you decide to do something, it is an entirely different matter. It's still wrong, but it's an entirely different matter to go and do that than to.
You went to an earth. Grace, you just went to a human epistemic where we require someone to do something because we don't know what it is that they're actually going to do. When we're talking about an all-good God, and even the God knows that someone's going to rape someone in advance, but in this case, we didn't even say that the God had to act before it happened. The God just needs to stop it from happening. The person chose to do it.
But he is not giving that person free will to do as they choose.
Yes, he is. He's allowing them to choose to do it. He's just choosing to be the MMA fighter that interrupts it.
He's allowing them to have the intent to do it and to do it halfway, but not to do it all the way. So he is blocking their free will.
No, he's not blocking their free will. They still made a choice to engage in an action.
They made a choice, but they didn't finish it all the way through.
If I get stopped by a police officer in the middle
of committing JL, if I decide to bake a cake and I'm halfway through baking the cake and you take the cake away from me and throw it out, did you prevent me from baking a cake?
I prevented the action. I didn't prevent your choice to bake one.
Okay, well, choice and action are two different things. God cannot interfere with either.
So God interfering with an action is not the same as God eliminating free will, just as the state, like if a police officer sees me about to commit a crime or in the process of committing one and then stops me, intervenes, and stops me from doing it, he did not violate my free will. He interceded on an action in progress. I still actively chose to do the action. And I was in the process of doing it.
Yeah, but the police officer is not omniscient.
Right.
So he is limiting your physical freedom to prevent you from doing something. Yes. So if our omniscient God prevents us from doing bad things,
it wouldn't prevent us from doing them. It would intercede when we were doing them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's still preventing us from doing them. We have freedom to do them all the way as much as we want to.
Wait, no, hold up, Grace. No. We don't necessarily need. We need freedom to be able to choose to do so. But choosing, that's where free will is contained.
Will,
the ability
voluntas,
to choose, not wait, no,
action,
the ability, no,
action.
the ability, no,
You're saying there's free intellect and there's free will.
Free will is not also action. I have to simply be able to choose.
No,
I don't
free will is
necessarily
action.
have to-
No. It's
free
action
will is
too.
the ability
It's
to
action
choose.
too.
It's the
It's
ability to
action
choose.
too.
I don't necessarily have
now
to
we
be
push
able
the
to
goal.
get away with it.
Free
Yeah,
will
well, we
is
have-
the ability to choose.
I
Even
think
in the story
To choose,
in the garden.
but not have my choice be successful.
Then
No,
but
no,
Grace,
it is.
hold
It
on,
is
Grace.
action.
no, it is not.
Grace.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Free will
Time out.
implies. Wait, free
Grace.
will implies. No,
Grace.
Jay, be quiet for a second.
Grace, no,
Free
what
will
you're saying is that
implies
the person attempting
choice
rape
and
isn't
action.
attempting rape.
Both choice and action. Both
No one-
choice and action.
No,
Eve chose.
it's the choice to engage. It's a choice between two options. That's what
Okay,
free will entails.
if I
The
have an
ability to
apple,
choose
wait, hold on. Let
freely.
me ask you this question: if I have an apple in my hand and I bite it, did I choose to bite it,
Yes.
or did I just bite it? And which
No,
happened
you chose.
first?
You chose.
Did I choose to bite the
Yes,
apple?
you chose. We know that the
Did I
mental.
choose
we know,
first
we
and then
know
I
that
bit
the,
it?
Yes, we know that the mental action occurs, but we know that the mental process occurs before the action. You chose to bite it
Okay.
before you bit it.
If you
Okay.
went to bite the apple,
So if
wait,
I chose to
Grace,
bite it and then changed my mind,
Grace,
You
What
have
happened
chosen
then?
to
You
change
can-
your mind.
Okay.
Grace,
so
stop,
if I
pause,
choose to bite the
pause.
apple
Hey,
and then
Grace,
I change
or-
my
or
mind, but
Jael,
before I
stop for
change
a
my
second.
mind, someone knocks it out of my hand, do I have
There
free
you
will to
go.
eat that apple? No.
Yes.
You can go, yeah.
No. Not if
No,
it's
no, no,
an
no.
omniscient
You had
God
the free
knocking the
will
apple
to
out of my hand.
choose.
No.
You have the free will to choose, but doesn't necessarily mean that your action will come to fruition because you
Yeah.
can't control those things. The things external of yourself, you can't control. All you can control is the choices that you make. You may choose to engage in an action, but your choice to engage in an action does not guarantee that your action will come to fruition. Okay? If you have free
That's
will, people will say
true.
that Satan had free will and Satan engaged, Satan chose to do what it did, but it did not succeed in its actions because God intervened. So, if God can
No,
intervene
Satan
upon an
succeeded
individual,
in
so if God
rebelling.
can sit there and make an entity that can make that is logically possible for that entity to choose to rebel and then
he didn't
allow
say
it to
anything
make
about the
that choice,
rebelling.
which is free will, and then choose to intervene and not allow that rebellious entity's plans to come to fruition, it can do that for anything.
Okay, I have actually another point to what you're saying. And my point would be that if you have God's invisible hand stopping you from doing the actions that you have already chosen to do, then you will not experience the temporal punishments for your sins. So, for example, if
Why
you
do I need
choose,
Attempted rape isn't charged for?
Yeah, it can still have me with the attempted
it's
action.
not as bad as rape.
Why do I need
Then-
If you choose to do something,
no, why do I need the extremity?
if
And why
if
do
you
you
Like,
choose,
why do I need that?
if
and why
if-
do you need to put
if
the
you-
other person
Listen
Grace,
to
why
me,
do you
listen
why
to
does
me,
the
listen.
other person need to suffer?
if you choose to do
Grace,
heroin,
why does the woman
No,
need to suffer the
yes.
act in order
Why
to
does
punish the other person?
Why does the victim need to? Why do I need to experience the full
Oh my
extremity?
God.
No, is it why do I need, as a rule for that the God must adhere to experience the full extremity of the action? And why does the victim need to experience the full extremity of my action? As a rule, what
because
constitutes
it
that?
is a natural it's an implication of
No,
free
it
will.
is not a rule that the God must
Implication, which
follow,
is gonna
though.
be-
It's a rule of free will. That,
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Because
For
there is
example,
no,
let
no,
me
no,
give
there's
you
Grace,
let me
no,
give
Grace,
you another
no, Grace,
op-
Grace, I got to stop you on this one. There is no rule external of the God that dictates what
Holy
free will
shit,
ought.
this
There's
is
no
some
rule
fucked up
external rule or law
apologetics.
external of the God that dictates to it what free will ought to be.
No, free
There-
will
there
logically can only be one thing, and God is
Freedom
logic.
of choice. No, freedom of choice. That's what it is. Freedom of
If
choice.
free will is just
not,
freedom of choice, then choice
yeah,
is
freedom
just
of choice.
basically
I can
based on
choose to do
things
one
that
or the
God
other, but it
gives.
does not guarantee that my action will come to fruition.
Sure.
Freedom
And the
of
choice-
freedom of-
choice.
Grace, the only way
Freedom
that choice
of choice
Grace,
and action.
Grace,
No,
the only way
no,
that
because I
choices
can choose
exist
to
in
face left or face right. I can choose to do that. If something impedes my ability, it doesn't mean I can. It was like we're talking about. If I can choose, imagine I'm in a box that I can't turn around in.
Uh-huh.
I can still choose in my mind. I'm going to choose to face left, even though I can't turn.
No, you
I
actually
still have the
can't.
choice, but I can't. No, I have the choice.
You can say I want to turn left, but if you know you can't turn, you actually can't make the choice to turn left. You can't.
I can't commit
Psychologically,
the
but you can-
action.
But you
No,
can
it wouldn't be a
unintend
choice.
I-
You'd say, I want to turn
I've-
left,
I've got it.
not
I've got
I
it.
can.
I'd like to try to ground this. I've kind of like been sitting real sidelined here. So picture I want to go see a show and I'm going to have to take the bus. And somewhere down the line, some person is holding that bus driver up and I miss my show. Was my free will impeded on?
No.
But it's they physically stopped me. I was physically prevented from getting what I wanted.
Yeah, but they did not
Yeah.
stop you as
Yeah, they
in
stopped.
an
They prevented me
omniscient
from
way
they
to
prevented
prevent
me
you
from
from making a
executing
bad
my.
decision.
They prevented me from executing my plan.
Let me give you another example that does
no,
not.
address mine. No,
I
address
just did. I
mine.
said that the
Mine.
bus driver is not omniscient and therefore.
Who cares? Who cares if they know it or not? See, the MMA fighter. You said.
Well, if
you said
the bus
MMA
driver
fighter-
is omniscient and knows whether
hold
it's a good
on.
or bad decision
So,
and therefore
MMA
changes your outcome,
MMA, we're going.
that's-
we're gonna
that's
switch-
not
we're
giving
gonna
you
switch
free
to our
will.
intentional one now. The MMA fighter you said is not impeding free will.
no, because he's limiting that person's
But he
physical
knows
freedom.
what the guy's gonna do. He knows what's going on. So knowing didn't stop this from being a
He
problem.
thinks he
He
doesn't
can
know
see
for
the
sure.
guy. He's pulling down the clothing.
He doesn't know
He can
for
fucking
certain.
see.
He's
He can see the hard on-
99.999%,
he can see the
but
hard-
no human being is ever
don't
sure.
give me the BS. He can see the
Wait,
hard on. He sees
Grace,
stripping down
Great.
clothing.
No, no.
We know what's
Okay,
going
Andrew.
on.
I got a better
We
one.
know what's going
The
on
guy
here.
is actually doing it, Grace, and then somebody stops him.
We know what's going on.
Why doesn't God stop the rapist when they're in the act?
Because if you
the act
choose
already
to
happened.
sin, if you choose to sin, you should not be prevented from experiencing
creates the
full
parameters
temporal
for the choice?
punishments of that sin.
How does choosing
Otherwise,
sin,
you do not have free will.
Grace, in a game, how does sin in a reality where God sets all the parameters, you're choosing to sin. You can choose 3 doors. Let's just make it a binary.
Mhm.
You can choose 2 things. You can choose to do good or you can choose to do bad, whatever bad and good necessarily mean. Who made
Bad
the doors?
is the
Who made the doors? Who set up the doors?
who made the doors.
Who made the
The
doors?
conditions, the conditions that allowed for
the
logical
conditions.
possibility of either
This is
choice.
exactly goes back to exactly what Jail
God.
was talking about. Exactly. So the only way you can have good and bad to choose from, it's like having a goldfish and a betta. Which one do I choose to buy? Do I choose to buy the betta or the goldfish, or do I choose to buy the betta? Who created the states of affairs where I have to choose one or the other?
Our
If
Lord.
it's necessarily a binary.
But through our
The
Lord,
only way I have
through
those
the
choices,
laws of logic, it is not possible to have the option of free will unless you can choose evil. So our Lord,
Incorrect.
by
I can just
granting
have. I
us
know.
free will.
Incorrect.
I can freely choose between 2 good options or 2 amoral options.
So hold on.
and in
But
my
that
case,
is
it was
not
still
real
immoral.
freedom.
No. Well, that's not real freedom by your metric, but that is not a metric that applies to the God, because there is no rule that dictates to the God as a law as to what free will must necessarily be.
Yeah, because it makes free will. It's
Free
that
will
which
is
substantiates
logical. It's
Now,
logical, and God must be logical.
No,
Listen,
it's
guys,
not.
guys,
It's not, because
I
there are
have to
different
get
variations
something
of what
to eat.
constitutes it.
I have to get something to eat. I've really enjoyed this. I really have.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I know that we didn't get to a logical terminus. Okay.
I
Well,
did
I
wanna
think-
get
I
a-
think
I
at
did
some
wanna get
points
a
we
quick
did. I think on some
quote
points we
Okay.
did.
on a
Yeah.
point for
At least
this.
it
When
was
you
very, very interesting.
recognize that you're an atheist, I think that was a solid logical terminus.
Yeah.
According to your definition of
God doesn't
atheist, I'm an
exist.
atheist. God is not a being that exists.
Clip it.
Absolutely.
Clip that shit. No,
Atheism-
they don't need to
I
clip
am.
that shit. I'm not going to clip
Atheism
it.
is
So,
true.
but so,
God
so-
is not a being that exists. 100%.
Yeah,
If
I
that's the
wanted to pin
definition of
down
atheism, I'm an
I wanted to
atheist.
pin one aspect down on what you talked about in terms of being, prosecuted for the totality of sin. So the thing is
Doom-based
that
being based.
the idea that God can't intervene because they will not actualize the full range of sin they might potentially be capable of doing. Who cares on the total amount? See, God can prevent X amount of suffering. He could prosecute you for the first part while preventing the second part. That makes the second part preventable and unnecessary. You're saying that, oh, God can never stop things, but apparently God sends lightning bolts down all the damn time. God intervenes all the damn time.
But if
Sure,
God prevented you,
Sure, God can, and it doesn't stop God from being good doing it. So apparently, that's not
But
a thing. It's
if
not
God
a thing.
prevented you from doing the full range,
Joe, sorry,
Doesn't matter
Joe.
about full.
1 second. I'm
One
running a stream. one moment.
Go for it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure if you were stopping for me.
No,
there.
no, no. He keeps telling me to read his Discord chats, and I don't want to be over here like that and still be invested here. So I'm trying not to divide my attention. I'm running a stream, dude.
No worries.
Go ahead. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. No, this is just down to God can stop anything at any point he chooses. He doesn't have to let you do X amount more. Like, well, you're about to take one more action, but God sends lightning bolts down.
My whole thing
He
is
took
that
out Job's servants for no good reason. Okay. God does stuff all the time in the book. That is not an excuse. That is zero. God wiped out all of humanity. But well, look, humanity could have been allowed to do the full extent of what they were going to do until they destroyed themselves.
Yep.
Didn't stop the flood. Nothing stops God from intervening.
Good point, Andrew.
Zero.
Also, God chose to
excuse.
drown everybody painfully and horribly when it could have just blinked everyone out of existence that it didn't
Oh, not
want.
the poof. Not the
Oh,
poof.
why not just
drown.
let them-
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, it is God. It is God, and God controls all things that are not itself. So it controls all forms of energy, which means that God could literally go Thanos these motherfuckers out of the world and be like, they never existed. Boom, they just don't exist anymore. So I'm wiping the slate clean, and I'm doing it in the most moral way possible by simply blinking them out of existence, Thanos style. But chose not to. Nope, I'm going to drown everyone in horrifying conditions so that they die in inexorably painful ways.
But the next
to
time
accomplish the same goal.
But he promised.
How do you know that was not the
he's
most moral?
Because blinking them out of existence, which it has the power to do, would be the most moral because there's no pain involved. There's
Why
no
shouldn't
suffering.
they experience pain for their sins?
Hold on. Now, forget about just
Who
pain
says
for
that they
sin.
ought? No, hold up. Who says they ought to God?
Well, naturally, if
that's a rule that God
There
must
are
follow, then God,
natural-
hold up. If them being
temporal
required,
punishments.
to suffer painfully for whatever
I
they've
swear
done.
to God, you guys are gonna keep here forever. No, I can't.
Yeah.
You
Go,
sucked me
go,
back in. No,
yeah,
go
I
away,
have to
go
go
away,
eat.
Grace.
I have to
Don't
go
worry.
eat
Done,
something.
yes.
Don't
Go
let
eat
your
before-
stomach
go eat
eat
before you wither
itself.
away.
It's been
Closing
fun.
Bye.
commentary,
Thanks for
we'll
having
cover
me.
it.
It's
I
easy,
enjoyed the
Grace.
conversation. Bye
You've
bye.
been our favorite theistic whipping boy for the day.
Now,
I say it's like God could have Thanosed him out. And if God is what it is, then God knows that Thanos exists.
Wait,
And God has seen the MCU, so God knows that it could just snap it out of existence. But God didn't do that. No, I'm going to drown everyone horrifyingly under these
JL,
terrifying conditions,
JL.
maximize the suffering, but I don't have to.
Naturally, God is going to comport to the natural laws of logic, and that's just not going to happen. That's just not how it works.
yeah.
Because
All right.
Grace is
Now,
a natural theist.
Yeah, just to close the other half of the loop here, because we jumped to
Well, hang on.
that pure sin scenario.
So we're getting a little long, but we're like halfway through. But I have one more person who's never been up. They already showed me their camera, so they're good to go.
Yeah. A quick closing comment before we start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just because we got the diversion over there to the idea of the pure evil person, quote unquote, getting flooded out, right? So it's like, forget them. Apparently, the SA had to continue though. You see, it's
That
not
was
just
funny. That
see,
was
it's like,
funny to me.
well, yeah, the
suffering was necessary.
Yeah, the SA was necessary.
The suffering was a necessary component of this. So it's like the victim
Yeah,
has to experience
I can't
all the
fully
horrors
punish
of that.
this guy unless I let him follow through with it. So I'm sorry you got to get SA'd. Apparently, that's a justifiable loss.
Yeah.
But bear in mind
Acceptable
that the SA, that as soon as the man starts to do that, it's considered there's like this way of like the way that we determine it in our society, the degrees of whether it consists of an assault or or a sexual assault, right? And so that's really kind of funny because now she's like sitting there appealing to like the laws of man, and I'm like, we're not talking. Don't go to the laws of man. You're talking about an entity that creates all states of affairs. It would create these choices. It would create these circumstances to occur where we would have these choices to do these things or not.
You can't use the not God said to backstop what you think about the God said. It's not the way that it works. David P, welcome. Sorry that took a moment to get to you. So appreciate you hanging out and being patient. What do you got for us today?
So recently I've seen a few other live streams like this. So and it's really made me do a lot of thinking about Christianity, as I am a Christian, though I am considering all the evidence right now. So like I guess the one thing I have wondered is just in some part of the history, like, why has Christianity been so influential on certain people's lives? Like, that's the only thing I can really think of that could give any evidence. Does that make sense? And like how?
Yeah.
Like,
So if you're talking like contemporary, like historically speaking,
yeah.
the historically speaking, the reason Christianity has been so prevalent throughout the expansion of Western society is just as a result of culture moving across the globe.
Hey,
So,
JL.
yeah,
I'm gonna take off. Thanks for having me on. This was
Oh, hell
this
yeah.
was this was a blast, dude. This was fun.
Yeah.
So
Have a good
awesome.
day.
thanks for having me on. See you guys later.
Always,
I'm
Jay.
going to
You are
bed.
always welcome. Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
Bring Jefferson. I want both. I want my bookends.
You want the bookends? Oh,
I want the
I don't think
bookends.
I don't think you're ready for the bookends. Yeah. All right. See you guys.
Take it easy.
But
So historically speaking, a big like influential moment was when Constantine did what Constantine did, and Christianity became, you know, an accepted religion of the state, and then moved forward through Western expansion, usually at the tip of a sword. But that's predominantly why it's so prevalent in the West. Why it started where it started, and then you know, it moved west. So that's one thing. Now, when you're talking about people's individual lives, there are, because I view Christianity as a cult that has its own ideology and a bunch of tenets within that ideology. And so there are aspects of this religion, and the same goes for like Islam and a number of other religions. There are aspects within the religion that are very, very attractive, psychologically and emotionally speaking. They assuage fears. They provide utility, social utility, and individual utility. And so, but they're no different than than what other religions have posited before.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why we see it as so prevalent, is that because it can have such, for desperate, vulnerable, and dare I say even ignorant people, it provides a way to assuage things like existential fear and doubt, and you know, a number of things that people generally consider to be negative. And so because it has these features, it makes it very attractive as kind of like a personal totem that they can carry around with them and dedicate and, you know, shape their lives around, because they've been convinced that these things will, and will provide them with positive outcomes. So it's pretty much it. And I find that the vast majority of people kind of eschew all the dark negative shit in favor for all the Jesus-y only happy hippy dippy, love each other, blah, blah, blah shit that's going forward. This the same stuff that Buddha was talking about after he stopped being a genocidal prince and decided to give up everything and became a pacifist. So it's the same kind of thing. It provides those emotional and psychological utilities.
Yeah. It's when I think about it, like that also would go in line, because I have heard that you know, in Rome, a lot of the people who were initially Christians, I've heard, were like the women of the area, you know, and other less disenfranchised people. So, you know, like that would also make sense because, you know,
Celsus was a philosopher that pointed out that he was a huge critic of early Christianity, second century, if I remember correctly. And he was a contemporary of Origen of Alexandria. And the two of them kind of like had a flame war between each other about Christianity, Origen of Alexandria versus Celsus. And Celsus's big complaint about Christianity, one of his big complaints, was that these people run around espousing virtue and dedicating their time to the vulnerable, the destitute, and the ignorant. Okay? People who don't know any better. Okay? People who are uneducated, people who are fearful, people who have lost, people who are desperate, in emotional states of vulnerability. And they do this while simultaneously refusing to debate wise men about their ideology or about whatever they believe in. They don't engage in actual like academic thought or critical reasoning about what they believe. They simply espouse it to be true, and they target the most vulnerable in society. That notion incensed Celsus to no degree, because it essentially was like, to him, in his mind, the way I understand from his works, was he saw these individuals as predatory, that they were just a cult looking to expand their numbers by capitalizing on the emotional and psychological and financial vulnerability of people around them. And they were using that as a means to convince them to join their cult. He saw that as predatory. He saw it as intellectually dishonest. And he saw it as essentially kind of like a blight. Is like, this is why this shit is bad. He recognized that there were people who believed in concepts, and belief in the concept is one thing. Engaging in behaviors is another thing entirely. And he saw that people are using these beliefs that they refuse to engage in, they refuse to defend, and they will not incorporate themselves into society with any kind of grace by allowing the existence of other people or tolerating the existence of other people that believe differently from them. And they will deliberately target the weakest among us in order to convince them what their shit is true with shit that they will not do. He saw them as hypocritical. And that is the dangerous side of these things. And that's what he was so critical about. In fact, Celsus, his critiques were so strong that Origen of Alexandria, a devout believer, engaged in kind of a flame war between the two of them to try. And he basically, in Origen of Alexandria, basically came down to, yeah, God exists, but Celsus makes some really good points. And this is how I'm going to kind of argue around them. But imagine that. 2nd century philosophers in Rome, or in that time period, engaging in basically an internet flame war with their written script, with their writings, saying, or he's full of shit. No, he's full of shit. And this is why.
And
how much,
like
it's the same shit.
And from what I know of any sort of church history,
Mm-hmm.
is that 2nd century that they might have had some of the letters of Paul, which are already debatable, right, in some circles. So, I think they would have had the. Well, first of all, I knew that some of the Gospels, they weren't written by the people who actually were there. I've heard, like the Gospel of Mark, the earliest Gospel. Is that correct? I've heard that. Sorry.
No. Go restate. I may not have caught it. Restate the question.
Well, from what I understand, some of the Gospels, most of them, if not all of them, were not written. At least some Synoptic Gospels were not written by the people who were there.
Correct. Yeah, they are anonymous. Yeah, they were anonymous. It's church tradition to attribute them to the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah, that's church tradition, but they were written anonymously.
Yeah, like from what I understand, like Mark, it was written around 70 or so.
Yeah, I think the range of when they were written ranges. They were written in between I think it was 50 to 60 CE to 90 to 110 CE is the range of decades in which the Gospels were compiled.
Yeah, just because I was doing my own. Well, I saw 70 AD, and then I saw that Mark supposedly died within 5 years, about that or 5 years before it, and it's well, it is technically possible. It's also debatable.
There's a lot of issues there.
Yeah, I'm just to be honest, I've been a Christian since I was 4. That was 14 years ago, and now I'm just trying to wrestle these questions because
now
I get it. Yeah,
timeline is one question with regards to what we think the origin of the texts are. Another is just raw textual criticism about the nature of how it's written. Where things are in first person versus third person, they're talking about a we versus what should be an I. These sort of things repeat throughout. The idea of where portions are copied wholesale from one book to the next. Therefore, you can say that that's definitely not, one person coming up with somehow perfectly the exact same wording as someone else, even with little turns of phrase per se. I think that these are independent people.
Go on.
Yeah, so just thinking that the timeline alone, it's like saying, somebody may have existed at the same time. Maybe it's imaginable that a human lifespan could be so long, whatever. I mean, that's the lowest bar to think that, the person maps out.
So it's, I haven't found too many logical arguments for God. You know, I
Yeah.
don't know if you have. I don't know. I just need to spew my thoughts. Sorry.
Are you just to give you this? Well, because it sounds like you're in the process of deconstructing.
Yeah.
Just kind of like taking it back to basics and trying to like just look at this from the ground up, which is a good thing to do. And I'm never going to knock down that these concepts can have utility in people's lives. I just want people to be intellectually honest about them, about their why they believe and the nature of where that comes from. Are you familiar at all with the argument from divine hiddenness?
I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it is.
Essentially, it's the idea that if God was all loving and wanted to have a personal relationship with with all the humans that it created, then there would be no reason why non-resistant non-belief should exist. And that means an individual who does not believe that God exists, but is completely open to acknowledging that it does, should it be warranted to believe it. So understanding that beliefs themselves are not active, they're not like voluntary. We don't like choose what to believe. We believe the things that we are convinced of.
Yeah.
Then if a God exists and it loves everyone and it wants to have a personal relationship with every human being, then there is nothing stopping it from supplying exactly what each individual human would need to know that it exists and justify having a relationship with it. There's nothing that would stop that, or even that, just at least letting people know that it does in fact exist as a thing. And if there are people who don't believe, non-resistant non-belief, if that is a thing that exists, then that eliminates the possibility as a logical contradiction that if a God exists, that God is all loving and wants a relationship with all humans. So it's not. So if a person happens to define their God as all loving, like my God is all benevolent, omnibenevolent, or all loving, or whatever, the argument from divine hiddenness is a counter to that. If your God is all loving and wants to have a relationship with me, then why has evidence not been presented that is sufficient to warrant belief?
I agree. Like I would actually. The funny thing is, I could actually use part of the Bible to prove that point. Because I think it's in Romans, like they have seen all these things have been made clear, and
right?
And it's like in my brain, an implication with that would be you don't need to do a bunch of mental gymnastics to.
And here's my problem with that two problems with that actually. In the book of Romans, like you just cited, it makes the statement that these things are clear to everybody and people are just denying it in their unrighteousness or whatever, blah, blah, blah. The problem is that is arguing from a position that it has been demonstrated to be the case that God exists. Like that is 100%. It's also arguing that people who claim to be non-believers are actually lying. They actually do know that God exists. They're just actively denying it, or they choosing not to worship it or follow it. They're basically denying the existence of atheists.
Yeah.
They're saying it's impossible for someone to not be convinced, which one is intellectually dishonest, but two is exactly what you would expect to hear coming from a cult. The cult manual, because remember, the Bible is a cult manual. It's a manual written by believers with the express intent of reinforcing the belief of other believers. But the book itself, just approached from an objective standpoint, provides no justification, no rational justification for believing that the entity exists at all. Yeah, which is why you'll hear a lot of atheists say, likely you've heard atheists say, I was like, I knew I was an atheist when I finished reading the Bible.
Yeah, well, the one thing I had, since I've been thinking about this, at least it's gotten more prevalent in my mind. Mm-hmm. Recently, probably because I was just on spring break from college, so I had a lot more time.
Sweet.
But is I think it's in, I forget which one it is, but all scripture is breathed by God. And my main objection to that proof is you have to, the premise proves the point, and the point proves the premise. So it's kind of circular reasoning.
Yeah.
So like that's why I feel like some stuff is weird, but I don't know. Sorry.
So one thing that there is a particular Bible verse that Planet Peterson likes to invoke, and I'm pretty sure he got it from Justin over Deconstruction Zone. Is Genesis 18:21. In Genesis 18:21, God says, "Then I will go down to see Sodom and Gomorrah," because God wants to check to see if the reports he's getting about Sodom and Gomorrah are correct. So the problem with that is that if God needs to go to another location to determine for himself if something is true, that means that God cannot be omniscient. It cannot know all things infallibly. It only knows what information it currently is presented with. It also indicates that the entities around God are potentially fallible in their reporting, which is really, really funny, because why would angels be infallible in their reporting? If God needs to go down and see for himself, it's like, well, all this stuff is reaching me. I'm hearing some terrible things about Sodom and Gomorrah. I guess I got to go. I'm hearing terrible things. God's not taking their word that it's terrible. So you're telling me that an angel's reporting as to the state of affairs can be fallible, can be flawed? Okay, so angels are fallible. Weird. Okay, so then God's going to go down and see for himself to confirm the reports. So God didn't know already?
Yeah.
Being that it's the one that instantiated everything and the measures by which everything operates, it's weirdly contradictory. So this notion that it is one, if a person wants to define their God as being omniscient, knows all things, all true propositions infallibly, then you just hit him with Genesis 18:21. So that means that either that was written by a human being who is not inspired by God, which means that the book is not God breathed, or it was God breathed and God was lying to the person, or God was telling whatever. But we see a contradiction here. Why would God have to go down and check something?
The one other thing I've been thinking about is I've heard people talk about that without God, it's nihilism basically. And I guess the one thing I wonder is how do people actually, the idea that if there is no God, there is no meaning, is that that's kind of thing is I wondered how people
metaphysical intrinsic meaning. No, it has the meaning that I impose upon it, that people have, like, my life has meaning because I am the one that derives the meaning for it.
And then also I would guess the society.
And society can derive meaning for itself and a number of other things. So when they say that without a God, there's no intrinsic metaphysical purpose or meaning for things, that's fine. It doesn't stop me from imposing a meaning upon something else. Like, for example, this little statue here has meaning to me, but it doesn't have meaning to, say, PhD Tony, who entered my chat. Doesn't mean the same thing to him, but it has meaning to me. I impose the meaning upon it. Absent the two of us, it's just an object in space.
Yeah.
So these things are imposed subjectively. And I actually find it to be more empowering as a human to be able to dictate the purpose for my own existence as I see fit, rather than having that purpose dictated to me, regardless of my personal positions or my personal state of mind. Because one of them is theocratic. One of them is basically authoritarian control of the mind. It's basically slavery. I'm enslaved to this meaning that's been handed down by something external of myself, and I can't divest myself from it. Or I can choose my meaning for myself. And that is more empowering because it enables my autonomy. It reinforces my autonomy. It reinforces my sense of self. It reinforces my place in the world. I can choose to act in this fashion towards my accomplishments. So, no God is it's like the God is a deeply disempowering and disenfranchising idea, which is what you'd expect from a cult that wants you to shed yourself of your identity and replace it with something else.
Yeah. It's one of those things is some of the, but like this, in my years, I haven't really, seen many. I haven't encountered too many, like really conservative Christians.
Mm-hmm.
So that's partly why So I am taking some of this stuff with a grain of salt, because just from the people I've met, I've met people who are like Christian, but they're also like, they're very much allies. They're not homophobic in any sense, and there are people who are like
progressive Christians. That's awesome.
So it's like, it's one of those things that I don't like, boiling it down to a cult, but also I don't want to ignore the flaws and horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I boil it down. I know this is going to come across. You said that you're a Christian, so I hope you don't take too much extreme offense to this. But the way I look at it is that Christianity is a cult like all the other ones are. They're all cults. And cults just means a cult is basically just a group centralized around a particular ideology that supersedes anything external of itself. Yeah. And so I note that Christianity is a proxy cannibalistic, blood sacrifice worshiping, human sacrifice worshiping, apocalyptic death cult. Proxy cannibalistic by way of the Eucharist, communion, blood, flesh, blood, body of Jesus, shit like that. It's proxy cannibalism. It's not cannibalism directly. It's proxy cannibalism by proxy. Human sacrifice worshiping. The effigy of Christianity is literally a dude nailed to a stick. That's human sacrifice worshiping. Apocalyptic. They longed for the end of the world, the shedding of this biological life into some other transcendent spiritual existence, because this biological life sucks and the transcendent spiritual existence is amazing. Yeah. They want it to end.
That's always bugged me, honestly.
It's apocalyptic death cult, because in order for anybody to attain this final state, this final glorious state, they got to die.
Yeah, that's always kind of bugged me, honestly.
It is a proxy cannibalistic, human sacrifice worshiping, apocalyptic death cult. That is precisely what it is.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. But I'm glad to hear you deconstructing. Keep asking questions. Keep looking at it, and just you just keep learning about it. There's plenty of questions asked, and always remember, the only advice I can give to you is that if anybody ever tells you to not ask questions, you better be damn sure that that's what you need to be doing.
Yeah, I agree. Like my logic previously was, if Christianity is true, it should stand up to scrutiny, and if it doesn't, that's kind of that was part of my logic.
Right. You remember Book of Job? What happens when at the very, very end, when Job looks up at the sky and simply wants to know one thing? I was your most dedicated servant. I love you. I go like this. And Job doesn't even care that it happened, that all the atrocities happened. He simply wants to know why him. And what does God say in return?
I actually haven't read that part.
In Book of Job, at the very end, Job, after all the shit is said and done, the bet with the adversary or whatever, all the shit is said and done, Job simply wants to know one thing. He wants to know why him. The reason for this is in the book. It basically says because it was a bet that God made with the devil or whatever, however you want to interpret it. But Job doesn't know that. Job wants to know, why me? Whatever answer God gives, Job will accept as being that's appropriate. That's the reason. He just wants to know, why me? Why, out of all the people in the world, why did I do, why me individually? And God shows up at the last moment. God shows up in a fucking whirlwind. And God's words to Job are, and I'm paraphrasing here, who the fuck are you to question me?
Yeah.
Straight up, who the fuck are you? So automatically, we're toys for its own amusement. And we don't have a right, despite having autonomy and critical reasoning skills and all of the little gifts that it supposedly gave us, we do not have the right to question why things happen the way they do when it is completely nonsensical that they happen. They make no sense whatsoever. And yet we're not supposed to ask because how dare we? What the living shit is that? The minute they tell you don't question.
Authoritarian.
Yeah, exactly. The minute they tell you don't question, start questioning immediately. Don't do like this Nicodemus Jesus bullshit. When Nicodemus is kind of like going to Jesus in secret and he's kind of like, yo, Jesus, dude. So you're telling people that people they can be born again, like they accept you and they're born again, but I'm already a man. I've been born. How can a man be born twice? That doesn't make any sense. Like, can you suss this out for me? And you know what Jesus said to this fucker? Trust me, bro. That, I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but that's essentially what he responds. It's in the fucking Bible. He's like, Jesus is like, oh yeah, what's your problem, my son? What's going on? Yeah, I got this logical contradiction. You're talking about people being born again, but we're already born. So how can a grown man, an adult, be born again? Is there like some sort of like denotation here? Can you break this down for me? And Jesus is like, yo, like, trust me, bro. It's the way it is. It's like, what?
I've heard of it as a spiritual thing, or not like non-physical, but
yeah, that all comes later. That's all people like adding shit to it, trying to suss out what Jesus meant. But Jesus doesn't parse that out. Jesus just says, trust me, bro. It's the way it is. It's like, and you understand why Nicodemus, the Pharisee Nicodemus, had the problems that he had, is because, wait, hang on a sec. You're making these claims, and a lot of them are enticing and pretty attractive, but I want you to suss out some problems that I'm having here. So this guy legitimately comes to Jesus in secret under the potential penalty of death to get him to kind of like logically parse out what the fuck he's talking about, because some of it makes sense, but some of it really doesn't. Can you maybe explain it out for me a little bit more in secret so maybe I can affect some change here? And Jesus's deal is like, trust me, bro. It's the way it is, man. It's like, no, that doesn't convince anybody. So,
I agree. So,
anyway, so here, Bach Messian says, JL, regarding your definition summarizing Christianity, I see what you mean and I agree, but it feels that that's not what the religion is trying to get its followers to do or behave upon. I mean, we said the cannibalistic by proxy, et cetera, et cetera. Agreed, but just looking at it, I mean, they may look at it in like a spiritual sense or whatever like this, but it doesn't change what it is. Jesus basically saying at the story of the last the supper, when he says, "This is my blood, to like you." This is they're symbolic. Yes, these are symbols of this, but the idea is to take Christ into you in the most physical sense. Okay, to take that concept like into yourself. And one way that humans do that is through the act of imbibing and through eating. And so that was the way of him doing that. But still, the very imagery of that is the story of the communion always creeped me out, even when I was a believer. It was just fucking creepy. Why am I drinking someone's blood and eating their flesh? That seems insane. Like that's just phenomenally just creepy, at its base. Even as just a symbol of this, I'm symbolically eating this. Weird, but that's how it's written. But it's how the story went, and so I say cannibalistic by proxy. It's cannibalism by proxy. Even though Christ may never said cannibalism itself, but I still consider it to be by proxy, because that shit was always so fucking creepy to me. Body of Christ, blood of Christ. Oh, it's like, what? Creepy.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So.
But I get what Bach is saying there. I do. Yeah, that's true. Boomer says transmutation makes it literal. According to transmutation, it literally transforms into the body and blood of Christ once I've consumed it. And it's like, gross? Gross much? I don't want the Jesus herp. That's how you get herpes.
Isn't that in like, I know it's in a lot of Catholic traditions. The transmutation, I know.
Yeah. So nonetheless, if you just look at it, it's like it's weird cult ritual shit. I pretty much what I relegate it to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Transubstantiation would be the word you're looking for.
Transubstantiation. Yeah. Transubstantiates. Transmutation. It transubstantiates.
Anyway. Well, I mean, if there's anything else, I might go, but.
Yeah. 2 quick notes on Job. Depending on how you want to take it, asking why me isn't necessarily challenging what God has done, rather than asking for understanding.
Right.
I'm not even saying it's you're wrong for doing it. So that's just by default.
Whatever answer God gave him, Job would have accepted blank check. He would be like, I get it. Yeah, I just wanted to know. Yeah, just now I understand. God could have said, because it gets me off. Job would have accepted that. You know? So
it's not even necessarily challenging. But my favorite part, of course, is the start of Job there, where God just lights up his servants for no good reason.
Honestly, I've always found that part comedic, where it's like, oh yeah, all your cattle are dead. Oh yeah, now all your sons are dead. Oh yeah, now everything else is dead. It's like, it's kind of comedic in the sense that it's one after the other.
But it's not just that they died. No. It was the fires from heaven. See, it wasn't that he let the adversary do it. No. Where did the magic missile come from? On
magic
high.
Missile. Pyroblast.
Exactly.
But anyway. Well.
Also arbitrary.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to check this, but yeah. I was actually looking for a bit. My college has access to like essay databases. So I was thinking of going through. I was searching to see if I can find any good stuff there, because might as well use it.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's we've been going for a bit here. David, do you have anything else for us? No, it's okay. I just wanted typically I go until 2. But I've gone to 4 today, so we've been going about 6 hours now, and okay. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom at some point. So, do you have anything else for us? Any final thoughts or?
No, if nature's calling, go to the phone booth, okay?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to get up eventually because I've been sitting in this chair for 6 hours now. So, But yeah, if you have any closing thoughts, because I do need to wrap it up. I got some stuff I got to take care of. We've gone 2 hours over what I normally go over, so for the sake of conversation. But I just wanted to make sure I got someone new on the stage because we never talked to you before, so I wanted to give you an opportunity.
It's okay, but thank you. I think
You're
I'll
welcome.
go. Well,
absolutely. Feel free to come back anytime. I do this. So far, I'm doing this every Sunday. So
yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Take care.
Bye.
All right. That was good. It's good little chat there. I like closing off with good little chats there. So I want to make sure I say hi. Hey, PC Tony, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. And I see the Christian live streamer. Yes, I am live. It is 4 p.m. where I am. So obviously you're 12 hours ahead of me. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Doom-based. Thanks. Moondog, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Moondog. Appreciate that. Cord Lizard Mage. Bridge advises, I'll never forget the scene in Oz when the cannibal killer was really interested in converting to Christianity since it involved the eating of the flesh of Christ. Twisted. Yeah. Creepy stuff. And Boomer, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hayden Walton, thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. Greg Netsky, good to see you. Make sure I caught everybody, said hi to everybody, because it bothers me when I don't say hi to people. I think I got Kent Speak. Good to see you, bud. I think that's it. I think we're good to go. So I caught everybody. So, PhD Tony says, yeah, jailers realized he blundered and allowed Australians to wake up and join the chat. It is not my fault that you guys live in a state of existential dread just because of the fauna that lives around you. Okay. And I know PhD Tony does, because it's not just the fauna. It's literally like all the women as well. Just, hunting him down, looking for that Tony. I did enjoy the you coming on Creaky stream, because we got some Krakatoni and we got some Creaky Tia. Creaky Toa, and Krakatoni. That was a lot of fun. So yes, so thank you, Andrew, for hanging out with me. This has been a blast.
Always.
Awesome. And thank you to everybody in the live chat for being here. We have a solid audience the entire time. You guys rock. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Matthew Mulkeen did ask, sorry about that. So sorry, Singer Soul did put in a super chat, $1.99 for Grace's. Grace, do we have free will in Magic Happy Land? We didn't get to the heaven thing. And I'm willing to bet that she would have probably said yes. We can actually bring that up next time. And Matthew Mulkeen says, what about the free will of the SA victim? I'm glad that we eventually addressed that. Thank you so much, Matthew Mulkeen, for the super chat there. So what about the free will of the SA victim? We brought that up with the extended suffering of the victim, and how is the extended suffering of the victim necessary for the full punishment of the aggressor? So, which I think got kind of glossed over, but we did bring it up, which is kind of silly. But I appreciate everybody, all the super chats that have come in. I tried to get to them as quick as I could. I apologize for being a little delayed on that, and all the membership milestones. I appreciate all of those. They help keep this channel motoring along, as Professor Plink says. And I couldn't do this kind of stage without your guys' support. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're enjoying these Sunday streams. They're going to be a continued thing because every single one has been amazingly successful. So you guys rock. New content coming out soon. As soon as I get it done and get it together, I'm going to show you guys the Forrest, Erica, and Seth event as well. I'll cut that and I'll release that so you guys can see that for those who weren't able to attend it. And of course, that's pretty much it. You know, this has been the Stage of Reason. I'm JL. And any believers that were listening that didn't type in or didn't say hi, or, you know, you can always welcome to come up on stage. We'll do a quick check and then we'll talk about what you believe and why. So I appreciate everybody hanging out. Anything last for us, Andrew?
Well, just to bring it back to where we were, when we thought we were going to rein it in back to keeping a topic on track, went back to trying to get the question answered as to where the from was,
right,
with regards to infinities and time. That didn't last 5 minutes.
No, it did not.
Nope. Again.
I'm glad that you pointed out.
They squeaked through the fingers.
I'm glad you pointed out that the whole product, like that I brought up the problem of we need to narrow down topics for debate. These vagaries, you know, just lead us down rabbit holes, and we did exactly that with the topic that she brought up for debate. And I'm glad that we hit on that, because we need to narrow them down. God is existence. That's silly. It's vacuous. And so there would be, it would just be, it'd be an all like to spam goes here. It says it's cat herding. It'd be all over the place and nobody would get anything out of that shit. So we need to nail it down something solid, which is why I like the moral antitheism versus moral realism debate. That's one I'm pretty good at. And a couple of others, like, does a particular God exist by definition? And then that's easy to do. So, but nonetheless, maybe we'll see. But I appreciate everybody being here. You guys rock. Thank you so much for all the support. Joe, I promise I will read the stuff in Discord. I saw your messages, your 21 messages, and I will get to them. I promise you. And if anybody, I got a message request. What is this? Oh, Bach. Okay, cool. Thank you, Bach. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the message there. He messaged me on Discord, or they messaged me on Discord. I don't want to assume. So I appreciate that, Bach. Thank you very, very much. And he complimented me on interesting talks. So thank you, Bach Messian. All right. I think we're good to go here. So you guys have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. I will get to work on new content coming out so that you guys will have something to watch when I'm not up here just yapping. You can watch a video of me yapping. And until then, we'll see you all next week if I don't do this sooner. So I appreciate everybody being here. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. I'll see y'all. Say bye, Andrew.
Ciao, ciao for now.